Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again. Are in the meeting now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing for captions 1, 2, 3.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, October 16th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel, Susan Reyes, and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on the Cal EPA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of the items on today's agenda, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There's a link and instructions at the top of the agenda in order to get onto the platform. If you're having any challenges, though, please do email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code on the side of the room as well as a laptop in order to sign up. Once you are at the mic, please do introduce yourself, any affiliation you have, and also then lastly, please do silence any phones just so that we have an uninterrupted meeting and discussion this morning. With that, we can move to public forum, as we customarily do here at the top of our meetings. I believe we have a few public forum commenters, and so I will take them in order of received. And our first commenter this morning will be Diego Viramontes. And Mr. Viramontes, I think you indicated you'd be in the room. I don't think you are, and just checking to see if you are on the platform. And if not, I believe our second commenter then after that will be Mayor Saul Ayon.
And Chair Esquivel, we've invited the mayor to unmute. There we go.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You can, thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, I think Mr. Viramontes has run a little late due to the flight, but I guess I'll start it off. I just want to just thank and appreciate the support of the board that's provided to McFarland. Your partnership has been essential in helping us address our challenges and our community needs. Today, however, I want to be very clear. We're not just facing an urgent situation. As I often say, this is not an urgency, it's an emergency. McFarland's water and wastewater systems are at a breaking point. Our infrastructure is barely holding on. As you witnessed during your visit in August, any disruption, whether our waste or wastewater systems, could bring our city to a halt. We already seen a couple impacts just recently. We faced a critical situation with our wastewater plant that required extraordinary efforts to manage and outsource the problem. Had this expansion project been placed, we would have been better positioned to address that emergency. And I think Mr. Viramontes will explain more in detail when he comes in public comment. It's important that we secure the help for our underserved community desperate needs. The residents of McFarland deserve access to reliable and safe water services. This is just not a matter of convenience, it's a matter of basic human rights and public health. An underserved community like ours, the lack of adequate infrastructure can lead to dire consequences that ripple through our entire population, affecting the families, the schools, and local businesses. This brings me to a key point that I wanted to make today. McFarland has a proven track record of getting things done. When we receive funding, we move swiftly and efficiently deliver the results. The temporary treatment system at the Brownie Road well is a prime example. We received funding approval in mid-April, and by June 30th, we had the system installed and operational where the water was being treated. We don't waste time. We don't leave projects hanging around when you invest in McFarland, you can count on us to follow through. So here we are. We asked today to ask for your continued support. We submitted an application to the Board of Urgent Drinking Water Needs to continue the operating Browner Well temporary treatment system until the permanent solution, which is a new well, can be completed. Additionally, our wastewater expansion project is essential, not just for future growth, but the health and safety of our community right now. The system is nearing capacity, and without immediate expansion, we are putting our residents at serious risk. We need this project reinstated as a priority because the stakes are too high to delay. In closing, I want to thank Chair Escobar, Board Member Morgan, for visiting and touring our city in a current county day of 108-degree temperature. I would also like to thank Board Members D'Amato, Firestone, and Mr. McGuire for supporting our community. Our community is counting on us to decisively ensure the safety and well-being, and I ask for your partnership once again. We've proven that we can deliver, and with your help, we'll continue to serve our residents and ensure the future of McFarland is a bright one. Thank you for your time. I'm sure that Mr. Viramontes will be attending soon.
Thank you as well, Mayor. Appreciate your words and time this morning, and thank you again for the tour of the city and the needs. We'll continue to definitely have a partnership here. And Mr. Viramontes is here, so you can call him up now. So thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize for the tardiness. We're not used to the Sacramento traffic out, a little central section. So, good morning, everyone. First off, I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you on a few topics that I'm sure the mayor already touched on. First, we'd like to start by expressing our sincere gratitude to the board for its ongoing support, especially for the funding authorized for the replacement of the Browning Road well, which has faced critical nitrate and 123 TCP contamination. This project is vital to ensuring a safe water supply to our community. I also want to extend a special thank you, as the mayor mentioned, to Chair Escobar and Board Member Morgan for taking the trip out there in 108-degree weather. We tried to keep the van cool, but the elements, the elements work as they work. So, but we appreciate you seeing firsthand some of these struggles that we're dealing with, and kind of the strain that is on our current systems at the moment. As you witnessed, any disruption, such as the issues we've had with the Browning Road well, can bring our city to a standstill. And for those less familiar with McFarland, we're a small rural community in Kern County, and our population is predominantly made up of low-income, hardworking families. Agriculture is the backbone of our local economy, and many of our residents are employed in the fields and packing houses that surround our community. Unfortunately, McFarland also faces the challenges that come with being classified as a disadvantaged community, including limited financial resources and aging infrastructure. While the authorized replacement well is a critical long-term solution, and we appreciate greatly your support there, it is still 2 to 3 years away from completion. In the meantime, the Browning Road well must remain operational to meet the immediate water needs of our community. Earlier this year, with the support of a grant from the State Water Board, we installed a temporary reverse osmosis treatment system at our Browning Road well. After receiving funding around mid-April, that we moved swiftly to bring this treatment system operational by the end of June. This temporary solution has helped us manage through the summer months, but it is only a rental, and the need for an interim solution remains urgent as we await completion of the replacement well. The city has thoroughly evaluated several alternatives, and based on this analysis, we have submitted an urgent drinking water needs application to help fund the most cost-effective option to continue providing safe drinking water for our residents. Given our demonstrated ability to efficiently complete projects when funded, we respectfully ask for your support in considering this application to ensure the continued operation of the Browning Road well and uninterrupted service for our residents. In addition to our water challenges, I'd like to address the urgent need for reconsideration of the wastewater expansion project. Recently, McFarland was informed that our wastewater expansion project had been removed from the priority list. I want to emphasize how critical this project is for our community, as our current wastewater system is nearing its capacity. Recently, we faced an emergency at our wastewater plant that required removal of a significant amount of solids. This process was costly and time-consuming, and it highlighted how close we are to reaching the limits of the system. With the planned expansion, we would have the capacity and tools to better manage these situations and reduce the need for such costly interventions. The wastewater expansion project is critical, not just to meet future demands, but to address the immediate needs of our community. The expansion will improve our ability to increase wastewater flow, manage solids more efficiently, and ensure compliance with regulatory standards. This project will take time, with the construction alone expected to last 24 months, so it is essential that we begin the planning and design phases now to avoid further strain on the system. For these reasons, I urge the board to reconsider McFarland's wastewater expansion project as a priority. In closing, I want to thank the board again for your support and for the time you took to see these challenges firsthand. McFarland is a resilient community, but we need your continued partnership to ensure safe water and wastewater services for our residents for now and into the future. And I want to thank you again for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Viramontes. I appreciate you coming up and addressing the board this morning. Do know that we'll continue to be partners here and ultimately really appreciate the leadership that you and the mayor have exhibited in tackling what I know are ultimately historic issues here insofar as the investment in the system and the need to bring it up to speed here. So thanks, really appreciate your attendance here, your words. Look forward to further discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Wood, who will be followed by Josh Nutila.
Hello, my name is Mary Wood, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and esteemed board members. I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in this public forum. Historically, water has been at the center of much of this world's conflict, controversy, and suffering. However, the majority of Californians cannot imagine a life without going to faucets and having safe streaming water available at affordable prices, except when they no longer have it. Per a KQED article published on September 10th, 2024, state regulators announced in July that nearly 1 million more Californians now have safe drinking water than 5 years ago. Good job. However, across the state, the problem remains severe, as these people before me highlighted, and it's huge. And about 3/4 of the filling system in California have violated state or federal standards for contaminants that are linked to serious health problems. This data is shocking. However, I'm not surprised. I have been discussing it for 14 years. It highlights many of the concerns I flagged to my local regulators in El Dorado County and this very board. My own small water system has been out of compliance with state standards many times, however, rarely shows up in statistical data due to being a system with only 10 connections. Frankly, I'm tired of being treated like I don't count. Every person matters, and it is my belief that our state and local governments have the responsibility to protect all Californians and their right to safe and affordable water. Not only is safety of water critical, but I'd also like to highlight other components of California Water Code, Division 1, Section 106.3, which include water affordability and accessibility. What are the state standards for these components? Are they already written and I cannot find them? Or if not, I cannot see how all Californians will ever get affordable, accessible, and safe water. I'm not asking for charity or free legal advice. I am asking for water justice. I personally worked in social services for 25 years, and during my career, I would never promise a consumer I would do something and then not follow through. The Water Board's legal department did not make good on their promises to me. It seems to me a culture of impunity has been fostered amongst all government agencies and private associations who should be helping all Californians to obtain their right to safe, affordable, and accessible water. To sum this up, if I had a problem with a contractor, I could contact the contractor state license board. If I had a problem with a business, I could contact the Department of Consumer Affairs. If I had a concern with a public utility company, I could call the CPUC. My question for the board today is the following. Who does a member of a private utility contact for assistance other than an attorney? Again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. It's good to see you again and appreciate your comments here. And again, we'll continue to try to work with you on your challenges. So thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Nutila, and I believe that will be our final commenter in public forum. And Mr. Nutila, I believe you indicated you would be here in person, not seeing you, and I don't believe you may be running late. Okay. Well, I'd be glad to try to take his public forum comment later in the meeting if we're able to then. I believe then that wraps up our commenters for public forum. And again, thank everyone that took the time to address the board this morning. That now brings us into our board business. And our first item of board business is adoption of the board meeting minutes from the October 1st board meeting. Looking to see.
I'll move to adopt.
Thank you.
Second.
Both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo, Board Member Morgan.
Abstain.
Thank you. And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, it brings us to an informational item and an update on current hydrologic conditions and response. And I know we have a few guests here this morning from the Department of Water Resources as we acknowledge the beginning of the water year. And given the light sprinkles this morning, we'll just take it as a good omen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Jessica Bean with the Division of Water Rights, and today we have an extended current hydrologic conditions and response report for you. We've had some really short ones lately, except for our annual reporting last time. So we brought some of our partners from the Department of Water Resources to share some information with you as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. Just to give you a sense of where we're going to go today. We have Carla Nemeth with us today. She's going to give some comments right after I do this really quick introduction. We'll talk to you about our current hydrologic conditions, a bit of review for some highlights, and then where we stand right now. I didn't predict if we would actually have rain today, so that is not in the presentation, but that's very exciting. And then we'll turn it over to, we'll do some regional updates as well, and then we'll turn it over to Department of Water Resources again to wrap us up and give us information on the water year forecast and then our groundwater conditions report, which the department just released. So we could probably, I believe Carla is on our Zoom.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Bean. And yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Bean, and just wanted to welcome and say thank you to Director Nemeth for joining us here virtually. I believe you're on vacation, so just really appreciate you being here and opening things up for us. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo, board members Firestone and Morgan. Thank you for allowing me to appear virtually at this sort of traditional start of the water year. It's important to me to be able to do so because so much of our success in the future relies on us staying connected as the year progresses, because we really are in a situation where we have lots of extremes happening in the context of dry years, and that is potentially where we're headed again for this year. So I wanted to make just some brief opening comments about where we've been, and then I believe I'm handing it over to Mr. Ekdahl, and then you will hear from the state climatologist, Dr. Anderson, and Stephen Springhorn to talk about groundwater conditions. So it is a nice thing that this is happening while we're getting this wetting kind of rain. I would say probably at the beginning of the summer, if you remember, we had a pretty intense heat wave in June. And I think it just goes to show when you're thinking about how we manage our water year, in June, you start thinking about when we get that real heat, we start to lean into what is it going to mean to have a long, hot, dry summer, and what does that mean in terms of how the rainy season and our traditional storm season sets up. So it's good that we're getting a little bit of rain now, because those wetting conditions are really going to start to dampen some pretty dry soils that have developed over the course of not just the intense heat wave we had in June, and I think certainly early July, but also very recently here in October. So all of it a bit reminiscent of the activity from 2020 moving into 2021. I have definitely internalized the management challenges of that year, which was very warm and dry conditions the preceding summer, and then below average precipitation and snowpack, but significantly below average runoff conditions. And that very much affected the water that we had available to manage for communities, the economy, and the environment. So we are taking a look at that. You will hear from Dr. Anderson some additional work that we've been doing since 2021 to improve our forecasting. Not only our forecasting around atmospheric rivers, and we get the very wet conditions like we did in 2023, but really dry conditions, and what does it mean as we prepare our what's called our Bulletin 120, which is how we start to understand the potential for runoff as we start the water year through the fall and winter and spring. So you'll hear a little bit more from Dr. Anderson about new techniques that we are deploying to get. On the one hand, I think while we might not be getting as precise as we would like, we are starting to fully incorporate some drier conditions of the past 30 years. As you all know all too well, we really look at the last 100 years of hydrology when we think about the probabilities of things occurring. So much is related to that, related to different water year types, those classifications, how those trigger how we respond in regulatory conditions. But fundamentally, when we start to look at the uncertainties in our system, we're looking at broadening our data sets, and since we don't have the deep history of the last 100 years of hydrology in those data sets, how we think about uncertainty and how we think about qualitative assessments, and how those assessments are cross-checked with new forecasting technologies and information is really what we're bringing to the table these past 2 years. I'm really delighted to be able to report to you that I think our staff work is going very well, and we're really working to share that kind of evolving information, not just in real time as the conditions are upon us, but really taking advantage of the summer and early fall to start having those conversations as we learn more about what the climate signals suggest. And you are going to hear a significant amount of uncertainty from Dr. Anderson, but knowing that in advance enables us to pre-plan for it and continuously do better in the context of more extreme conditions in our mission to support all of California in terms of its water needs, including the environment, including our tribal governments, our communities, and the economy. So with that, I think I will, if you have any questions for me, Chair Esquivel or board members, please do. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to Mr. Ekdahl. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Namath. Really appreciate and yes, acknowledge the clarity and the continued synthesis and learning that we're all in. Each year, to your point, definitely feels unto itself, and we have to be prepared for what may come, and we can not depend necessarily as much on the historic record to be able to help predict and to your point, risk manage. So just thank you. I really felt the deepening of our technical understanding together and our teams here. So Really appreciate you sharing your words, being here, and ultimately look forward to what I know will be quite the water year here before us, if any of the past water years have been any indication. So huge thanks. Thank you. Thank you. With that, I can turn it over to Ms. Bean. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we thought we would do a little kind of overview of this interesting summer that we had before we jump into some of the other information. So for summer 2024, which was June through August officially, it was the hottest summer for California and the hottest for the planet. And it was the fourth hottest summer for the United States generally. So some record-breaking high temperatures for Redding and then Death Valley, which had 129.2 degrees. And we had the most 100 degrees plus days for Sacramento. So the average is 24. We hit 50 this year. So all of these is just kind of showing the extreme heat that we saw over the summer. And then many of the coastal areas missed out. And that covers a lot of the Southern California metropolises. And so while most of California's land experienced record heat, most of the people didn't, which is kind of an interesting statistic. And I want to note that some of the information from the coming slides is coming from the weatherwest.com website, which is Dr. Daniel Swain from UCLA. I want to give him credit for a lot of the graphics and information. Next slide, please. So June, we were heating up. You can see in the percentile, mean temperature percentile graphs for June here. Basically, again, you've seen these before, but the darker red temperatures mean that the higher we are above the normal, the bluer ones were going to be below the average. And so this was the hottest June on record or close to it for many of the desert and mountain parts of Eastern California. There were few record-breaking daytime highs, but it was those overnight high temperatures which were pretty record-breaking, and it led to an overall record temperatures for June. Again, those coastal areas remain relatively cool for most of the month. Next slide, please. So then we move into July, where this was the hottest July on record statewide for both intensity and severity. So record high day and nighttime temperatures. We had weeks of extremely high temperatures. I know everyone's starting to need to fan themselves remembering these, but just not a lot of those cooling nighttime temperatures that we would hope for. And then that was that of substantial atmospheric evaporative demand that really, desiccated a lot of vegetation at lower temperatures and caused a lot of issues in the lower elevations. Fortunately, the temperatures cooled at the very end of the month. Next slide, please. So then in August, we saw a cool down. You can see this very clearly on the map here, how we have, a lot more of the blues, a lot less of the reds. And really August, interestingly, was average for much of California. It was below average in the North Coast, and we saw a little bit of rain, in fact, that was rare up in the North Coast. However, it was much warmer in Southern California, and at that point, the monsoons were well below average. So, we just saw that we had this very above average hot summer, but it wasn't August that drove that. It was really June and July. So June and July particularly was so hot that it just put us over the edge, regardless of August being average or below. Next slide, please. So for September, we really had a bit of a roller coaster here. So most of California was warmer than average. We had these giant swings. We opened with this heat wave in Southern California. Again, the drying kickstarted wildfires. It coincided with late monsoons, severe thunderstorms, and flash flooding, so a lot happening there. And then followed by some slightly cooler temperatures, cooler than average mid-month, and then wrapped up again with the heat. So really those big swings that we saw. Next slide, please. And then October, although we do in fact have rain right now, at the very beginning, we had a very unusual heat wave. And I won't go through these here, but on October 6th, we had a bunch of record breakers. And you can just see some really high temperatures in areas that would not normally see them, San Francisco, Oakland, and then just, again, record breaking as you go south. Indio hitting 116, that was very incredible. So we're happy to see that we're getting some of the rain that Director Nemeth mentioned in terms of helping the soils. Next slide, please. But to kind of jump and do an overview reminder of where we were in terms of precipitation, you're used to these graphs. This is the year in review. The purple line there, that's kind of right below the blue area, that's our average. That was the 23-24 daily precipitation. So we were at about 92% of normal in the Northern Sierra. Next slide, please. And then as we move down to the San Joaquin area, we were at about 84% of normal. Next slide. And then going down a bit more, 82% as we are in the southern area, the Tulare Basin precipitation. So kind of hovering below average there. Next slide, please. And then just showing a reminder of the snowpack. If you take a look at the dark blue line there, and then again, you have the blue area, lighter blue areas showing you that average. We traced it pretty similarly. So the northern area was at 123% of normal on our April 1st snowpack survey, and then 108% for the central area, 101% for the south, and then statewide that was 111% of normal. Again, that was on April 1st. Next slide, please. So this is our typical, major reservoirs graph. And again, unfortunately, most of our reservoirs are still at or above their historical averages. There's a few that are trending a little bit below, but our select south of Delta reservoirs as of the 13th are listed here as well. Kachuma is at 93% of capacity. Diamond Valley is at 97%. And San Luis is at 52% of capacity, and you can see that these are all well above 100% of average for those reservoirs. Next slide, please. Okay, and to wrap this section up, just wanted to kind of show you where we are in terms of the drought monitor. We do have about, it's abnormally dry for about 75% of the state. We have 10% of the state is about moderate drought conditions, and 1% is in severe drought. So we are still seeing some of the different conditions reflected here. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll pass it over to Erin Ragazzi to talk about the Scott Shasta.
Thank you, Jessica. Good morning. I'm going to touch on the Scott Shasta, not too much today as we have a whole item devoted to it right after this. And then I'm going to touch on the Klamath Dam Removal Project very quickly. So the status of curtailments in the Scott and Shasta, there are conditional curtailments in place in both watersheds. That does not prohibit or limit minimum human health and safety or other diversions. And parties that had local cooperative solutions need to continue those. Next slide, please. So here is the Shasta River from October to October. You've seen this slide many times before. We are currently at 116 cubic feet per second at the Wairika gauge. That is above the minimum flow requirement of 105 CFS. We have seen fish entering the Shasta River, and the latest report from CDFW showed a little over 800 Chinook entering that system as of October 9th. Next slide, please. And here the same graphic for the Scott River. The Scott River flows are at 46.1 CFS. As of 6:30 a.m. this morning, the flow requirement is 40 CFS. So we're about 6 CFS above. And suspension of curtailments was issued yesterday for some of the larger diverters in the watershed. We have seen a couple of Chinook enter the Scott River as well, based on CDFW's most recent report. Next slide, please. Moving on to the Klamath, a really quick overview. I'm going to cover some of the background and an overview of the actions that led to the dam removal, take a quick look at temperature and turbidity, and then show some of the more recent developments. And on the right, you see a slide of the location of the 4 dams that were removed, moving in Oregon from J.C. Boyle down to the Copco dams, and then Iron Gate being the limit of anadromy. Next slide, please. So here is an overview of the stages of reservoir drawdown. Copco number 2 was actually removed prior to drawdown in July of 2023 because it was in the footprint, and they were able to make use of that. As part of removing Copco number 2, they also had a lot of work that was done to remove almost 1,000 trees in the Ward's Canyon Reach that had grown up and would be a potential hazard to recreational boating. So there was a lot of work done prior to drawdown to address that. Drawdown began in earnest in January, and full removal of cofferdams and completion of the dam removal was completed in September. And next slide, please. So I'm just going to go through the three California dams. Copco number 2, as I mentioned, this was removed prior to drawdown. On the left, you can see the dam as it was in place during the removal process and then following full removal. Next slide, please. Here's Copco number 1. Again, throughout the phases as it was originally when they started blowing it up during full removal and then after the dam was fully removed. Next slide, please. This is Iron Gate. Iron Gate was a little different. It's an earthen dam. It's the limit of anadromy. And in this case, you can see the dam in the leftmost picture. You can see it during removal and then free flowing on the most right-hand side. And the cofferdam, that was the last cofferdam to be removed in late September, completing the in-water removal to create the free-flowing river. I do want to note that Iron Gate being the limit of anadromy on October 3rd, it's believed that the first Chinook salmon passed that point in over a century. So we are now seeing fish coming up to repopulate that area. Next slide, please. A little bit on temperature and turbidity. That blue, dark blue arrow is the Iron Gate monitoring location. The green arrow is Syed, and the blue to the furthermost left is the estuary. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this slide. Folks can look at it more later, but what I mainly want to point out, on the top we have 2024 temperature data in September, on the bottom 2023. So 2023 on the bottom is before dam removal, 2024 on the top. You can see the river returning to a more natural temperature regime following dam removal. Next slide, please. A little bit about turbidity. So you can see turbidity prior to and then during, and then we'll be seeing, following dam removal. You'll see there wasn't much turbidity at Iron Gate prior to dam removal. We did see, obviously with drawdown and dam removal, substantial increases in turbidity measurements. In some cases, turbidity was actually higher downstream at the Syed location than what we saw during dam removal. It's believed that's most likely associated with discharges associated with fires and other, material that's being released and as a result of naturally occurring or somewhat naturally occurring actions in the watersheds. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the results that we're seeing. Depending on who you talk to, more than 360 or 400 miles of habitat is now accessible to salmonids. As I mentioned, we're seeing an improved temperature regime, better habitat conditions. So a lot of the work that's ongoing was to reconnect those tributaries. There's a lot of restoration activities that are underway and will continue for the next few years. There's also been a very large land transfer to Native American tribe. And I think next slide, I have a couple pictures for you just to sort of show. So this is Iron Gate Reservoir following dam removal. And then the next one is Copco. Next slide, please. And that wraps up my portion of today's presentation. If there's any questions, I can take those now.
Yep, Vice Chair, please.
I know there's been, well, thank you for that update. That's very helpful. I know there's been a lot of questions, and maybe we'll get into this when we talk about Scott and Shasta later, but questions about turbidity, sediment, and water quality regarding dam removal. So just questions about the 401 process and the information that was contained in that review, do things seem to be on track, or are there unexpected things going on, and also a better sense on time frame to where the system will level out on these water quality impacts?
So the environmental impact report that the board developed did foresee the turbidity and other impacts associated with dam removal. They were not unknown. They were anticipated. In terms of leveling out, I think it's going to depend on what our water years look like moving forward and how good the restoration activities are. So right now, they are out in the watershed, tilling the ground to put down seeds so that we will hopefully have robust growth. One of the things that's unique, I don't know unique, but you don't necessarily think about, but in this area is the soil is very hard. So as the reservoir drew down and we saw soil become exposed, it hardens very quickly and becomes like concrete. And that was known. They did test beds ahead of time and did foresee that happening. And that's why they had to get out there really quickly to put down all of the seeds, and you're seeing, the vegetation growth there. There are unanticipated things. We did not expect a bunch of wild horses to show up and start eating all of the newly grown vegetation. So there are challenges that are being addressed as we move forward, but they are taking steps to do as much as possible to ensure that we continue to have good growth on those. And because the soils are so hard, we don't expect to see the same types of impacts that we might see in other areas where you would, see more runoff with the sediment in it.
Thank you for that. And could you talk a little bit more about fire and impacts as a result of some of the fires, erosion, et cetera?
Yeah, so when I was highlighting earlier, there are various fires that have occurred along the Klamath main stem and in tributaries there too. And so as you can see, we do see, these turbidity events that occur when the land that's basically been denuded is then impacted by a precipitation event. So you'll see these surges of turbidity increases associated with those impacts. There is, in most instances, a goal to try and stabilize those soils, but that can only occur so much and so quickly. So they can't catch, like stormwater BMPs cannot capture the landscape that we're seeing is being impacted by these fires. And so that's why we see these turbidity spikes during times of immense precipitation and the denuded soil being exposed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Ms. Pagazi.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and just do a brief update on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency hydrology over the past few years, actually. So just kind of wanted to remind folks where we were when we jumped in here at the end of 2022. And what you're seeing here are a couple of graphs. The first one, the top one, is from 2022 from the Kelsey Creek, which is one of the major tributaries that runs through the Big Valley Basin and feeds into Clear Lake. The bottom one is from 2015. And basically what you're seeing here is there's two gauges. There's an upstream gauge, which is the blue line, and then there's a downstream gauge, which is the red line. And essentially what you're seeing here is when the blue line is higher than the red line, you have more water upstream than you do downstream. And that generally indicates that this is a losing stream, which means that as it's moving downstream, there's less water, and that water then is likely going into the ground. And so if you see here in the upper graph, the 2022 graph, it was essentially dry in the lower reaches unless it was raining. So you'll see that red line is effectively gone, except for in between April and May, where you get this peak. You can also see that peak upstream, but you have just rain in that creek, or excuse me, just flows in that creek when it's raining. What's interesting is when we compare it to 2015, which was also a very dry year, we have flows in the lower reach until the end of May. So if you take a look there, even 2022 is actually far worse than 2015 in this creek, which is something that we're looking into in our groundwater surface water study. But the other thing I'd like to point out here is if you look at the flows on the left side there, the maximum flows was basically 50 CFS in Kelsey Creek. And this is, again, what prompted us to come in there. We were having issues looking at the population, potentially looking at a severe decline. And this is what we were looking at that moment. So next slide, please. Looking at the last two winters, so we have the 2023 on the top, and then this most recent one, 2024 here. Things have shifted a bit, so you'll see we're now in a gaining conditions for most of this. So your red line, which is your downstream gauge, is now above the blue line, which means there's actually more water in the downstream area than the upstream area. And if you also take a look, the flows in the lower reaches then, they really stayed until the end of June, both in 2023 and then again in 2024. And the max flows there were 250 CFS, which is extremely high in comparison, right, to that original year. And if you take a look at that last bullet there says C 2022 flows. If you look at the top graph, there's a little teeny tiny set of lines there in black and gray, and that's just the superimposed 2022 flows in comparison, so you can get a sense of scale on that. Next slide, please. Looking at the Big Valley groundwater depths in April for the past few years, I do want to note that there's very limited information on this. We've talked to you about that quite a bit, which is what led to us in issuing our information order in the Clear Lake area. But what we do have tends to be monthly and possibly, seasonal measurements. And so looking at this here, the basic point is the bluer the color, the better the conditions are in April. So if you look in 2022, you've got a lot of yellows and oranges and greens, but then as you go into 2023 and 2024, you're getting a lot of those darker colors. So that means that the groundwater was recovering pretty strongly in the winter in those wetter years, which is what we would expect to see. But this is kind of what we know, just to give you preemptively, which is that we don't know a lot in the area. This is the basics that we have. So looking at things monthly or seasonally can be a little challenging. We need to get more targeted data. Next slide, please. So to connect all of this to the population question, which I will not bury the lead, we don't know. But what we can tell you is, again, when we came in, there was a sharp decline in the population between 2017 and 2022. There was low spawning in 2022. And then last year, there was relatively strong spawning. And this year, there's some spawning, not quite as bad as 2022, but not what we would expect based on what we saw in 2023. But the data is limited, and the biologists from our agency and tribal partners are collecting and analyzing a lot of data. We're also doing that. And I just want to mention, we do have plans to come back to you with a much more detailed update in the next couple of months where we can dig into this. But seeing as how we're kind of looking at that year in review, and we are still in under an emergency order in that area, we wanted to make sure that we gave you an overview at this time as well. Next slide. Okay, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to our state climatologist.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and the board. I'll give an outlook today of what to expect for the next water year and see what new adventures await us. What I have on the title slide there are the average sea surface temperature anomalies as we move from September into October. You see a little bit of blue there along the equator in the Pacific Ocean. That is our emerging La Nina event that is taking its time to show up. More importantly, notice the very large, very dark red area up in the North Pacific. The marine heat anomalies, one smaller one in the Eastern Pacific, much larger one in the Western North Pacific. These really have been more impactful since 2015. You may remember the stories of the blob. This is an aspect of a warming planet where the warm surface layer of the ocean now is heating and changing the dynamics of what's happening between equator and pole. So we want to keep an eye on those and see how they'll influence how the weather patterns go this winter. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so where are we at? Well, we're on the La Nina watch and continuing to watch. Back in May, they were convinced we would rapidly transition out of the El Nino conditions and into La Nina conditions by summer. We're still waiting. One of the big reasons for that is the winds they expected in the tropics to enhance upwelling did not materialize. In fact, this led to seeing tropical moisture move from the Eastern Pacific into the Gulf of Mexico and actually had a role in the 2 large hurricanes that impacted the southeast. I do expect La Nina conditions to emerge, and we're already seeing circulation patterns in our part of the world that we would associate with a La Nina year, so be mindful of that. Now, the last La Nina was a 3-year event, 21 to 23, which included a record-setting drought and record-setting flood. So if you think La Nina, think anything goes, except average. 10 events so far, 7 dry, 3 wet. Interestingly enough, the average departure to each side's 30%. So again, it's not average, it wet or dry, or in some cases like 23 wet and dry. And what that means then is our subseasonal climate influences become really important. And so by itself doesn't determine our water year. Other aspects going on, the marine heat anomalies in the North Pacific, tropical phenomena like the Van Julian Oscillation can really impact what happens to our weather as we move through the wet season. Let's go to the next slide. All right, just to show you graphically, our friends up at Western Region Climate Center up at Desert Research Institute in Reno, Nevada, put these together for all the climate divisions of the United States, showing the relationship between El Nino and La Nina. You can find some places where it really lines up. A very strong relationship becomes a great predictor for folks. They know conditions emerge with ENSO. They know what kind of year they're going to get. For us, not quite so much, because as you see, variability is what we live with. If you look at the little squares on the right edge of the graphic, you can see where the averages of the different conditions fit, and you can see where the narrative comes in, where La Nina years tend to be drier. But you do see we do have those times where it can be very wet. We'll explain that in a minute here. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so the outlook. As you can see, you have the one outlier model that really enthusiastically was thinking a La Nina was going to develop, but more looking at the bold lines where the dynamic and statistical models really show us just skating right on the threshold of whether or not we'll be in a La Nina. Now, this puts California in a really interesting place because, again, the circulation pattern will be there, but it won't really be one thing. It'll be fluctuating, and it's those fluctuations that create very different outcomes for us. Either very warm and dry, cold and wet, or warm and wet. All three are outcomes that we will see likely this winter. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so how does the Climate Prediction Center then view our next 3 months as we move through fall? Well, as you might guess, for most of the United States, they're on the right. Warm, very warm, in fact. Four Corners region, Texas, and not as much on the coast. Very similar to what we've seen. Precipitation-wise, really pointing to an area at the U.S.-Mexican border, which is seeing developing drought conditions rather rapidly right now, seeing that intensify. Really seeing our strongest signal in Southern California, being dry as we move through the fall. Too much variability in the rest of the state for them to see something where they would lean one way or the other. Let's go to the next slide. All right, the big three. On average, December, January, and February, half our annual precip shows up in this 90-day window. Generally only takes 14 to 21 days of those 90 days to get that precip because of the atmospheric rivers. The pattern they see setting up really is wetter in the north, drier in the south. Where that transition line, you see they give most of California as the buffer zone. Really hard to tell, and part of that is because of this variability that happens through the winter. It's no longer as strong a seasonal signal for them to work with. We do see with the wetter, colder, because of the way the circulation works, we're pulling a lot more Arctic air down into the U.S. So we'll see a greater number of cold outbreaks. Depends on where the air comes down as to where that is. Next slide. All right, so when I submitted the slides, this is what our atmospheric river landfall tool showed for the time. We had that one little disturbance brought precipitation to the north coast, really launched the water year. Where we're at now, you can see nothing really happening in terms of an atmospheric river, and certainly we're just seeing light sprinkles. What we're seeing are cutoff lows working their way out of the Gulf of Alaska, working their way down. This is the cold circulation. If those cutoff lows come down offshore, they have water to work with, and they can bring precipitation to California with cold air. That works well for us. If they come in over land, that becomes a problem, because that's when we get the really dry, strong north winds coming out of the deserts that then create a much higher fire risk for us. And this is the pattern. The lows come down, where they come down, where that cold air comes down, results in the risk that we see either cooler, moister air like we're seeing now, or like we're expected to see at the end of the week, dry, warm winds creating challenges. Next slide. All right, so here's how I look at the water year and really kind of build this with a few notes then to try and think ahead that we don't have all the tools in the toolbox that we'd like to have to answer, but we're mindful of them. So here we are in fall, precipitation onset. Well, hey, today, fantastic opportunity to present to you with precipitation onset. And this is fantastic because rain in October is really important for spring runoff. When we don't get it, those soils are dry when the snowpack sets up. We're losing about a minute of daylight a day in October, so the days get shorter, sun angle gets lower, our higher elevations get cooler. Snow sets up on the dry soils. When you see snowpack, it's not materializing as runoff because that dryness hasn't been satisfied. Understanding the temperature anomalies. Well, we've had the warm one here to start the water year. We're going to have the cool one here in the next couple days as this cold air moves in. Our friends up in Modoc County will experience their first hard freeze in the next couple days. So we're finally seeing those patterns of fall that we want to see, and we'll finally start feeling fall temperatures here, which I think everybody's ready for. Get into winter, as I mentioned, the big three. It's not wet or dry. It's when it's wet, when it's dry. The timing, pace, and scale of those atmospheric river storms, absolutely key to how the year plays out. In water year 21, we didn't have a whole lot of them. Well, the storms we did have were cold. Built a snowpack on dry soils, but then we also had that compounded by the warmest, driest spring on record to really depress flows and really inform us that the landscape is much more dynamic now, and we have to learn how to navigate that space. And so that's really understanding those notable anomalies. Getting into spring, the miracle marches versus the years like 2013 and 2022, where we get into the new year and everything shuts off. Then getting into summer, and we're really understanding it's not just getting through the dry season, it's really understanding how fast things dry out because it's much more dynamic, as we saw this year. We had a reasonably wet spring, yet that allowed the fine fuels to consume the available water, and then when the rapid heat set in, led to rapid desiccation and a very rapid onset of fire conditions. So really understanding a much more dynamic space we're in is what we're needing to navigate. Throw in the extreme heat events. It's not if, it's when, where, and how long. And then thing we pay more attention to, didn't happen this year, but the previous two, tropical activity. Really understanding the circulation conditions that lead to that risk. It tends to impact Southern California more, but occasionally we have instances where those systems get up north of the San Francisco Bay. Unfortunately, by the time they get up there, they tend to be drier, lead to more lightning outbreaks that create a fire danger. Ideally, love to get into the multi-year prediction, right? So expectations, possibly a dry year this year. Well, okay, one dry year manageable, but what about the next year? How can we get to that? There's research work going on, but it's still in a nascent stage. And then the framework kind of put at the bottom of the slide, really have to understand how different this decade's going to be from the last one. Understand 2011 to 2020 is very different than its peers before it, but that's now incorporated in our climate normal. The climate normal we operate to is 1991 to 2020. So part of the warming of the 21st century is now part of our average. Next slide. All right, so that's it. Happy to entertain any questions.
Really appreciate the overview, Mr. Anderson. One was just around ultimately the jet stream and kind of what advances have been going on just in understanding what the jet stream is doing with all of these, whether it's surface, ocean surface temperature, or, I know there's this kind of strange omega pattern that continues to kind of happen. It's part and parcel with, I know, the ridging that ultimately can block some of our winter storms, but just kind of wondering on the science side, what's been kind of happening and being able to better predict what the jet stream is doing, because it seems that so much of our fate is ultimately dependent on that.
Very, very much so, yes, particularly in La Nina years where that high pressure system really influences those blocking patterns and they become more prominent. We've assembled a coalition of researchers and are working with trying to identify the predictability of ridging, because it is such an important element. We have some experimental products. We'll be actually getting together in November to kind of review what we have for the year and what we'll have going forward. But we are looking at it, looking out to 6 weeks to really kind of understand those potential for the disruptive dry conditions.
That's great. Really appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for Mr. Anderson. Okay, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'd like to introduce Stephen Springhorn. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning, board chair and vice chair and board members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. And so now we're going to dive deep into the groundwater basins and understand what the conditions are in the groundwater basins across the state. We just released some recent information on that that reflects what has come into us through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and also try and look at, knowing that we're going into a La Nina year, what have those type of years looked like in our past record of groundwater conditions, to see what we might forecast coming up, coming forward. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, groundwater basins and conditions in those basins are highly dependent and influenced by what happens above the ground. And so just for some context here, snowpack any given year on average is about 15 million acre feet. The reservoirs, all of them combined in California, are about 30 million acre feet. And then we go to our groundwater basins, 515 of those across the state, and we have orders of magnitude more total storage. But the key question there is how much of that is usable in a sustainable way. And so a lot of work has gone over the last decade to understand that, and we're now getting closer to what is that number of usable or sustainable yield of our groundwater basins. So you can think of snowpack and reservoirs as our checking account, and groundwater is really our savings account that has been built up over geologic time and has a lot of water there. Next click, please. So looking at the historical storage range in any given year from very dry to very wet, on the snowpack side, we can see those very dry years like 2015 or 2022. You have very low equivalent storage of water, and then you have a 2023 water year. You have a tremendous amount of water that's coming down, and that really influences what happens to the groundwater basins. And then on the reservoir side, again, dry years, low reservoir storage, increased groundwater pumping to make up that. And then those years that we have a lot more storage, and that is distributed throughout the state, there's a lot less groundwater pumping. And so to put that into perspective of how that changes generally, the change in storage statewide is plus or minus 9 million acre feet in a given year. So a very dry year, we could see upwards of 9 to 10 million acre feet change in groundwater storage statewide. And then on the flip side of that, in 2023, we saw just under 9 million acre feet positive change in storage. So those, again, what happens in the groundwater basin is very connected to what's above ground. Next slide, please. And then this just shows you sort of that savings account or groundwater as our drought buffer and way to adapt to climate change. So this shows you from 1974 to 2021. This is an estimate from modeled change in storage for just the Central Valley. But it shows you that there's tremendous storage there, but it is being drawn down, and it has been drawn down for decades. And so you see a little jump up in the wet years, but continued drawdown in the dry years. So imagine a tennis ball bouncing downstairs. You have a little bounce up, but you have a trend down. And so that's really what Sigma is really, over the last decade, a tremendous amount of work has happened, gone into really trying to understand and work to stabilize that downward trend. Next slide, please. So we look at what are the conditions, current conditions as we go into 2025. So the big question, and I think all of our minds, is how much snow we're going to get, right? And so that really, are we going to be above average, below average? And as mentioned, that really drives then what comes into our reservoirs. We are looking really good on our reservoirs. We're above average right now. But we have the allocations also come into play, is how much of that water comes south of the Delta, because a lot of our groundwater demand is south of Delta. And so what we see, if we go into the groundwater world, is that over the last number of water years, we have a deficit or a decrease in storage of over 11 million acre feet. And if you look at that over that longer duration, that number jumps up to over 40 million acre feet of a groundwater deficit that we have. That's in the Central Valley. So we are, looking for all opportunities, as we'll talk about, to try and capture or utilize the water when it is in the system, to then have it available for when we know we're going to be experiencing these intense, extreme dry periods. Next slide, please. And this just shows, again, that trend that shows you how that over time, that we get to that 40 million acre feet of groundwater deficit. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to jump into what are the latest look of conditions we've got. And so really what we've been trying to do, as all this fire hose of new great information on the groundwater world has been flowing into us, we're trying to make sure we have improved information and access to that information, because it's paramount of importance to have using the latest information that the local groundwater sustainability agencies, the communities, us at the state, and other entities in the groundwater community have access to the latest information. And we're playing catch up, to be honest, because we are not where we need to be to have operational groundwater information, but we're working on that. So one example of how we're increasing information in groundwater is California's Groundwater Bulletin 118. This is a water code requirement for the department to publish this statewide document every 5 years, in years ending in 0 and 5. And so we are in the process of developing update 2025 of Bulletin 118, or California's groundwater. But we know that every 5 years is not enough to get information out there. So we've also created some other outlets of information. So on the right side, we have what's called California's Groundwater Live. This came up, was developed in 2020. And so this it's updated daily. It has the latest information on groundwater levels, subsidence, dry wells, well infrastructure, and other pieces of information we get. So as soon as we get it, it's live, essentially. And then to bridge that big time gap of live to every 5 years, we've created the semi-annual conditions report, which every spring and fall we put out, where we look at the latest conditions and put some context around what it's telling us, and allows us to then sort of forecast. And we really need to get better at groundwater forecasting, as Director Namath mentioned at the beginning, but what we expect going into the summer or winter. And so we are continuing to work on this, but these are sort of the 3 key pillars of groundwater information that we're working on to date. Next slide, please. So the latest semi-annual groundwater conditions report came out earlier this month on the 7th. It presents groundwater information as of August 31st, 2024. That's still a lag, but that's much better than where we've been in the past, where we've had years of lag of information of what's happening below our feet. And so this fall report, really, it's an important milestone because this fall is, as we know, 10 years of implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And so we reflect back on what has happened over those last 10 years, which is a lot, and how conditions have changed since SGMA came to be. And then we also are looking at water levels, subsidence, well infrastructure, both what's been installed on the domestic and ag well side, but also what dry wells have been reported. And then a summary of our ongoing efforts to enhance our statewide monitoring network. And then the next report will be out in the spring. Next slide, please. So really, the bottom line up front is that we've had two good water years, a great water year of 23 and an average, which is rare, as Dr. Anderson mentioned, for 2024. But that has greatly benefited the surface water, and because that influences what we see in the groundwater, it has resulted in groundwater level recovery, as we'll see in some slides coming up. But we also understand where we're coming from, which is a lot of groundwater deficit that has been built up for many years. And so again, those 2 years of wet and average conditions have not refilled groundwater basins that have been drawn down over those longer periods of time. And then the other thing, as Director Namath mentioned, as we're all well aware of and working on, is preparation for dry or wet conditions is essential and underway. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing as it relates to groundwater in a couple slides. Next slide, please. So this chart here on the right, so this is what has been characterized as the precipitation deficit. So the line shows precipitation deficit over time, and then the dotted red line represents change in storage estimated for the Central Valley. And so it shows you those match very closely, and then the red dotted rectangles show what we saw in the past La Nina years, and it's highly variable. So we've seen very, very dry conditions, very wet conditions, and how that's affected change in storage. So we need to be ready for anything, essentially, and we're working on that. Next slide, please. All right, so again, top line message, positive groundwater trends over the near term, but long-term deficits persist. So that map on the left shows our 515 groundwater basins. And it's important to note that there is groundwater basin or groundwater outside of those basins. It's very important groundwater because over 50% of the domestic wells in California are drilled in that fractured rock area. And so there's a high dependence of groundwater in those areas. Next click, please. So this is what we've seen over the last couple of years as we've been getting in annual reports from the groundwater sustainability agencies through SGMA activities. So we can start to see what the trends are like. So groundwater pumping, and we will get water year 2024 in April of 2025. So what we saw is a very big decrease in groundwater pumping from the wet 23 from the dry 22. Next click, please. We saw a big increase in managed recharge, a historic amount, the most in the SGMA era, putting that water that came down in 23 into the ground, as we talked about, and a lot more than the last dry wet year in water year 2019. Next click, please. So less pumping, more recharge equaled a big positive change in storage. But we know that we aren't celebrating that as much as we should, because we know the last 2 years of drought had a huge deficit or decline in change in storage that we're still working to address. And then next click, please. So what we've seen over the near term is that increased groundwater levels, because less pumping, more surface waters in the system, you have more recharge going in, so you have positive change in storage, and that the outcome of that is increased groundwater levels, less subsidence, and fewer dry wells. And so we'll look at each one of those categories here now. So next slide, please. Oh, and then just again, flagging the La Nina years, we saw, as Dr. Anderson mentioned, the driest periods in history and some of the wettest periods in those La Nina years. So it's really a mixed bag. It can be either very dry or very wet. Next slide. So overall, groundwater levels in the state are shown here on the map. These are percentile ranked, so it's comparing the most recent measurement in the last 6 months to the period of record. So the greener the color or blue that's very wet or above normal for those groundwater levels, and anything red or more red colored is below normal groundwater levels compared to the period of record. And these wells all have over 10 years of record to compare to. So we're in a much better spot than we were. So this chart showed about 70% of all these wells, about 9,000 monitoring wells across the state, were below normal back in 2022, and now we're at 28% are below normal, and we have a lot more wells that are above normal at 37%. But you can still see we have almost a third of our groundwater wells are below normal still. Next slide, please. And how we understand our current conditions, because we can't see groundwater, it's beneath our feet, and so we have to monitor it. So having timely information or more operational information on groundwater is essential for us to understand what exists, what's happening, and be able to predict or prepare for what to do about it. And so there has been a tremendous amount of work on this over the last 10 years. Again, there were 9,000 monitoring wells where data was collected in water year 2024. Almost 6,000 of those came from groundwater sustainability agencies submitting that for SGMA purposes. So a ton of work at the local level there. And over 2,300 of those were new to the state. So those are new wells that we now have to all of us at the local level, and everyone in the state of California can see better than before groundwater conditions in the communities and in the area basins of the state. And we've been continuing to work on that because we still have big gaps that remain. And so through a technical support services effort that we've done over the last 6 or 7 years, we've been able to install 221 new monitoring wells at 85 sites, filling some of those data gaps. And then also not just a data gap in geography, but a data gap in the frequency of data collection. Because if you have 2 measurements a year, it doesn't really tell you much compared to having monthly or more real-time, like daily data, as Ms. Bean mentioned, that's important for management activities. And so we've been able to work with our local partners and within our regional offices to install 157 new real-time groundwater monitoring sites. Those are those yellow dots on the map there. And again, that operational groundwater information is really key. So you can see we have a long way to go. That slice of the pie that's yellow is pretty small, but we're working on it day in and day out to increase that with our local partners. Next slide, please. So with the information and the monitoring we have, this is what we see. So again, over the short term, we see significant improvements in the groundwater levels, specifically in the Tulare Basin, Tulare Lake Basin, or hydrologic region. That's where there was a lot of surface water in the system, so there was a lot less pumping that occurred, and also a lot of recharge that happened. And so you see a big change, positive increase in groundwater levels. Then the middle chart there shows the 10-year change in storage at the same wells. And so you see that this is an important one also because the spring of 2014 was when SGMA was about to be passed. And so we see from the start of SGMA to where we are today. And overall, if you look at the numbers, we have more positive or increases in groundwater levels than negative decreases in groundwater levels. So we've seen some improvement, but we still see a lot of red dots on that map. And then when you look at the 20-year trend, over 50% of our wells, monitoring wells, still show a declining trend over that longer period. So again, good news on the short term, but we still work that needs to happen over the longer term. And that's what hundreds of agencies are doing across the state right now. Next slide, please. So with how groundwater levels go, which is a reflection of pumping, is how land subsidence goes. Because as groundwater levels decrease in the aquifer, it leads to either elastic, which is subsidence that can sort of come and go, or the land is actually breathing, or inelastic subsidence where it's compaction. It's just one way it gets compacted and it can never come back up. And so these maps across the right hand of the screen are from water year 2016, the end of the last, one of the last severe droughts. And it shows you the huge swing in land subsidence rates. So the red colors are over a foot a year, the land subsidence. The blues are actually rebound, where the land is coming back up because it's being repressurized. And you see the swing in wet years. You have a lot more, lack of subsidence and actually some rebound. But you see it cycles back into a lot more subsidence when we go back to dry conditions. And so if we have the next click, we look at the La Nina years and we see that big variability again of, we had some years that were really wet, like 17 and 23, but then we had the drier years, especially 21 and 22, where there was significant amounts of subsidence. And so we will continue to monitor that. We have a much more robust statewide land subsidence monitoring network. The local agencies are monitoring it on the ground as well. And so that's again, positive in that we're monitoring it better than before and we're more prepared because we have that information to work into management, but subsidence is still occurring. Next slide, please. So then we look into well infrastructure and reported dry wells. So this map on the left shows over the last almost water year, because we ended our data cutoff was the end of August. So this shows the dry wells that were reported and where they were reported in the state. And then the chart on the right shows the total number of dry wells reported monthly over the last almost 10 years. And you can see the big spikes during the droughts with more reported dry wells and then less dry wells in the wetter times. And so if you do the next click, please. So during the La Nina years, again, we saw the highest dry wells reported ever in 2021. Over 1,400 dry wells were reported statewide, mostly in the San Joaquin Valley. But then in 2023, we saw a big decrease in that. There's still some, and we think that continued, that sort of tail that's going off of the peaks is increased outreach. So there's been a lot of work, as you know, coordination across the work at the board and at the department to really address these outages. And there's been a lot of outreach to, if there is an issue, report it, and then that connects the person in need with the assistance that is there. And so I think that has been a success and led to some of these additional reports even in the wet years. But we see the most recent data, we're not seeing very many dry wells reported. We know the issue is still there. We need to be preparing for it as we are. But you start to see a little tick up here as we get into the drier months, right on the right side of that chart. Next slide, please. So then this is my final slide, and just highlighting that we're not just looking at drought or just looking at flood. We're really trying to look broadly, and this is from the state, all the way from state directives and policy drivers that are really directing us to do this. As Director Namath mentioned, is we have the climate adaptation strategy, the resilience portfolio, the water supply strategy, the water plan, and other documents that are really putting an emphasis in this holistic look of trying to manage and prepare for the extremes that have been mentioned and that we've seen. And so here's a list of some of the more groundwater related efforts that we're working on. And a lot of these sort of blend that middle road of it might be a flood action, but it helps us with drought, like recharge. So as Director Namath mentioned, we're really working on the forecasting, and Dr. Anderson mentioned this, the forecasting for not only flood forecasting and water year forecasting, but drought forecasting and impacts of that drought, and trying to have more proactive pre-positioning of supplies that might be needed in areas that we've seen or are predicting to be impacted. That really comes to the increased frequency of data collection and dissemination of that information, as mentioned. So there's some newer products. California Water Watch is more statewide. California Groundwater Live, as I mentioned, more groundwater focused. A great partnership between board staff and the department staff on developing what's called the dry domestic well susceptibility map. So looking at all the different factors together to see where are those communities that might be at highest risk or susceptible to dry wells, which is a more proactive look. And then we have the lagging indicator of after an issue has already happened, we still have that way for those dry well owners in need to report that to try and get assistance. So it's good to have both the lagging but leading indicators of that now, which has been through a lot of great coordination at the technical level with our teams. And then again, there's a lot of work on drought preparedness and drought planning through SB 552 work that's worked through by a lot of our two agencies and a lot of others. And then on the flood side, we are really advancing a lot and trying to work across agency and departments with locals to really manage those flood flows for maximum benefit and risk reduction. So a lot is work on flood mar, permitting for the groundwater recharge, all those things that are happening, which are exciting, but more needs to be done there. And then the longer term items out of the extremes, Sigma, Safer, those things that happen regardless of if we're in drought or flood, those are our long-term path to resilience and sustainability. And a lot of work is going on in those, as you know. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Springhorn. Really appreciate the presentation and impressed by just the amount of information we have better now to be able to characterize our groundwater resources, and appreciate the comprehensive approach I know we're all trying to take between our agencies, working with local managers, and importantly, communities impacted by the challenges we're facing with this erratic climate that we have, and our need to just be prepared, to your point, for both drought or flood, and taking each water year basically as it is and planning for the long term, knowing that if we are fortunate to have water in the system, managing it well in the moment, making sure it lasts through the dry times is what we're all doing our best to try to do. But it's an incredibly complex system. It's an incredibly complex state, and just very impressed though by the continued collaboration, coordination, but importantly information gathering that's helping us all be collectively better decision makers amongst us. And just appreciate this moment to be able to acknowledge the start of the water year, help inform folks on some of the work that our agencies are doing to try to work best with the resources we have, and importantly communicate it out so that we all collectively can be those better water managers amongst us. So just huge thanks, huge thanks. See if there's comment. Vice Chair, please.
Well said. I was, every step of the way, I just kept thinking of all the people that I wish could be here to hear this presentation, or, tuning in. And so the question for you is, what efforts is the department engaged in to communicate this in a way that, I know you have the reports, but unfortunately, a lot of times people don't read reports. And so I'm thinking of, presentations at conferences, with Board of Supervisors. I see Ms. Beering here today, from Farm Bureau. I think, getting it out to local Farm Bureaus, areas where there continues to be challenges, even where they've already adopted sustainable management plans. And then, of course, for those that haven't, just really concerned about implementation.
Yeah, great question. And that is something we'll always be working towards, because there's always more we can do to communicate, especially on groundwater, because it is complex, as mentioned. And really trying to break down that barrier of entry to get more information about it and understand it and how critical it is to all of our lives. And so I think some of the things that we're working on and have been working on is making those connections to the communities and those groundwater basins. So our team, working with our 4 regional offices, who have a tremendous amount of knowledge about, place-based knowledge about those regions, many relationships that they have in those 4 regional offices. So for each basin, we have a point of contact at DWR that attends meetings, that's a conduit to share information to the basins and hear the issues or challenges or successes from those basins and bring those back to the headquarters or the program team. So we have that, which I think has proven very helpful and successful, but there's more that needs to be done, because we have point of contacts in all of the high and medium priority basins, but not every basin. And so there's more we can do there. And then some of the higher level items, we now for the last several years have had a groundwater awareness week in March. I know it might be a minor thing, but it really tries to really amplify the importance of groundwater and bring in maybe new people that haven't heard about it. So our public affairs office has been doing a lot of work and also in multiple languages to try and get information out on groundwater through the different social media and different channels they have, and try and meet people where they are. And then we do send out a monthly newsletter on sort of all things Sigma that are happening, that are coming out. So that's something that could anyone can sign up for that. We have about 3,300 people on that listserv. And then some of the items on Bulletin 118 specifically, we know that comes out very infrequently, but the last update 2020, our highlights document that had sort of the pertinent information was in Spanish and English. And so we plan to continue to do that for in 2025. And so that's something that someone can have and take with them. So those are the things that come to mind. I know we will always need to continue to improve our efforts with communication, and happy to hear if there's any ideas or additional input on that.
Yeah, thank you. That's wonderful to hear. I just think, beyond the points, the point of contact and all the different methods that you have now, just thinking broader in terms of local opinion leaders, because there does seem to be a disconnect. The GSAs, they're very much involved in the technical aspects of this, but, sometimes they get down in the weeds a bit. And then when we go to community meetings, it's interesting because there seems to be a disconnect about our role, what we're doing, the severity of the conditions. And I look at slide 48, I just think it tells so much in one slide. But I would probably add domestic wells going dry, where you see an improvement. This is an improvement for the community and for their resources. And so just, making it simple, choosing some key selected slides to show the benefit to the community. This is not just a challenge for the community, but it's a benefit to enable them to protect their resource. And then the one question that I did have, looking at slide 44. So if you could bring that up, and you've got the question mark there for this water year on snowpack, and it just struck me, what about a predictive model? And once you overlay what the approved plans and the commitments that are made on demand management, and of course there's the other piece with expanding the resource with groundwater recharge, but to tell the story of where this is headed with demand management overlaid on top of it.
Yeah, that is a fantastic point. And we are working on that. We understand that with all this new information, there can be more than ever before, more of a forecast or predictive estimate of where impacts have happened. So right now we're looking at more of what has happened in the past. What are those communities that have had the clusters of dry wells or subsidence or impacts like that? And we try and understand what were the allocations that year, what were the, what was the year type, and the different factors that contribute. And so we're pulling that together, but we're working across the department at the direction of our director to look at what the surface water forecasting is doing, and how do we plug in that groundwater piece to that, because it's an important piece. It's one water, right? Surface water is groundwater. And so we are working on that. We're early in that process. And so we have been having coordination since the 2016, the end of that last drought, with state board staff. It started as the dry well coordination technical team, and that has carried on since, which has been great. And so we're sharing what the SAFER team is doing, what we're doing, and we're trying to share information on, so we start with the authoritative data so we can really have trust in the numbers that come out of it and explain the uncertainties and assumptions we have. So we are not there yet, but we're getting there. And I think we can't come too soon because we need to have that predictive capability on the groundwater side because we know the impacts are great in the groundwater side. And just going back to one of the other comments you made, that just really sparked the fact that other ways that we get to transferring information to communities is the community-based organizations and NGOs that work day in and day out with those communities. And there's ongoing coordination we have with those groups that are doing incredible work. And so I think that's another way that if we can share the latest information with those groups, then they can then distribute it through all their network, which is really important and impressive how they can communicate with the locals. So that's another area that I didn't mention, but is happening.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Springhorn.
Thanks.
Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's further comment. And we don't have commenters for this item. And so just thank you. Really appreciate the thorough overview. Looking forward to this water year ahead of us and the continued collaboration, coordination across all of our authorities and work. It's going to really require it if we're going to continue to get ahead of these challenges. So thank you. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick mid-morning break. I know I really want to get to our next item, but let's give ourselves just a quick 10 minutes and come back here at 10:47. All right, everyone, we're at 10:47. We can bring ourselves back. We are now on agenda item number 3, which we'll hear from our Division of Water Rights regarding flow efforts in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. At the top, I want to just thank folks that traveled out here today to be in person for their attendance and contributions here this morning, and look forward to what will be, I know, a robust and important discussion here before the board. So I'll hand it over to folks on staff. Raghazi, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Happy to be here today. I'm going to introduce Zach and let him run through our presentation, but I am joined here today by Zach Sawalin. He's the unit supervisor for the in-stream flows unit in the Division of Water Rights. Sorry, old world. Also Mariana Owie with the Office of Chief Counsel, and our Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights, Eric Ekdahl. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zach.
Great. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Good. Perfect. Next slide, please. Here's a quick overview of what I'll cover with this presentation. First, an overview of the panels associated with today's items, some background, and an overview of efforts under the emergency regulation. Then I'll transition to moving beyond the emergency regulation, provide a short overview of the actions proposed in the resolution, and then go over comments received on the item. Finally, I'll cover proposed next steps. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of the schedule associated with today's item. Following the staff presentation, we'll have a series of panels as noted on the slide. The last panel will include an individual from each of the previous panels and offer the opportunity for the board to engage with these representatives as part of a combined panel. After the final panel's discussion with the board, we will open up for public comment, followed by the consideration of the proposed resolution. Next slide, please. As background, we will briefly go over the general status of the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds, discuss the status of ongoing model development work, and efforts to gather data to support a better understanding of the watersheds. Finally, I'll wrap up with voluntary efforts in the watersheds. Next slide, please. While previous board items and regulations documents have provided more detail on the watersheds, I wanted to briefly note some of the watershed status conditions that underpin the board's previous emergency actions and the proposal today. The Western United States has been experiencing more frequent and severe droughts, which adversely impact both the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. Total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, were developed more than 15 years ago to address sediment and temperature impairments. In both rivers, flows are a key driver of water quality impairments. Continued low flows over recent years have impacted water quality and stream ecology. The Klamath fishery as a whole has been in decline, impacting the local tribal cultural practices and resulting in closure of commercial salmon fishing in recent decades, and with increasing frequency over the last 15 years. Next slide, please. Staff have been managing contracts from the development of hydrologic models in both watersheds. The contracts involve development of a suite of models to simulate complicated hydrology of the watersheds, including surface water flows, groundwater levels, surface and groundwater interaction, water temperature, and water demands. As you can see for the Scott River watershed, the board is under contract with UC Davis for updates to the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrology Model, building upon existing modeling efforts initiated and continued by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Siskiyou County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The board is coupling the groundwater model with a new surface water component. For the Shasta River watershed, the board contracted with Paradigm Environmental for the development of a surface water model, a groundwater model, and a water quality model that focuses on temperature. This model was initiated under the Water Action Plan and has been less active to focus on the emergency regulation in recent years. The State Water Resources Control Board has a memorandum of understanding in place with Siskiyou County Groundwater Sustainability Agency for coordinating and collaborating on hydrology modeling development efforts in this, coordinating and collaborating on hydrology modeling development efforts in Shasta River watershed. Collaboration throughout the model development will provide a mutual benefit and lead to better understanding of water supply, water demand, and surface water to groundwater interactions, as well as identification of data gaps and ways to address. Stockholm Environmental Institute is under contract to prepare a water allocation, a WEAP model, for both watersheds. These models and associated reports are in different phases of development, with some of them still under initial development and some with preliminary draft documents with staff for review. We anticipate that draft items will be available for review by the public in late 2025 and early 2026. Availability of items for review and comment will be shared broadly. Next slide, please. Developing a better understanding of these watersheds has been an important part of the emergency regulation effort. The collection and sharing of data helps support the assessment of impacts, benefits, and opportunities associated with flow and other actions in the watersheds. At a workshop in Wairika earlier this year on efficient water management that was hosted by the Siskiyou County GSA, experts with UC Davis stressed the importance that data from metering and soil moisture sensors can have by better understanding system losses, increased accuracy of applied water, appropriate times to water, and informing irrigators in ways to increase their efficiency. Access to data has improved over time with more parties collecting and sharing data. Additionally, the collection and integration of new metrics helps support broader assessment of various efforts and factors that impact the watershed's hydrology. And importantly, better data and the sharing of that data helps have a more complete discussions and engagement among the broad interest groups in the watershed. Next slide, please. As noted in the previous slide, data can support improved understanding and ideas about how to best achieve varied goals. This slide summarizes some of the types of data collected in recent years by various parties throughout the watershed. Some of these efforts are related to the emergency regulation, such as metering of groundwater wells and pivots, while others are part of other efforts, such as the collection of groundwater levels that is part of the Siskiyou County Groundwater Sustainability Agency's efforts, Scott Valley Irrigation District's groundwater recharge project, or fish surveys and connectivity reports conducted by CDFW. The collection and integration of such diverse datasets will help evaluate various factors that may be impacting flow and help inform efforts moving forward. Next slide, please. The emergency regulations set minimum in-stream flow requirements and provided authority to curtail water rights to meet those flow requirements. It also allowed for groundwater local cooperative solutions that reduce groundwater diversions earlier in the season than would occur with curtailment. Many factors influence hydrology in these watersheds, including evapotranspiration rates that are impacted by smoke from fires, planned and incidental groundwater recharge, groundwater levels, and diversions. As noted on this slide, during the emergency regulation period, staff have observed higher stream flows, improved water temperature, habitat, and groundwater levels which benefit the fisheries. The emergency regulation has also accelerated staff's understanding of the watersheds, increased dialogue with key parties, and resulted in some lasting water efficiency improvements. Next slide, please. And now turning to some photo points taken in recent years by the North Coast Regional Water Board staff in the Scott River watershed. Specifically, this slide shows photos taken downstream of Young's Dam. Young's Dam has a fish ladder and flows below are a good indicator of fish passage and stream connectivity needed for spawning migration. In the upper left, you can see the conditions in August 2021 prior to the first emergency regulation. In the upper right, you can see the improved connectivity and flow in 2022 when the emergency regulation was in effect. The two lower photos show 2023 and 2024. Photographic data like this can provide insight into types of changes and experience in the watershed over time. Such improved conditions are likely a result of various factors. Evaluating this type of data in combination with other data sets can help with an improved understanding of the watersheds and how they may respond to various actions. Next slide, please. Similar to the previous slide, this shows the changing conditions further downstream on the Scott River below Eller Lane. Again, you can see the dry conditions in 2021, mild improvement 1 year later in 2022, and then the flow and connectivity in 2023 and 2024. Next slide, please. Staff are working to compile and assess data and information to better predict the Scott and Shasta watershed's hydrologic behaviors to help inform implementation of the emergency regulation, understand the hydrologic response in different years, and help inform how future actions or conditions such as groundwater recharge, groundwater elevation, and curtailment may impact the hydrology of these two watersheds. Data and information can be used to help assess watershed, include but are not limited to the hydroclimatic components shown in this slide. The purpose of the next 3 slides is to share ways that data can be compiled to look at different data sources relative to one another to identify trends, relationships, or potential factor for further investigation. This figure compares the flows at the United States Geologic Survey, or USGS, Fort Jones gauge, which is shown in the dark blue, with the minimum flow requirement in red from May through September 2024. This example shows how 2024 summer flows in Scott were influenced and responded to the hydroclimatic conditions, precipitation, snow water equivalent, and groundwater level while the emergency regulation was in effect. Cumulative precipitation is the shaded blue background, while measured groundwater data show the depth of an average wells across the Scott Valley as compiled by UC Davis. The bars on the left side show the rank of year 2024 among the last 25 years of water, or from the year 2000 to the present. For example, the rank of year 2024 in terms of the number of days meeting the minimum flow requirements is 21, demonstrating that only 4 years in the last 25 years better met minimum flow requirements during this period. Even though 2024 it was below the 25-year median for precipitation and close to the 25-year median for May snowpack. Next slide, please. This slide shows another example of the type of data compilation and comparison that can be done with the same information shown in the previous slide. This graph shows this data over multiple years, specifically September 2020 through September 2024, and adds in information about when the emergency regulation was in effect, which is shown as a shaded area. Next slide, please. And one last example of how you can look at flow, precipitation, and snowpack information for similar water years. This looks at the July through September time period in the Scott River watershed for similar water years. For reference, the red line is the minimum in-stream flow requirement at the Fort Jones USGS gauge. The legend on the right shows the water year, so in this example, 2000, followed by the percent snowpack in May, 108% in 2000, and the percent precipitation, 116%. Next slide, please. Similar information is provided for 2004, which had a lower snowpack and precipitation. Next slide, please. And here is 2012. Next slide. And finally, for this year, 2024. Under emergency regulation, 2024 flows outperform flows of all previous years with a similar snow and precipitation. The factors associated with these improved flows are under assessment and likely are the result of a combination of factors, including potentially higher groundwater levels, implementation of groundwater local cooperative solution, curtailments, groundwater recharge, reduced evapotranspiration associated with the fires, and other factors. Next slide, please. Both of these watersheds have had considerable voluntary efforts and public investment in the flow and habitat improvements and diversion management. It was in light of this base of initiative and dedication and creativity that the local cooperative solution program for the emergency regulation was developed. The adoption of the emergency regulation has sparked new and increased discussions in the watershed related to planning and on-the-ground projects to address fishery needs in the watersheds. These discussions build upon past relationships and voluntary efforts and includes ideas for projects and proposals by the agricultural interests to improve flow conditions through more voluntary efforts. A further result of the emergency regulation is efforts towards enhanced coordination among tribes, the agricultural community, environmental organizations, and local, state, and federal government bodies. Private and public funds are being spent on improvements in infrastructure, restoration projects, and irrigation improvements to reduce water use. Next slide, please. A primary focus of today's item is how we move beyond the emergency, year-to-year management for flows and fisheries to something that provides more certainty for all interested parties. This includes the recent request for permanent flows in these watersheds, elements involved in establishing longer-term flows, and the estimated timeline associated with such efforts. Next slide, please. The State Water Board has received requests from tribes, fishing organizations, non-governmental organizations, and CDFW to establish minimum in-stream flow requirements in both watersheds. The request emphasized the dire state of the fisheries and the urgent need to set permanent in-stream flow requirements. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the elements for establishing long-term in-stream flows. Elements involved in establishing flows include development and peer review of the scientific basis for the flows, and a determination on the approach that would be used to implement the flows, which could include one or a combination of the approaches listed here. Folks are most likely familiar with the regulation given the emergency regulation that has been in place recently. Other regulatory options include a policy for water quality control, which would set flow standards to be implemented in a second process, and an adjudicatory process that could involve water rights hearing and/or reopening the adjudications. Voluntary implementation is also an option on its own. And
Apologize, Zach. There was a brief interruption there with some sound. If you don't mind repeating kind of what you had just said, just for clarity for folks. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So I'll go back to folks. So folks are most likely familiar with the regulation, given the emergency regulation that has been in place recently. Other regulatory options include a policy for water quality control, which would set flow standards to be implemented in a second process, and an adjudicatory process that could involve water rights hearing and/or reopening the adjudications. Voluntary implementation is also an option on its own or in a combination with another approach. The board also needs to perform an economic analysis and comply with the California Environmental Water Quality Act, CEQA. Throughout this process, there will be extensive outreach and engagement, including tribal consultation. And next slide, if we're able to. There are various factors that influence the timeline associated with establishing.
Yeah, one moment. Sorry, Zach. I think
Hearing room's gone dark,
Yeah,
so
one
we need
moment.
to pause so folks online can hear us in a minute.
apologies for technical issues. 1 second.
Looks like we're live again, so we should be able to go back. My guess is it about the time that we started hearing the other microphone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just start. Apologies, folks, for a technical issue there. We'll restart the slide here when things went on mute.
All right, sorry about that. So this slide highlights the elements for establishing the long-term in-stream flows. Elements involved in establishing flows include development and peer review of the scientific basis for the flows and a determination on the approach that will be used to implement the flows, which could include one or a combination of the approaches listed here. Folks are most likely familiar with the regulation given the emergency regulation that has been in effect recently. Other regulatory options include a policy for water quality control, which would set flow standards to be implemented in a second process, and an adjudicatory process that could involve water rights hearings and/or reopening the adjudications. Voluntary implementation is also an option on its own or in a combination with another approach. The board also needs to perform an economic analysis and comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Throughout this process, there will be extensive outreach and engagement, including tribal consultation. Next slide, please. There are various factors that influence the timeline associated with establishing long-term flows, including the complexity and controversy associated with the effort. Establishment of baseline flows to provide bare minimum fishery flow needs, similar to the emergency flows, are less complex and controversial than development of flows that vary by water year type and require more flow in wetter conditions. Water year specific flows are more complex and require more time to complete the scientific and economic analysis for the water year specific flows and establish balanced flows across year types. There is a desire to prioritize and ensure baseline minimum flows in all water years in the near term. A rough timeline to complete the applicable elements is estimated between 2 to 5 years. This includes a scientific basis and economic analysis, a regulatory and/or voluntary approach, and CEQA compliance, and recognizes that some elements may occur concurrently. Next slide, please. That brings us to the proposed resolution, which has two parts that focus first on actions in the long term and second on actions for the immediate term. In the long term, the proposed resolution directs staff to develop a report on the scientific basis for baseline minimum flow requirements in the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. The proposed resolution further directs staff to initiate an economic analysis of impacts for the implementation of baseline minimum flow requirements, considering fishery and agriculture impacts, and to continue development of models and data collection that may inform the baseline and any later efforts. Staff are to report back to the board on these efforts by no later than November 2025. In the immediate term, the proposed resolution directs staff to solicit input regarding the readoption of the emergency regulation and what, if any, changes would be appropriate to the 2023 emergency regulation. Staff are also directed to solicit proposals for alternatives to readoption of the emergency regulation, with an emphasis on alternatives that are supported by diverse interests in the watershed, enforceable, implementable at a local level, and extend longer than a one-year term. Next slide, please. This slide highlights core themes from the diverse public comments received on the draft resolution. Some of these topics will be expanded on by the panels and commenters you'll hear from later today. Comments include varied thoughts on the existing minimum in-stream flow requirement related to the requirements being too high and noting the need for more support, versus comments that there is sufficient information for both baseline and the broader recovery flow. There were also comments noting the need for recovery, not just baseline flows. Comments also differed on the topic of implementation, with some supporting voluntary approaches and others noting a desire and need for flow requirements. There were questions on what the process moving forward looked like, and the desire for ongoing engagement with specific mention of the GSA and tribes. Process steps and engagement were discussed earlier in the presentation. Other comments included desire for consideration of other factors influencing fisheries decline, the need for economic analysis of impacts to agriculture, and comments on the emergency regulation and whether to readopt for 2025. These comments relate to and will be addressed in part by the board's direction to develop a scientific and economic analysis, as well as solicit input and alternatives to the continuation of the emergency regulations. Next slide, please. A change sheet for the proposed resolution was issued yesterday, October 15th, in response to comments received, and provides supplemental information and clarifications to several of the whereas provisions, as well as direction to staff in the therefore be it resolved section of the proposed resolution. Next slide, please. A quick overview of next steps. If the proposed resolution is adopted, staff plan to release a notice soliciting input on the emergency regulation readoption and alternatives, bring an item to the board in December or January related to the readoption of the emergency regulation and alternatives. Staff will also initiate work on the scientific basis and economic analysis while continuing modeling and data collection efforts. Staff plan to engage with interested parties as we move forward on these efforts and report back to the board on the longer-term work by no later than November of next year. That concludes the staff presentation. We're happy to take any questions at this time or move to our first panel, which will be the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything here at the top, and hearing none, we can move to the panels. We can, we'll have further discussion as we continue to unpack things. So thank you. Good morning to you both. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, apologies. The mic may not be on. There's a button there at the base.
There you go.
All right. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Robinson. I'm the Klamath Watershed Program Supervisor for CDFW, and I'll be presenting today on the long-term flow setting process for the Scott and Shasta. Next slide. I wanted to begin with a brief summary of this presentation. I'll first review the trustee role of the department, and then I'll present an update on the status of fish in the Scott and Shasta this year in the light of dam removal actions on the main stem. Next, I'll present information and data related to the need for baseline and long-term flows on the Scott and Shasta rivers. I'll then provide a background on the emergency drought regulation, including CDFW's role in local cooperative solutions. And in closing, I wanted to discuss water years and walk you through how many it takes to raise a salmon of a single brood year in river, emphasizing the need for year-to-year in-stream flow protections. Next slide. As trustee for California's Fish and Wildlife Resources, CDFW has jurisdiction over the conservation, protection, and management of fish, wildlife, native plants, and habitat necessary for biologically sustainable populations of those species. Next slide, please. This January, removal of the remaining 3 hydroelectric dams on the Klamath began. Since then, the river has experienced several events of increased suspended sediment and associated dissolved oxygen sags. The most recent events occurred during the final breach of the cofferdams in August and September. CDFW has been working with basin fisheries managers on assessment of water quality, fish health conditions, and management options throughout this process. Recent DO crashes of 0 milligrams were localized to the area near the dams, and condition downstream were improving quickly by the confluence with the Shasta. We've been closely monitoring the adult video weirs on the Scott, Shasta, and Bogus Creek, and to date, we have through the Scott weir, this is a correction to the slide there I had to submit a few weeks ago, we have 51 through the Scott River, we have 1,029 through the Shasta River, we have 11 through Bogus Creek. Additionally, we have 10 back to the Fall Creek hatchery, and yesterday, 1 successfully spawned female, along with 2 lives, was found on Jenny Creek in the dam removal footprint. We know that fish have evolved with sediment, and adults are equipped to quickly seek out better water quality conditions. Refuges to the main stem conditions exist in the tributaries to the Klamath. We'll continue to monitor these conditions as we move into the wetter season ahead. Next slide. Scott and Shasta fish habitat challenges. Scott River fish populations are a fraction of what they were 50 years ago. And while coho salmon numbers are showing a bit of improvement, in some brood years, Chinook salmon populations are getting lower. Access to the valley for spawning at the right time is key, and this is becoming more and more of an issue as we continue to experience declines in snowpack and water demands remain high. The systems become fragmented due to the lack of surface flow connectivity, leaving isolated habitats during base flow. Fish populations in the Shasta River are in a similar situation. Although Chinook salmon appear to be doing a bit better, coho salmon extinction risk remains high. Access to valley habitat for spawning is of concern. Attempts over the years to purchase water have occurred in an effort to bolster those flows. Summertime base flow habitat conditions for fish are also fragmented in the Shasta due to water quality barriers such as temperature and dissolved oxygen. Many of these aquatic conditions have been presenting themselves for a number of decades, and the fish population estimates indicate these are not favorable conditions to restoring these species. Next slide. Baseline and long-term flow setting process in the Scott and Shasta rivers. Next. The department has expressed its support for the long-term flow setting process proposed by the petitioners here today in previous meetings. On May 3rd of 2021, the department sent the State Water Board a letter subject titled Scott River Best Available Scientific Information for in-stream flow criteria and potential next steps. This letter outlined the threats facing coho and Chinook salmon in the Scott River due to low flow conditions and provided an overview of the scientific information available as a starting point for assessing in-stream flow needs. We've had several presentations to the board on the populations of salmon and steelhead in these rivers over the past 3 years during workshops and hearings on the emergency regulation, but also during other department efforts. The population trends indicate these species are in need of protective flows. We encourage utilization of the flow study plans developed by the department for each of these basins for a long-term flow setting process and support continued modeling and data collection efforts. The flow study plans can be found on our website at the hyperlink listed here. The department also understands that a long-term flow setting process will take some time, and so we support a baseline minimum flow requirement for both the Shasta and the Scott River until the long-term process is completed. Next slide, please. We do want to recognize and identify the existing extensive in-stream flow studies that already exist in each basin. Here is a list of those studies for the Scott and Shasta rivers. These studies can provide useful information for the baseline minimum flow requirement, scientific basis report, and the long-term flow setting process. Next slide. Goals of the CDFW emergency drought flows. I feel it's important to describe the fundamental approach we took when we were asked to provide minimum drought emergency flow recommendations. These are often referred to as belly scraping flows. These flows were not intended to be the basis of the development of long-term in-stream flows for the Scott and Shasta. The three main objectives were to avoid the extinction vortex caused by poor genetics, minimizing catastrophic events, and maintaining life history diversity. We also want to minimize or avoid further exacerbating fish stock collapse. And our third objective was to acknowledge for every fish that every CFS matters. Increased flows result in better access to habitat, mitigating temperature impacts, and necessary food production. Due to the nature of the regulation asking for minimum flows, we did not include a modeled temperature standard into our recommendation. Generally, we know cold water inputs at higher volumes tend to reduce temperatures as the surface area to volume ratio decreases. We're continuously trying to increase cold water flows and eliminate warm water inputs. Next slide. Next, I wanted to present the results of implementing the emergency in-stream flow recommendation for the Scott and Shasta for the past 3 years. Next slide. There's been a lot of discussion and concern from the agricultural community related to the 50 CFS summer flow on the Shasta River, so we would like to provide you with additional information and data that the department's been collecting and analyzing. We relied heavily on the McBain and Trush flow study for the Shasta River Canyon when developing criteria for the emergency regulation. They used 2D modeling and direct habitat mapping to estimate stream flows, which would provide high-quality habitat for juvenile salmonids in the canyon. They also evaluated whether the recommended flow maintained a water temperature that was below lethal salmonid thresholds. The report was unable to conclude without further study if the canyon would be a viable life history tactic for juvenile salmon and steelhead, mainly because the temperature analysis did not establish curtailment of water rights as a means for increasing the flows in the canyon. However, CDFW did observe reduced temperatures in juvenile salmonids rearing in the canyon during snorkel surveys implemented during the emergency regulation in 22, 23, and 24. You can see improvements graphed here. The red lines during the June through July 2021 time period represent water temperatures during the emergency regulation when flows varied between 8 and 33 CFS in June and July of 2021. We believe the temperature improvements to the Shasta Canyon were due to increases of high-quality spring water from junior water right holders who were curtailed during the regulation. Next slide. CDFW staff also focused snorkel survey efforts in the Shasta Canyon this year to understand those habitat changes and fish utilization during the improved base flow of 50 CFS. After seeing salmonids rearing every week in the canyon, we decided to seek out the microhabitats that may be supporting them during times of day when the water temperatures were high, acknowledging there's a diurnal pattern in stream as well as microhabitats that can offer colder areas. Survey crews noted deep pools with little visibility, and we questioned if they may be stratifying. Water pool stratification is the process by which a body of water forms distinct layers with different properties such as density, temperature, salinity, or oxygen. Typically, you'll see the greatest stratification occurring at the heat of the day in July, when your ambient air is at its peak. We plan to revisit pools in the canyon and instrument them with continuous temperature probes next year to capture these trends. We were able this year to instrument a few pools with temperature probes at the end of August, and we did see a difference between the top and the bottom of the pool, noted on the graph depicted here. Additionally, we surveyed an area known as Salmon Heaven. This habitat is complex, contains several side channels and cold water seeps. The map on the left of this slide depicts some of the important microhabitat features noted by crews in that area. On the next slide, I will share a photo of the location circled on this map in red. Next slide. We visited the Salmon Heaven side channel at approximately 50 CFS and again at 70 CFS to assess if the side channel to the cold water seeps was connected to the main stem Shasta and accessible by fish. This side channel was completely disconnected at 50 CFS, and cold water seeps were upwelling in a dry channel inaccessible to fish. You can see from the photo that the side channel was flowing and connected at approximately 70 CFS. This is consistent with the McBain and Trush Canyon flow study. Next slide. I wanted to highlight an effort this summer that had significant impacts to rearing juvenile coho, specifically in the French Creek watershed. French Creek has consistently been one of the preferred west side tributaries of the Scott River for coho salmon and spawning and rearing. The proposal for the French Creek Local Cooperative Solution indicated isolated pools downstream of Highway 3 with thousands of rearing coho in them during base flow. The department was seeking access to understand fish and habitat conditions through this LCS. Working with our partners at the Watermaster District, the department negotiated flow thresholds from July 1st through September 30th, and you can see those thresholds on the left of this slide for the FCC compliance point. Given French Creek's natural cold water condition, we did not think temperature would be of concern, and that was confirmed during weekly dives in September, but should be reevaluated from June to August as well. The agreement was signed at the end of August, and our first chance to dive was on September 10th. Flows were meeting the threshold of 3 CFS at FCC, and I've included a quick video here to show the free-flowing condition of this reach. If you wanted to play the video, I can keep talking while that's on. It's a few minutes. So as you can see, fish appeared happy and healthy, but we also wanted to recognize that this is at the current population level. We're well under the recovery target, and 3 CFS appeared to provide room for the population to grow. But eventually 3 CFS could be limiting. This is why we negotiated the flows and requested access to evaluate conditions for fish. This reach was fully connected to the Scott River during our dives in September. This was a great starting point for sharing information and developing a relationship with landowners and the Watermaster District on trying to manage flows in stream for both agriculture and fish. And the Watermaster attended the dives with our crew, and so there was a lot of information sharing on the ground there as well. Next slide. Emergency drought flow effects in the Shasta River. We did see habitat improvements in the Shasta with the implementation of these regulation flows. Oh, I'm sorry. Scott. Sorry about that. Emergency drought effects in the Scott River. Tributary data from the flow gauges of both French and Shackleford Creeks, 2 of the most productive coho salmon tributaries in the Scott, showed higher flows when compared to the base flows of 2020 and 21. Groundwater data shared with the department showed higher levels at base flow and at recharge during the implementation of the emergency drought regulation in 22, 23, and 24 when compared to the 2020 and 21 groundwater elevations. You can see the provisional data in the graph to the right for the last 5 years. Improved snowpack and local groundwater recharge projects as well as LCSs have all contributed to this improvement. This data indicates to us that flow conditions on the west side tributaries as well as the groundwater elevations were improved during the implementation of the emergency drought regulation. Improved surface and groundwater conditions support connectivity during migration of salmonids, and we appreciate all the local efforts that have contributed to this positive trend during the implementation of this regulation. Next slide. Emergency drought flow effects in the Shasta. We did see habitat improvements in the Shasta with the implementation of these regulation flows. Water temperature analysis by the Regional Water Board staff showed temperature improvements during the 22 curtailment. Other years are still being analyzed. The benefits that we're seeing were also consistent with the temperature modeling effort developed by Watercourse Engineering for the Shasta River in 2003. CDFW conducted fish surveys and sampling in the Shasta Canyon during implementation of the regulation, which I spoke of on an earlier slide. This confirms adequate temperatures existed for at least some portion of the summer during base flow. During the fall, Chinook migration through the Shasta Canyon during the month of September can be tenuous. I've included the USGS Shasta River near Wairika hydrograph from 21 to date. Base flow improvements seen during the implementation of this regulation were at times up to 40 CFS over the drought year base flows. The Shasta River sees an average of 6,500 Chinook in the fall. Low flow, high water temp, and fish density are conditions that can accelerate the spread of certain diseases and potentially lead to fish kills. Improved surface flows as seen during the regulation were beneficial at reducing those risks. Next slide. In summary today, I wanted to present this table on the right for our understanding of the salmonid life cycle with respect to water year types. On the left side of this table is the year and number of adult coho salmon entering the Scott River. Fish are migrating to spawning grounds, finding mates and spawning, eggs are incubating, and juveniles emerge and rear through the summer base flow. This all occurs in one water year type. Next to the adult column, you can see those water year types listed for the last 15 years. The new water year begins October 1st. Coho continue to rear and then out-migrate the following spring during the second water year type. So 2 water years are experienced in river by coho salmon through the various life stages. The same is true under normal conditions for Chinook salmon who migrate into the Scott in September, typically, which is the tail end of one water year. They spawn, incubate, rear, and out-migrate in the second water year type. And we do see these September flows in the Scott as critical for Chinook adult migration and distribution in the first water year, which has been presented previously to the board. So like the coho salmon, 2 water years are experienced in river by the Chinook salmon as well. This supports the need to have minimum flow thresholds to maintain species protection year to year. Thank you for the time today to present this information, and in closing, I'd just like to reiterate CDFW's support for the development of baseline minimum flow requirements, and we feel that LCSs may be a valuable tool for future consideration at meeting those flow thresholds. We're also looking forward to collaborating with all parties in both watersheds in providing information on the scientific basis report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Really appreciate the contributions of CDFW to this discussion. I know we're all here collectively trying to make sure that we have a common understanding of the impacts of the curtailment, the benefits ultimately as well, and the continued need for this in-stream flow work. And so just really appreciate the data, the information, the openness, and the transparency ultimately with all of this. It's really heartening to see some of these early indications of the benefits of the curtailment work. So thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for CDFW. Vice Chair, please.
Thank you for their presentation. And my questions for you, I just want to preface by saying that I do support the need to go forward and establish some long-term baseline flows. So these questions are not meant to challenge whether or not we need to go forward, but really looking to set the tone going forward and determining what information do we have now and what gaps are out there that could be filled in this short-term process. And so, and I'd like to invite our staff to join as well if you have any comments regarding further data that could be collected or monitoring as we go forward in preparing the scientific basis report and the regulation. So that first question has to do with, you did mention that, I think it may have been specific to the Shasta though, that you have been collecting this information, including monitoring, but further study is needed. So could you talk a little bit more about that?
We were learning a lot in the Shasta Canyon, but we weren't surveying the entire summer period in there. So once we were realizing the 50 CFS was a contentious number, we decided to focus our efforts down there and see what we could learn. So we were under limited time, limited staff, limited funds, and we were only able to gather the information that we could. And like I had pointed out in that graph, you know, there's more information we could look at to understand the temperature that might be happening in those stratified pools, understanding if there's other locations of cold water inputs that maybe would be accessible under a certain flow or not, you know, so there's more areas of microhabitats down there for us to understand. That's specific to the Shasta, but.
Right. Mr. Harris, did you have anything?
Yeah, I would just like to add to one of the things is, you know, we count fish, we look for fish and everything like that. So we would also look to the board staff and also look for other things we should be collecting down there. You know, if we're down there in the canyon and we're putting in temperature probes, and are there other things that board staff or other constituents or other partners would like us to be looking at that we could potentially do as part of the data collection process? Feedback on that would be, I think, very beneficial.
Okay, that'd be great. And then I think I'm just going to show my ignorance here, but, you know, with the focus on the canyon and temperature in the canyon reach, are you looking at, I know that some would like to see the focus be, you know, more in the upper watershed. And so are you looking at the relationship there between, say, temperature in the canyon versus upper, and then also fish habitat upper versus the canyon? And when you monitor, do you monitor for both?
So we have limited funds, like I was saying, through the summer. And in previous years, during the implementation of this regulation, we have had staff in all areas in the Scott River Canyon, in the Shasta Canyon, as well as the Big Springs area. Now, in the Scott River, we do have other collaborators that are doing surveys upstream in the valley. And we've recently funded the Karuk tribe in particular with a couple grants in the Big Springs property, which includes monitoring for salmonids. So they were able to conduct some dives this summer in the Big Springs area while we focused our efforts in the canyon. And I would say moving forward, giving limited staff and limited funds, we will rely on partners to help us address understanding the conditions for fish across the watershed. There's also restrictions with landowner access in certain areas of the watershed in which we're really relying heavily on our collaborators to get that information that we're not able to obtain.
Yeah, that being said, and understanding that we do have very limited staff up there, you know, we have been in contact recently with participants in the Safe Harbor Reach about doing more surveys up there. And so while we do want to, you know, be clear about the fact that we do have the limited staff, we are looking at different alternatives to see if there's something we can do up there as well. So we are in conversations about hopefully trying to find a way to get some of those surveys completed.
Great. Yeah, I think it'd be helpful, and don't know what to suggest, but, you know, just encouraging the ongoing collaboration to determine, you know, there's probably some information that's just going to take too long. But if it's limited funds, limited staff, what can be done sort of collectively to get the additional information that you need? Because I think ultimately we're looking for a fish response and want to be able to, you know, best evaluate that. Ms. Wagazi, did you have anything to add?
I don't have anything in particular to add to the conversation that's been going on here. I do anticipate that we will be soliciting input from all parties about what information they think we should be considering in the development of baseline flows. So a lot of that information that's available was provided as part of this presentation, but we will go out and see what else might be available for us to be considering as well.
Great. Okay. And then I know that there's also ongoing concern in the ag community about Klamath Dam removal. And so we just want to get a better sense of, thank you for the slide on the impacts. what will be evaluated as part of this? Because there are these impacts, temporary, but they're out there. And so looking at how this could be incorporated but not get us too far afield with the focus on being Scott and Shasta in terms of limiting factors.
So I think we've talked a little bit about this on the side, and I am not the fisheries person, but I will say this and then springboard Mike or Crystal can add on to it. As Crystal was mentioning, these fish evolve under multiple water year types, right? So they are dealing with a lot of different circumstances, a lot of different conditions, those that occur in the tributary, in the main stem, and then out in the ocean. So as we look at populations and numbers that return, we'll have to consider what was going on in those tributaries, main stem, and ocean during that period of time to sort of look at all of those factors together to go, oh, well, maybe the population is lower because we had increased turbidity in the main stem during that period of time. And so we would expect that maybe we didn't get as good a crop coming back. But I think that's an ongoing challenge in all years to sort of assess what all the factors mean and how they influence that population. But obviously that will be a consideration in the years to come because this was a major event that occurred in the watershed.
I'm just going to add one thing to that too. I think it's a little early today to talk about what we think the potential impacts were of dam removal. And I think the facts that, we do have a depressed fall run situation where we've closed commercial fishing. You look at the Central Valley right now. I no longer work in the Central Valley, but it's my understanding that places like Clear Creek and Battle Creek, which are historically kind of fall run powerhouses, are not seeing the numbers. It's a little early to look at Antelope, Cow Creek, Deer Creek, Mill Creek, and stuff like that because they usually turn on after the first snow melt. First rainstorms and it starts getting cooler. But overall, looking at the Shasta runs right now, where when we put the presentation in last week, it was I think 50 fish or something like that. Now we're up over 1,000. So I think we're a little early in the data processing and collection right now to really start talking about what we think the impacts are in terms of this run this year from the dam removal.
Oh, I absolutely understood. I'm
Okay,
not, yeah.
No, I just wanted to, because I'd love, and I do really want to highlight the fact, I think that that Crystal said earlier that, in the dam reach area this year, for example, we've had fish returning to the Fall Creek hatchery. That's a brand new hatchery. We've seen our first spawned out female in Jenny Creek, which is a tributary in the dam reach, that has historically not seen anadromous fish since I think it's in the Iron Gate reach, right? Since 64. So, the fish are starting to respond. We have adult monitoring stations and adult monitoring going on in all the tributaries. We'll be doing juvenile monitoring, similar to what we do in the Shasta, Scott, and Bogus on tributaries in the dam reach area as well. So I think we're going to start getting a lot more information, hopefully shortly, that will be able to probably answer your question better.
Great. Just looking for assurances it'll all be fed into the analysis going forward. Okay. Gosh, I had one more and it's not coming to me, so I'll just hold off for now. Thank you.
One more exciting thing, only because salmon aren't the only fish in the world, although they're super important. We also detected our first adult lamprey coming up in Jenny Creek through our camera station, which is really exciting too. So for people that like fish out there, which we all do. So
Yeah, incredibly exciting moment, and certainly learning a lot as we're managing a very dynamic system. And to your vice chair's points, appreciate that there's concern from folks, it can unfortunately be reduced sometimes to an either or. It's like, the dam impacts, if there are negative consequences to the fishery, I think sometimes for folks it then says, well, why are we doing all this work in the Scott and the Shasta then if there's some greater stressor out there? And I think, what we're trying to do is make sure we have our most comprehensive understanding of all those stressors and importantly, the contributions. And here, it's not lost on me that it sometimes I think puts even more emphasis on the work in the Scott and the Shasta because they are a refugia ultimately to what may be poorer conditions sometimes in the main stem. But to Vice Chair's point, I think it'll be important to make sure we just tease out that information and continue to communicate and work with folks that are having those concerns as to dam removal impact. But, the long-term trajectory certainly, as we're seeing early signs, is improved access, improved habitat, and ultimately temperatures as well. So appreciate all that. Any other questions from board members? Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on, I think it's slide 7, around long-term flow setting process, and I'm just wondering, you mentioned that you have your that you have plans developed, but can you talk more about what's needed and what work is planned to look at long-term flows beyond sort of what we're focusing on or proposing to focus on here around minimum baseline flows?
Yeah, so what we were referring to is the Normandow study. It's actually a study that was done by the Normandow consulting firm, but it's actually an in-stream flow study process that was developed by the department for both the Shasta and Scott. It was a pretty intensive process that was developed. It was in response to some previous efforts that had gone on in the Shasta and Scott, and it's something that's available that we still support. It's fairly well laid out. I think some of the work that's been done, some of the preliminary stuff is been completed, so it's pretty much ready to go. And it's just something to consider, because I think implementing something like the Normandow study or looking at as the basis for starting a long-term flow study process really moves us forward in the timeline, because we've already got something set up that's gone through. The primary issue there, was related to access. So, moving forward, but I do feel that we're in a different period now. I'd like to think so, where access may be less of a problem with all the coordination collaboration that's going on. So it may be a good thing as we move into a long-term flow setting process to start really looking at and seeing what's been completed, what hasn't been completed, and maybe putting a timeline to it if that's something that the board is interested in pursuing.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, board member. Not seeing anything further from the dais. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Appreciate the presentation. Look forward to the further discussion and work here. We can go ahead and transition then to our next panel, which I believe is from the Scott petitioners. And I think the panel after that will be Siskiyou County and the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So we'll welcome up the Scott petitioners.
We're here by Zoom.
Good to see you, Mr. Tucker.
Likewise, apologies for not being there in person. I should have my colleague Nat Kane and Councilmember Troy Hockaday on Zoom as well.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning. Good morning.
And do we have Councilmember Hockaday here?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning to you three.
Everybody.
Well, we appreciate you guys having us here by Zoom. And apologies again for not being in the room. We just couldn't make it happen. And some of us are in faraway places today, like Spain, but we're Zoomed in. I think I just want to take a few minutes. I don't need a lot of time here. And I think I'm just going to start by letting Councilmember Hockaday begin in talking about why we're here and why this issue is so important to the Karuk tribe.
Thank you, Craig. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you, council member.
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here in front of you guys again. I would like to say thank you for the presentations I heard today, and I just want to say a little thank you for everybody who helped with the dam removal. Dam removal was going to be a success. We still have some things that we're doing, and you guys heard all the good news today about things that are happening in the Mid-Klamath. But also, I just want to state, because at the end of this presentation, I heard one of the board members want to know about the impacts of what's going to happen. For all the studies we done, with dam removal, it's going to be a little slow process. We know we were going to have some fish kills, but the number one goal, and it's always been, is the Shasta and the Scott flows, is because they were the main artery for 100 years for coho and false Chinook in the Klamath Basin. Mainly the upper basin was for spring salmon and the coho. So most of the fall Chinook, went up those territories. It's nice to see fish returning. Thank you guys. Just wanted to let you guys know a little bit about that. But I'm here today, and I appreciate the presentations that the Fish and Game showed. It showed studies that the flows are working on the Shasta and the Scott for fish migration. Last year, I got to be up there at French Creek and see the first coho hit the French Creek. That was the neatest thing. It was nice to see them hit there. I happened to be there at the right time. Also, I would like to let you guys know, for the first time in over 20 years that I know of, a drift boat went down the Scott River in December. My friends took a drift boat through Scott Valley and still had fish for the first time. There was a few places where they had to get out and push the boat across the rocks, but a drift boat got to go down and fish the Scott River just because we had the flows. So that was a big thing. I mean, I just want to put that out there. I mean, it was great to see that. It was awesome to see that. I think also that with these flows, it's not what we want permanent, but it's a start. If you guys take away these curtailments in February, we have to start all over. We can't stop. We have to leave these short flows in here until you guys come up, because we can't wait 2 to 5 years and go backwards with the fish population that's happening in the rivers right now. So 2 to 5 years without any flows is going to be hard on the fish population and for our culture. We're planning on having our first salmon ceremony this spring up in the Shasta territory. So these are exciting times for everybody on the Klamath right now, and to take away the flows, even though the dam's coming out, it's going to hurt a lot of these ceremonies and our people on the river. So I'm going to leave it up with the experts, with Craig and our staff there to keep the presentation going, but I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited, and I hope you guys really look at it. And like I said, I'm going to say it again. We can't wait for 2 to 5 years. We need to keep the flows as they are now until all the studies are done for long term. I appreciate you guys listening to me and taking the time to hear what I have to say. Yotwa, and hope to see you guys soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that. I'm just going to have a few more comments, and I'll have Nat Kane kind of close for us with some specifics. And I hear people being concerned about the negative impacts associated with dam removal this year, but there are some pretty positive impacts associated with dam removal this year too. This might be the first year since we discovered Microcystis aeruginosa blooms around 2012 in Iron Gate Reservoir that I have not seen the river posted with signs that say, "Don't touch the water." So we've alleviated these massive blooms of toxic algae. They were undoubtedly a problem for fish and certainly a problem for humans. And we really didn't see, we saw a decline in fish-related diseases like sea Shasta. So what we thought would happen with dam removal is really starting to happen. And if we really want to take full advantage of these opportunities afforded by dam removal, we have to have our nurseries, places that spawn and rear on the Scott and Shasta, restored. You've heard a lot from the agricultural community, and I'm sure you'll hear more today, that they're collaborating with Karuk, with other tribes, with other NGOs. And so why do we need all these rules and regulations? Well, there wasn't a lot of collaboration going on before these rules and regulations, I can tell you that. And I'll say it before and I'll say it again. Regulation is the mother of collaboration. We're seeing it here. I've seen it in the Upper Klamath Basin. I've seen it in watersheds all over the state. When regulatory agencies fulfill their obligations the way you are here, it does incentivize folks to get together and start working together on solutions. And the other thing I'll just say, I did this morning, I looked up the Siskiyou County Agricultural Report, because the goal here is not to punish agriculture or hold back the economy of Siskiyou County, but I can say that we haven't done that. So if you look at years from 2019 to 2022, which is the most recent year where data is available, the economic value of the alfalfa crop in Siskiyou County has actually increased over that period of time. It was worth $37 million in 2019, and it was worth $51 million in 2022. The number of acres cultivated really hasn't changed. It was over 30,000 acres in 2019. Excuse me, over 32,000 acres in 2019, over 30,000 acres in 2022. Really hasn't changed that much. And the overall ag production in Siskiyou County has gone up from 85 million in 2019 to 98 million in 2022. So what I think the case being made today is that the E-regs serve as a pilot program. They're working. You just heard it from all the scientists that presented before me. There's more water in the river. The water that is in the river is of better quality, and there's more fish habitat in the river. And you can just go back and look at the numbers in the ag report. It hasn't had this disastrous impact to agriculture. So, if the E-regs are a pilot program, the results are that do more of what you're doing because it's working. And then I'll pause there and I'll have Mr. Nat Kane, who represents the tribe, speak to more specifically to the proposal in front of you today.
Thanks, Craig. Thank you, Councilmember Hockaday. My name is Nathaniel Kane. I'm here on behalf of the Karuk Tribe of California, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, Institute for Fisheries Resources, and Environmental Law Foundation. I want to start out by thanking State Board and CDFW staff for the thoughtful and informative presentation. And the reason we're here today and what I want to talk about is the desperate need for long-term flow protection in the Scott and Shasta rivers. I'm going to focus on the Scott, but much of what I'm saying here applies equally to the Shasta. So as we presented last summer, the phenomenon of decreasing flows in the Scott River is relatively recent. Prior to the 1980s, achievement of the CDFW recommended 62 CFS in September was frequent. But since the 1980s, and especially since 2000, these numbers have almost never been met. Wet years now, without the E-regs, see drought year flows. This change has happened within living memory and without the required public trust consideration by the State Board. As a result of this yearly dewatering, fish populations have plummeted, with devastating results both for tribes such as the Karuk and for the commercial fisheries. The Scott has experienced coho returns below or near the depensation level of 250 coho over the past several years, and well below the recovery level of 6,500 coho. Finally, previous regulations have not worked to help these species recover. Whether it's the adjudication, SGMA, the TMDLs, or non-regulatory notices of water unavailability, none of them have provided the flows or the species recovery that are necessary. Only regulatory action by this board can provide the ecologically necessary flows while covering surface water, groundwater, and the adjudicated zone as well as the non-adjudicated zone. And under the analysis we put forward in our petition, a regulation is the best available legal tool to achieve those flows. And we agree with the draft resolution that yearly adoptions of an emergency regulation is not sustainable over the long term, but neither is condemning the Scott to drying up every single summer. Which brings us to today's hearing. The draft staff report is progress, and we are thrilled that the board is making progress. The peer-reviewed scientific report and the economic analysis are necessary elements for future regulation. And we could not be happier that the board is proposing to take steps towards achieving those important requirements. I will note that we certainly hope that the economic analysis should look at impacts to fisheries and to tribes from benefiting from a regulation, because the commercial industry has just been devastated, and this is a major industry. But the board can and should do more. And I think with the rest of my time, I want to focus on moving beyond the baseline flows and towards looking at water year specific flows. because the baseline minimum flows are insufficient for recovery. They were explicitly calculated to provide only minimum survival requirements for fish. And in the Scott, we've seen that those flows are not enough. When the Fort Jones gauge is at 30 CFS, meeting the emergency minimums, there are still significant issues elsewhere in the basin, especially the Shackleford, where there have been fish rescues every summer that these emergency regulations have been in effect. And that shows that, that minimum flow is just not a good enough proxy for recovery conditions in the Shackleford and in other tributaries. Moreover, the issue in the Scott is that water extraction is so efficient that the river sees sub-drought flows even in wet and normal years. It is not a solution to defer consideration of biologically adequate flows to some unknown future date. If the board is going to take action by studying these issues now, it should take this opportunity to study flow requirements for all water year types. It does not make sense to move forward with a significant study that doesn't even consider flows that might be adequate to help those species recover. And this is especially true in the Scott, where CDFW has already provided the state board with a flow recommendation that is applicable to non-drought years. The draft resolution should be amended to include consideration of those flows from the 2017 CDFW recommendation and higher flows as appropriate in very wet years. Last, I want to say that we support the resolution's direction to consider readopting the emergency regulations for the 2025 season. Without them, no matter how much precipitation we end up receiving, the Scott and the Shasta are at severe risk of experiencing drought conditions. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Thank you, Mr. Tucker, and Councilmember Hockaday. Appreciate your contributions here, the continued work together, and looking to see if anyone at the dais has any questions off the bat. Not seeing any. Thank you. I look forward to what's going to be further discussion here for sure, and the continued coordination and work. Next panel will be Siskiyou County and Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Call folks up. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Yeah, you may need to turn on your mic. Apologies.
There we go. Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Matt Parker. I'm the GSA Plan Manager for the Scott, Shasta, and Butte Valley groundwater basins. We thought it would be important for this process to provide an update on the very beginning of our SGMA effort. And so with me today, I have our SGMA lead, Dr. Laura Foglia. I have Chairman and District 3 Supervisor Michael Kopseth and District 5 Supervisor Ray Hout. So we just wanted to provide what we've been working on over the beginning of GSP implementation in Two Valleys. Next slide. So I don't need to run through all this, but as you all know and stated in the resolution is that DWR approved the GSPs for the Scott and Shasta Valley, and we are full blow into implementation. We are very grateful to have received an implementation grant from DWR, and we're working on data collection, monitoring. Along with that, we'll include an economic and fee analysis in terms of impacts from SGMA. We're also developing recharge projects and numerous other actions all related to our GSPs. As some of you know, we've been working with your staff on our Shasta model. We have an MOU to work with them. We want to continue that and increase our interaction with both staff and the board in terms of our SGMA implementation. We have SGMA authority, and we want to work with other agencies as needed to develop a watershed-wide management for these two watersheds. And to highlight the work we're attempting to do with others is with our GSP development, we had groundwater advisory committees made up of multiple stakeholders, agriculture, environmental, tribes, residential municipals. And this is the only public forum in the Two Valleys that have allowed multi-stakeholder input. And we think that was really critical in terms of allowing our GSPs to be approved. And it's a great forum that I hear from the committees to discuss processes such as permanent flows. And so we want to build that ability to use our advisory committees. Next slide. As you all have as well, the GSA has a requirement to meet the needs of all beneficial users of water. One example we're working on is developing, and we just recently submitted a 180-day temporary water application to the board for a recharge project in the Grenada area. Over the past few years, between drought, surface water supplies being restricted, we've seen a increase in notices from residential users in that area regarding water concerns, dry wells, impacted wells. And so what a perfect opportunity to use the Grenada Irrigation District's infrastructure to provide recharge. So that is fresh in the queue. I want to compliment the staff I worked with at the permitting department. They were excellent to work with. Although we are not able to include benefits to fish and wildlife in the application, it's something we're going to monitor with this effort in terms of added groundwater measurements, stream flow measurements, et cetera. We've begun initial coordination with Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Karuk tribe in terms of how biological monitoring will occur. And as part of this recharge project, a water availability analysis was submitted with the application, and that includes looking at the flows in the current emergency regulations. So I'm going to stop there and turn this over to Dr. Foglia.
Thank you, Matt. And next slide. So I would like to take you through all the work that the GSA has been done in the past, honestly, 10 years, just because we started with the basin boundary modification, we started right after Sigma has passed. So I don't know if you remember, but the original Bulletin 118 boundary for Shasta was just a little sleeve on the western side of the basin. But there was an agreement between the stakeholders that it was important to look at Shasta in its entire area. And that's what we did in 2017. And then 2019 is when really all the work with Sigma started. So as Matt said, the GSPs have been approved, and we are now working on really implementing. So there is a lot happening. I have to say that plans were submitted in January 2022, and the work on implementation started right away. It's not the same everywhere, but we understood the importance of not stopping and keeping the momentum going. So what we are doing is a lot of data collection and sharing. And I have there is a public website that will be available for the free basin that the GSA is developing. It's actually already live, but not all the data are there yet. But this will be probably a great place for the public to go and for all the interested parties for checking what's the data that are collected. And we are also doing a lot of project implementation. I will go quickly later through the projects that have been already funded through Department of Water Resources and through other agencies. Some are funded through CDFW. And we keep doing a lot of stakeholder engagement. That has been key because there's no way to collect data if we don't get the stakeholders to work with us. Because we need, the grants need stakeholder approval for landowner access and land access and so on. So a lot of the work that we have done in these past years is really getting to know the community and work with them on what needs to be done. Next. So just to give you an idea, this map is to show the orange dots are the twice per year Department of Water Resources groundwater elevation data that were available before 2019. What we have now is the orange plus the green. The green are actually groundwater levels and temperature continuously monitored, and these data get to our server via telemetry every night. So just a few numbers: 29 new wells, one flow station, one flow station in the ditch, one snow station thanks to the RCD in Shasta, 2 rain station, and a lot of geochemical sample collection, with the idea this geochemistry is really telling us a story about how the water is moving in the basin. Next. Similar for Scott. Actually, Scott, it's even more impressive. We have 41 new wells. So we are really looking through the entire basin right now. And 2 new flow stations, 7 stations in the ditches, 18 rain stations, because now we are thinking it's important to understand what comes into the valley to really be able to fully understand the water budget. And then we keep doing this geochemical collection just to really understand when is the water getting into the river, where is the best contribution from groundwater into the stream. And a lot of these data, honestly, were installed in the past year, since when the DWR grant really got in place. So it's not that we have a clear presentation of results right now, but they are there. Next. And what is ongoing now, which I think it's a great success in terms of community engagement, we are working on a plan to measure evapotranspiration and also all the tributary inflows, both in Scott and Shasta, to refine the water budget. You have heard about the models that have been developed in Scott and Shasta. The Scott model has been developed over the past 13 years. Shasta is younger. But we have some collaboration with the cooperative extension, and we kind of came up with a good idea that has been really well received by the community on how can we refine the uncertainty in the models that we are developing. And the evapotranspiration numbers, together with a better sense of the inflows, is probably what is needed. And I want to acknowledge the effort in Scott Valley for the tributary inflows comes from a grant that has been proposed by the Scott River Watershed Council and Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. So we are working with them on helping on the best location and also trying to make this process as fast as we can. Next. So I will not take you through everything, but in the GSP, we have a number of different projects that we highlighted in the chapter that is called Project and Management Action. They go from enhancing recharge to crop change, irrigation efficiency, also some kind of demand management, and then studies like groundwater surface water interconnectivity studies. The studies are really what helped us with all the data collection that we are doing. And this is, for example, for Shasta. Next. Similar picture for Scott, even if in Scott, actually, because the model was already there and a lot of science was already there, in Scott we were able to move a little bit faster in terms of having some concrete application. And next. I would like to take you through some of the results of the project that has been the most successful in this past year, which is the Scott Valley Irrigation District Managed Aquifer Recharge Project. Finally, after many years of trials, we were able to really make it happen this past winter. And next. So we are trying to evaluate the results of these projects. So if we take what we had in the groundwater sustainability plan, in the plan we were looking at all the scenarios, and our perspective was we understand that 2015 was already, let's say, a bad year. It was already what DWR and Sigma call undesirable results. So we need to do better. So the way the approach we used to define our project was to look at how can we reverse the surface water depletion through management projects. And we use the model to quantify this reversal in the depletion. And we are looking at the period September-November, which is kind of one of the critical fall time. So if we take as an example the managed aquifer recharge in January through March, the model was telling us that implementing a solid managed aquifer recharge project, we were going to be able to eventually reverse the depletion by 13,000 acre feet per year, which is about a 10% of the total depletion that we would like to achieve. And next, if we put this number a little bit in perspective, really, it's really important to look at year by year. And unfortunately, it's still October, so here we are talking about November, so our numbers are not all there yet. But if we take this 13,000 and we divide also over the 28-year period of our groundwater model, it means that we need to provide to the stream something like 464 acre feet per year in average. Next. So what did we do this year? Scott Valley Irrigation District managed to recharge 2,539 acre feet between January 15 and March 31st. It was on 10 different locations and 260 acres total. So a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders contributed. So if we look at the total volume recharge in 2024, we are not saying that the entire 2,500 contributed to the river in September through November, but for sure, if you remember the number that we had before, the 464 acre feet, for sure there was a big contribution really coming from this managed aquifer recharge project. The data collection that we are wrapping up by the end of November is really showing that the water that has been applied between January and March didn't make it right away back to the river, which is really what we want. We want to see that the water stays in our storage, in our bank account a little longer. And hopefully our model and all the geochemistry and groundwater level data that we are collecting will help us nail down the story. Even if it's not, this single project is not making it up for 464, but for a part of it, that will be kind of a success. Next. And so some concluding remarks. The GSP implementation is moving fast. We understand Sigma has a 20-year time frame, which is probably too much, but we really moved right away on data collection. And the data will be accessible, and we really hope that it will be a way to increase the collaboration and between all the groups and agencies that are invested. I also want to acknowledge that the stakeholders across both valleys are really coming together, and that's why we have been so successful in collecting so much data and also making these projects happen. Because also, designing and finding stakeholders willing to flood their fields, and it's extra work for everybody, so it's an acknowledgement. And I really believe that the way we design the data collection and our models for both Scott and Shasta right now, in the way we design it is really going to provide the good science that will help with the management of the basins. Thank you. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. You know me as District 5 Supervisor, and thank you for coming to the Valley many times on our water tours. But I'm also here to speak to you today as a retired federal public land manager, as a California registered professional forester, and as a former college instructor of upland hydrology and forest ecology. So I'm one of the few panel members that's not going to focus primarily on agriculture and fish today, but I want to open your eyes a bit to the greater watershed impacts that we wrestle in Scott Valley and ask for your help on some of those. So the Scott River Basin is often referred to as a bathtub with a hole in the bottom. It's an oversimplification, but it does reflect the fact that it drains quickly every year. So with that said, historically, there's a lot of factors that have led to the current impairment that we see in this watershed. Tribal landscape burning tapered off in the late 1800s. to be picked up by early settlers in support of grazing cattle and sheep in the surrounding mountains. After that, this practice was effective in keeping upland vegetation in check until 1935, when the U.S. Forest Service issued a cease and desist letter to anyone burning on public lands punishable by criminal offense. That began the period of densification of the upland that we see today. So between 1935 and 1952, logging activity was associated with mining and homesteading, and the first commercial sales, because of infrastructure problems, didn't occur until 1952 in Scott Valley. I won't go into great detail, but you've observed what the dredge mining did to the Scott River, as well as after the 1964 flood, the Army Corps of Engineers channeled the river and really changed the river geology and the substrates, speeding up the river and even accelerating that quick draining that we see today. Large-scale forest manipulation dramatically ceased with the listing of the spotted owl in 1993, and it continues today in a diminished period. It can't keep pace with what was the historic disturbance regime in these mountains surrounding the valley. In 2012, I led a team to study the effects of vegetative change from historic levels to present and how those changes have diminished the Scott River flows. That was led by Dr. York of UC Berkeley, a forester, and by Dr. Bales of UC Merced. You probably recognize his name in water research in hydrology. We did that in Sugar Creek, which is a vital salmon tributary. And we found a number of things. We compared a historic reference in 1935, which we had photo record of, and it was just after the cessation of burning, to current, and found that upland densities were 4 times today what they were then, and all of the meadows and snowfields have been filled in with either brush or white fir that affects both the snowpack and the ability to store water in the upland part of the watershed. So it's the water loss is incalculable as the amount of water coming into this system. The east side of the valley, which is often referred to kind of as a desert, it's in a rain shadow, was only vegetated with grass and a few trees in the drainages, and now it's dense juniper and brush over the entire landscape. So we have a complete loss of groundwater recharge from the eastern side of the valley. So with that said, catastrophic fire has become the single largest threat to my communities as a result of this densification. In the past 6 years, 1 million acres of forested land have burned in our county. 1,000 homes have been destroyed and 10 lives have been lost in Siskiyou County. 8 of those were my constituents, 4 of them close friends. I will say that I call out these tragedies mainly because what this board considers, I want you to consider the greater effect of some of the water restrictions placed. I know that we need to improve the flows, but there are other things that we also need to look at in this watershed to improve flow. Scott Valley is unique in that we have a Scott Valley area plan. With that uniqueness, though, it also forces all of the home development into the urban interface, smack between the valley floor and the public lands that are in horrendous shape, which places all of my citizens at risk. That area of the valley is also interspersed with Ag 2 lands that are secondary water rights and often go unirrigated. That provides fuel continuity that threatens all my homes in that valley as well. So I implore you to consider the water restrictions on the fuel continuity associated with that threat to the greater public when regulations are imposed, or how we might be able to modify those to allow a greater community.
Supervisor, if you could pause for a minute. Apparently we've lost the Zoom feed again.
No.
Apologies for the technical interruption.
Sorry. Online, we have reestablished the Zoom feed, so we will have the supervisor resume. Apologies.
Thank you. As I was saying, fire is a big threat. One of the things that our county did last year is we processed a permit for the Kidder Creek Youth Camp. And it was my interest, because I'm a student of fire and of forestry, to recognize the public safety threat of putting children in a box canyon in a high fire danger area. We got a modeler from the U.S. Forest Service to model fire spread, and we started a fire in the model near the origin of the Kidder Fire from 1955 using historic fire parameters, and burned that fire for 10 years. We burned it with and without irrigation. With irrigation in the Ag 2 lands, in 10 hours it did not reach the camp, which the camp is about 3 miles away from the origin. We ran it without irrigation, and in 10 hours it went completely through Mill Creek, into Quartz Valley, over Chaparral Hill to the outskirts of Fort Jones. So that's how critical fire is to the protection of my communities. So I leave you with a couple of thoughts. There are many issues in the Scott that are a result of cumulative impacts compounded by over a century of upland practices. And they run the full gamut. Uncoordinated federal and state policy are just a few, but there's a lack of management on the public lands that puts all of my citizens at risk. I ask you to put pressure on the Forest Service to manage their lands. They are the biggest consumer of water in this valley. It's not even a debate. It must be managed, and it must be managed within historic levels. I ask you to use your regulatory authority on them as well to make that happen, because they're reluctant to do so. When considering tweaking a valve, shutting off a gate, those kinds of things, I ask you to look at the unintended consequences and the connected actions of the greater public safety threat of the citizens that I represent. And finally, in summation, I've been working in this watershed for 27 years as a professional. I've seen the changes in the attitudes with people. And yeah, there's some holdouts that you're not going to bring along, most likely, and they're always pointed to as the average, but I can tell you that's not the average anymore. Everybody talks to me about how do we fix this. And I'd like you to seize that opportunity, to work with me. And I'll offer my expertise and whatever influence I may have in the watershed to help you get that done.
Thank you, incredibly, Supervisor. Supervisor Karchef.
I realize we're over time here, so I'll be very, very brief. One, I want to thank you each that have been to Siskiyou County to tour on the watersheds that we're talking about today. Board Member Morgan, we're more than welcome to roll out a tour for you anytime you want to come, so just give us a call. I just want you to realize that Siskiyou County took a lot of heat for even taking on SGMA. From our constituents, and I hope you see the gain that we've received by keeping it local and grassroots. I realize that we have to have regulation, but those regulations that are imposed, especially as we grow in this time, be flexible is all I can ask, and help support our GSA and the plans that may come through. Even from our constituents, the plans that come through, we need your support in helping to find those things that are good in those plans and those things that need work on that you can help direct us in keeping it in place. I think the GSA also is a place where we can actually work together in a way that we haven't had in the past. I know we are now, but I think there's even other elements that we might be able to exercise with regard to that. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, incredibly, Supervisors. I really appreciate your continued leadership And, the MOU that we have with you on groundwater modeling, I think is a prime example of the ways that we can continue to work together. I really appreciate the update on the works of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, the plans, the projects that are being contemplated. Obviously, how groundwater is managed is intricately, connected to our success here on in-stream flows. And what I definitely feel is a lot more momentum and a relationship here, and trying to just get the best science, get the best information, so that from there we can all collectively figure out how we can use our various authorities to achieve the outcomes I think we're all largely here aligned with. There can be disagreement on approach, and here the board is looking to continue to be flexible while still here ensuring that we maintain a floor. And so just thanks again. I think the MOU that we have with you, the continued joint scientific effort that is on the table between tribes, between the county, the state, locals, and agree that, that one of the biggest keys to our success here is ultimately that trust with local landowners and connecting them to the work and the understandings that we're all trying to develop here. So just thank you. I know this work is not uncomplicated and it doesn't come without a lot of tension, but really just appreciate the continued working relationship I know that we have here with the county to try to do our best with, circumstances that, are here, some in our control and a lot of them beyond our control oftentimes. So huge thanks. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's comment or question. Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. This was very helpful, and really appreciate you all taking the time to be with us today. Question for Dr. Foglia. The model that you're developing, obviously it's a groundwater model and it's in the context of Sigma, but through the work that you've had with our staff and consideration of possibly expanding the use of the model, just want to get your thoughts on how you see, whether you see the possibilities of expanding the model such that you could integrate groundwater use with what ends up in the stream, including tweaks to timing that could possibly assist in achievement of the base flows, whatever those base flows are.
Yeah, actually, we already extended. Our models are not just groundwater model. We call them integrated hydrological model, and they are in the same way for Scott and Shasta. And so for Scott, obviously, is already well developed and peer reviewed and everything. Shasta has been reviewed by USGS, but it's really coming together now. I have to say, right now we have something that I can confidently start using for making decisions. So, and it includes, we have a watershed model that really looks into precipitation and runoff. So it gives us the amount of water that, let's say, enter into the groundwater basin. And then in the groundwater basin, we simulate stream flow, agriculture, water use, and the groundwater. So it's already all connected. Our data collection with this continuous groundwater data, plus all this geochemistry, we really created a big connection with a couple of universities to look into geochemistry, is starting really giving us some answers on where are the key locations, where the groundwater flow is really providing the critical base flow for the river. And we are really wrapping up the first year of results in the next month or two. So I would say the models that we have, it's a collaboration between LWA and UC Davis, and we do it in the same way for both Scott and Shasta. And yeah, even if Scott was kind of the first one in line, and just because it started we started 2012 with modeling Scott, but Shasta is kind of catching up, and we are using a lot of the lesson learned from Scott, and they are applied in Shasta. So we really have a big picture, and we are also starting working with USGS because they have their Klamath natural flow study you probably heard about. They already did the upper Klamath, so Butte Valley is included, but we are working with USGS staff to coordinate on that as well for Scott and Shasta. And actually, they said that our models seem to be solid enough, so they were willing to just incorporate the Scott and Shasta model into their USGS effort.
Wonderful. Thank you. Look forward to the results.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. So I wanted to follow up with the GSA on the GSP development. I know, you know, the evolution of even just requirements around things like interconnected surface water and groundwater dependent ecosystems is phasing in over time, and guidance on that is just recently started to come out. But I wanted, you know, given that clearly there's such a interconnected surface water, groundwater interconnection and groundwater dependent ecosystems in this, or groundwater dependent flows, especially in this, these two areas is, can you say, so heard a lot and I'm really excited about all of the studies and models and data collection. Is there work being developed around management actions or minimum thresholds and objectives and that kind of work to do more than just continue to develop the studies? Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So just to say, I think the Scott and Shasta GSPs are the only two GSPs that didn't use groundwater level as proxy. You probably heard about it for interconnected surface water, because we really, for Scott, we really used the model to evaluate this depletion, and we decided, okay, we need to make something that is better than what we had. And Shasta, we were using some of the actual data from diversion on the most recent year. So, and then we promised that by 2027 there will be a new minimum threshold. So I think all the studies that we are doing is really they are really going toward the direction of telling us a little bit more the story about the quantity and the timing of these connection between surface water and groundwater, which is basically also what we need to provide to DWR for our updates. And we also had some collaboration with the Nature Conservancy on trying to understand their perspective on GDEs, for example. So we're trying to put everything together right now, but we are clearly we clearly consider the need to better understand our minimum threshold. If what we set forth in 2022 needs to be changed in 2027, maybe something will need to be changed, and that's part of part of the game with Sigma, right? These plans need to be live documents and we need to keep updating. So I think most of the work we are doing right now, it's really on looking at interconnected surface water and how we can use all the Sigma work to start answering some of the questions.
Definitely an iterative process as we're all continuing to learn across it. Thank you, board member, and thank you for those responses. Not seeing any further questions from the dais at this moment. We still have two additional panels, Siskiyou County Farm Bureau, then Shasta petitioners, and then a discussion panel that we're supposed to have thereafter. I'm looking at the clock here. We're already at 12:36. We could try to get through a couple more panels, but I still feel that we'll need to take a break for lunch before we get to the discussion panel. So let's actually just go ahead and take our lunch now. We'll be able to come back then, and we'll start with the Siskiyou County Farm Bureau panel, then Shasta petitioners, and then we'll have a discussion. But let's go ahead and refresh ourselves and not get too hungry here amongst each other. And so let's go ahead and take about an hour. And so we'll plan on coming back here at 1:40, and then we'll continue on. Thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long morning so far, and I think we want to make sure we're pacing ourselves here for the rest of the discussion and into the afternoon. So thank you very much. Again, we'll see everyone in about an hour and appreciate everyone's contributions so far. All right, everyone, we're at about 1:45. We can bring ourselves back. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. And we are here still on, make sure I get my item numbers. Item number 3, our consideration of a proposed resolution regarding the flow efforts in the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. We're in the middle of working our way through panels, and I believe our next panel now then is Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. Just like to call folks up.
There we go. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
To the board, I'm Ryan Walker. I'm the president of Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. I'm here with Gary Black, who is an organic producer in Scott Valley, and also as a consultant on virtually every restoration project in Scott and Shasta Valley. And then I'm also with Brandon Fawaz, who is a producer on Reach 9 in Scott Valley and has been working with this board and CDFW all the way back to 21, before that, but 21 on some of these slow policies. I don't think it's useful for me to retread some of the things we've said in the past. Obviously, we have concerns about endless serial emergency regulations and about the basis for the governor's order. That's fine. That's well established on the record. And some of our other concerns, I think the board has been responded to some and well, they've responded to all of them. Sometimes it was no, but that's fine. We can accept that. But it's good to be back here kind of dealing with this resolution. And I think what we'd like to do in our panel is first review the draft resolution, the draft resolution and the recitals. On a specific level, I know there's been changes in the change order, so I appreciate the changes that were made. I think I hope there's still some room for some others. I'll probably skip over some stuff, leave it for the Q&A, and then I'll turn over to Gary and to Brandon to sort of discuss sort of broader high-level issues and our experience with the E-regs that might play into this as well. Let's start, if we can, with the recitals. I think I don't want to be nitpicky on the recitals. They're an important part of setting our common understanding. It may surprise you, but we've often been in situations as farmers where we've gone back to a agency and it's a whole group of people that are different than we dealt with maybe 10 years earlier and have no institutional memory. And so this recital, these recitals are a place where we can lay out our common understanding, the board's common understanding of the state of play at time and how we got here, and it's something we can look back to when, in the distant future, maybe we're not all the same people. And so we want to make sure that it's a balanced set of recitals. Some of these have changed. I want to talk just a little bit on recital 8 here. I think recital 7 was accepted. Recital 8, the change, was partially accepted. I'm not entirely sure why it's impossible to say that the coho in the Scott Valley have been increasing. I think that's an established fact that CDFW has noted. I think, our general concern about the recitals is they're a bit unbalanced, and we think unbalanced against ag producers. This would be one case where there's plenty in the recitals to discuss the struggles and challenges of salmon. I think maybe the successes should be discussed as well. If we went to the next page, in recital 14, we asked to take out the discussion of the food web. I don't believe there's any data that our low flows have impaired food web. In fact, in the Shasta, I think our food web is perhaps the best in the state, and certainly in certain parts. And so I just want to be careful when we're making these broad statements about what the consequences of low flow in these rivers have caused. I think I'm not sure there's the basis for the food web, but that's probably a small point. Recital 14, or the new recital on the Klamath Dam removal, is probably my largest statement, or my most important statement on the changes. And we've heard a lot about dam removal today. I think our position has been characterized by everyone but us so far. And I want to be clear, we have more hope for dam removal than probably most people. If dam removal solves the parasitic load problem, if it solves temperature problems in the main stem, we've been complaining about main stem conditions for years as being the real factor in salmon decline. All of that aside, it doesn't do anyone any favors not to recognize that there is, I think what even Aaron called a major event on the main stem. It's $1 billion project. It's a big project. It's impressive. I've seen it firsthand, and it's a big project. There's consequences to that. The EIR mentioned there would be consequences to that. We're not saying anything that the agency itself hasn't said, and we're seeing those consequences. If we go to the next slide, this is salmon returns this year on the Shasta River. And we've heard these numbers also today, but what's not being taken into context is they are dramatically below where they should be. And that's not due to a normal decline. The Northwest Pacific Fisheries escapement estimates tell us that we should have a good year. All evidence from the mouth and the Yurok fisheries suggests this is a good year. And so the fish haven't made it to the Shasta yet. Now, our hope, I believe the hope of everyone here, is that it's simply been delayed, that the turbidity simply delayed it. Maybe that's the case. I certainly hope that's the case. I believe Mr. Robinson gave a new number today, which was over 1,000. Depending on when that is, that's good news or bad news, because if it's from today or even yesterday, it means the run's tailing out. That's not great. If it's from, Saturday or Sunday, then we're probably still on the upward load. But you can see from that black line at the bottom, this is a traumatic event. And we're not trying to cast blame. We just don't want to take the blame. And I don't want, 10 years from now when we have a whole nother board to say, oh, look, there was this big drop and that must have been part of all this flow issue here. We're just asking that the recitals make mention that this thing is happening with uncertain effects. That's all we're asking. Just so there's something in the recitals we can point to down the road and say, this thing happened, we didn't know how it affected. I would love to wait 3 weeks and see what that black line on the bottom of the graph there does, but the resolution's today, so today's the day. And regardless what that black line does, there's a lot of effects in dam removal. We all hope they'll be great, but there's going to be some negative effects as well. So I just think the recitals have to mention that, and it shows, I don't want to say bias, but it certainly to my constituents feels like bias that it's not mentioned. Let's keep moving down as well. I think if we go back to one slide. The recital that is used to be 15, it suggests that these watersheds are all sort of these private farms. That's not the case. We're just a little sliver of the watershed. The vast majority, and the recitals don't mention this, the vast majority of our watersheds are public lands, certainly in Scott Valley. They're a big part of the problem, big part of the solution. Should be in the recital. It just gives the impression that there's this sort of big complex of small farms sucking all the water up, when it's, even in the worst case scenario, it's a small complex of farms that are sucking all the water up, and it's not. It's a lot of forest and a very, very small amount of farms. If we move to the next page, I think new 19 and 20. There's some discussion of the emergency proclamation later in the recitals. The recitals go through a lot of the regulatory or the statutory authority. I was surprised that the governor's order was not mentioned, and it seems like there's an attempt to stay away from this idea that this whole process started in an emergency drought. And the cynic in me says it's because we've had 2 wet years, and it doesn't sound too good to say in our recitals that this is all based on emergency drought. But it is what it is, and we're not trying. That's it. Probably should be captured in recitals. And then there's, I think, in recital 30. One more, the next page. I think our sort of a general comment that comes up is a discussion about the GSA and how they should be discussed in the recitals. They really was pretty quiet about the GSA. They're the only ones taking hydrologic data. I mean, they're doing all of the work, and I'll talk about this a little more as we get to the resolution, but I do feel like a discussion of the precise model we're talking about, because there are multiple models in the Scott and probably in the Shasta as well, and then a discussion there would be good. Let's move on to the next page of the resolution for the sake of time. Next page. Okay. I appreciate that some of this language has been brought in. I think we asked for a broader report, not just limited to flow. I know this regulatory body deals with flow, but I think these other things, including the decrees and other things, need to be part of this broader peer-reviewed report that comes out. It needs to be a robust report. And then the new C, I think it's our hope, I'm not saying it's certain, it's our hope that a voluntary solution may come out of this rather than long-term regs, and I just hope that that's why that new D is added, is that we could bring that in. And then again, bring some of the language was given about local data being collected. I would really wish we could have a statement about the GSA is going to be the primary source of a collection of local data. There's, we already heard today that Fish and Wildlife doesn't have the money to do the monitoring on this to tell us what these flow cuts that we're giving up are giving us in terms of habitat. And that's frustrating to us that we're hearing that there's no money to see whether what we've done the last 4 years is working. And so you add to that there's these multiple layers of studies that have been going on, whether it's the Water Action Plan, whether it's Sigma, whether it's the stuff under this reg, whether it's even the TMDLs, and how much is being duplicated at what cost when we can't even do the studies on the ground is frustrating. And, I don't know all the details. I do know that in the Shasta Valley, we've got UC Davis, who has been involved with the GSA for a long time. The Water Action Plan has brought in Paradigm, which is actually taking more of the GSA's time to have to coordinate with that. And I don't understand it other than to say, I think the resolution should be clear that the board's going to work in conjunction with the GSA to develop the groundwater surface water modeling, because that's where there's been buy-in. That's where there's this Sigma process that has been developed. And then just if we go to the next page, I think the last thing I'd say is I appreciate the one change there, but on 2, it talked about enforceability. I'd like that language that we added, simply because sometimes enforceability is social pressure. Sometimes enforceability looks different and doesn't always look like some hard backstop and regulation. I think we can come to compromise agreements that very well likely would be enforceable, or would come to pass and achieve what we say we can achieve, but whether they're technically have enforceable mechanisms, those are more difficult things. And so I just want to make sure there's some flexibility when we're looking at these voluntary agreements. With that, I'm gonna kick it off to Gary and get his thoughts.
Good afternoon. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think one of our first points we'd like to talk about related to the resolution is that it's becoming time that the Scott and the Shasta processes need to separate from each other. The lumping of the Scott and the Shasta decision-making processes is going to become an issue that's difficult to track. And in fairness on how different these two watersheds are, I know they're right next to each other, they're about the same size. Some of the cropping's the same, things along those lines, but they are very different: volcanic, non-volcanic, alluvial versus volcanic. And so it's becoming time that we start addressing the two watersheds differently. Separate panels, separate process, separate actions and agenda items. The resource and the impacted people, both within the community and downstream of the community, of our community, deserve that. Next slide, please. So talking about the long-term action items to consider, I think we've heard this morning, and we just want to continue to push that science must drive this process, and we count on and we trust you to ensure that that this is a well-driven, science-based process. Looking forward to the model that's identified, as a long-term model, to be utilized really in both watersheds. To make sure that it's a well-crafted model, and that it deserves the time to develop it, to fill it with good data, accurate data, strong data sets, and refine and adjust the model over time. Models are great tools, but they depend on the quality of data that's inserted within them, and they depend on a whole bunch of model runs in order to really nail the actual occurrence that's going on and come up with management recommendations. So we ask that you stay on top of that, with us. And then I think we've heard a decent amount about data collection today, and data collection in order to inform models, inform the process, and just to be transparent is really important. And that comes from agricultural use, and it also comes from the effects on in-stream habitat, water quality, things along those lines. So I feel like some of the development, thanks to the GSA, that's luckily happening concurrently. We're learning, and recommendations from the water board within the orders. We're getting a handle on water use, ET and inefficiencies and things along those lines. I think there's a lot of data being collected in stream, but we don't really have a matrix or a management strategy that does a good job of monitoring the effects of water that is left in stream throughout the calendar year, and how it affects the life stages. I think if we team up, we could probably do a pretty good job of that. Funding monitoring is difficult. I sympathize with the department on that, and being involved in the safe harbor, it's a difficulty that we have as well. But if we team up with the RCDs, with the Scott River Watershed Council, the tribes, and the agencies, including the TMDL process, we've got to be able to lay out a monitoring matrix of the habitat that can identify and evaluate the changes made as a result of the orders that are occurring on the short term and on the long term. And I believe that these short term, annual order changes should be doing a better job of informing the long term. And I'm not blaming anybody for that. We're all responsible for that. But I think, in order to make that desire more of a function, we probably need to really consider the board asking for a monitoring plan, related to the in-stream components. Moving along, I got hung up there a little bit, sorry. Next slide, please. And I think, I just wanted to categorize the limitations on limiting water use and their effects. Certainly there can be effects. We see it in the Shasta River, expressed really immediately, on canyon flows. And there has been a change from pre-order to post-order from, roughly 20 CFS to 50 CFS. I don't think, we need to doubt or analyze that anymore. But, we do need to zero in on, what the effects are, especially in the Scott, on a drought year. The model says, the GSA model says, you could eliminate agriculture entirely and you still wouldn't hit the minimum flow for adult migration. And I think 2022 proved that. You had your order in and people abided by the order, and we missed getting adult into the watershed until we had a significant fall rain. So just the summary there is restoration and things along those lines also have a huge effect. Be mindful of, next slide, please. Be mindful of unintended consequences within the regulation that's made short-term and long-term. We can't be constrained by, the flow values too much. I think we've seen this with winter flows versus the opportunity to recharge to provide more water for late season flows. We got to work together to figure out what those analyses look like, right? Run the models, do the tests, and really make sure that we're right, that, the flow strategies that we propose throughout the calendar year are really lifting the minimum factors for fishery production. I think that's probably it on that slide. Next slide, please. Just a real quick note here that, we're intrigued by 2B, which, asks for voluntary collaboration and installation of collaborative, diverse groups that's going together. And I don't think it should just be in the category for short term. I think that 2B should also be incorporated into, the language of 2B should be incorporated into long term. I really feel like the solution to all of this is the impacted parties figuring out how to deal with this. There's a lot of different ways to measure and assume, a fair apportionment of water, but the solutions really going to come from the affected parties. Next slide. Given that, we're looking at, still making changes and doing trials, we're going to be proposing between now and, I guess, early in the year, depending on what the board decides, a new flow regime for the Shasta River. So I'm just throwing this back out there. You're going to see it again later, and we look forward to working with agencies and other parties on refining this. Next slide. Again, we just like the idea of the opportunity to propose alternatives, and let's try some more trials this year. Let's set up monitoring devices and run more trials than we have in previous orders if we're going to use an order this year in both watersheds, and we're happy to work with a diverse group to come up with that. Next slide, please. This is just a reminder. This is the Scott River 2010, an average year of agriculture's effect or utilization. I think a lot of times we lose focus on the volume of water that agriculture is utilizing. They're the small green and I guess maroon pieces that are there, and they also, the unutilized water and recharge plus mountain recharge makes up the other small piece of the pie. So it's just good to put into context, I think, the volume of water that we're talking about in these restrictions. Thank you.
Slide, please. I'll try to go quickly, and I will forego any public comment later. I'll withdraw my name from that. So next slide. All right, so there's a picture of my field. So I just wanted to start off by saying, right, there's been allegations and some different things in the past stated that, agriculture didn't really give up. That's a 3-year-old field right there. That's mine. That's the outer edge of it now that's no longer irrigated. And as you can see, the stand is dying. That should be, layman's terms, basically about as thick and green as your lawn. And you can see you can step between plants. And a field should last me 7 years, and that's 3. So that's a real effect right there at my place. I still pay mortgage on that ground. I would say that at the end of the day, though, I'm still here. We're committed to working through this process and making stuff worse, because there can be a picture of a dry riverbed that looks sad too. I'm not trying to minimize it, but we need a picture of what I'm experiencing too. Next slide, please. So I appreciate Craig opening the door earlier on an economic discussion. He did not know I would have this slide, I bet, but we'll talk about it a little bit. And so these are USDA numbers, and just basically it's showing the price of ton per alfalfa in 2022 to 2024 from 370 to 215. That's about a 42% reduction. Grain hay went from 150 to 85 or 90. That's about a 40% reduction. I started farming in 2004. I sold my first loads of grain hay at 100 to 120 a ton. So we're below 2004 pricing. And likewise, grass was $18 to $20 a bale in 2022 and is $12 a day, which is about a 37% reduction in our price. And we know we've had inflation since then. So we have inflation plus a 40% reduction in price. And a lot of that is because we're getting pushed into different cropping patterns. Farmers have always had to take into account weather and markets, but getting forced into crops that can be grown without a nearby market becomes an oversaturation, and the demand is exceeding the supply. Siskiyou County is a large county. It's larger than Connecticut and Rhode Island combined. And, in the earlier economic numbers presented, Craig would only have had numbers available by the Ag Commissioner's Office. That's a good, honest number. The other side of that is the ag value takes into account all of Siskiyou County, a large county. Butte Valley, not subject to Scott and Shasta. Strawberry nursery stock growers, some of the largest in the country. Huge value there, not related to us. You go to the east side, the Tule Lake. That's where the higher quality hay is grown, the higher value hay. Again, that's part of the alfalfa numbers presented, but not part of what we grow. And so at the end of the day, we're going to need help, and we're saying we need help with different ways for infrastructure and different ways to market our product at a time where statewide coffers are at an ultimate low. We understand that this is a bad time for all this to converge, but it is. We'll deal with it. We'll be resilient. But the road to working together will have to make sure it's a two-way street. And I trust that it will be a two-way street, but I feel the need to reiterate that. Lastly on that, the bottom part of the slide is just the contracting periods of the Chicago Board of Trade. We keep saying, why don't you grow more wheat? Because you could grow a water reduction crop. Every single month in the contracting period you can see is going down. That's a tough way to survive if every month there's been a decline. Nationwide, there's farm insurance products to supplement some of those issues. None of those are available in the crops that we grow. I mean, for that matter, we can't even buy fire insurance right now for crop once we harvest it and put it in the barn. Lastly, next slide, please. I don't look like my grandpa. My grandpa didn't farm, and I don't act like my grandpa. And I'm going to say, right, there's extremists on both sides. And I hope to some point we consider them noise, and we work with those that are from all avenues with all interests across the aisle, trying to work on cooperative and coordinated solutions. It's not a quick process. I do realize that it always seems like, oh, more time, more time. I truly believe that we're honestly at a period with the amount of data that we forecast being collected next year, we will, as we work through this process, have a lot better tools in our toolbox to come with a better solution that all sides can support or at least be part of in the upcoming year. It will take a little bit of time. Lastly, like those people there next to me that aren't farmers, right? We have a pretty open door. You're invited. I live in the area and don't understand everything about it, and I don't even understand all that much about Shasta Valley, and I live there. It's a 4-hour drive to anybody in this room. It's the easiest 4-hour drive in the entire state. let us know, come on up and see what we do, because you can't understand what we do, what the fisheries are like in our area with tribes. I mean, we'll all be together. This is not anything one-sided, but let's look at it together, because seeing is believing on this. Thank you. We'll work with you later.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation, and agree that, what we are trying to do is do our best to create a space here where it is a two-way street. It is a consensus, and we're trying to bring folks together. So I appreciate those points. Mr. Walker, I appreciate there's still additional modifications you're looking for in the resolution. On the note about the drought emergency declaration, with the revised sheet now, whereas clause 43, I believe does largely kind of capture the fact that it says, drought emergency regulations established fishery protective minimum flows as recommended by CDFW. A drought emergency declaration for the Klamath watershed, including the Scott and Shasta watersheds, remains in effect, which allows the board to readopt existing or similar emergency regulations. And then, the next whereas talks about the not being sustainable. So hopefully, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that
not
was-
like we're kind of trying to run from anything here.
No, I appreciate that.
so just
I
wanted
thought
to
it was
explain
weird
that.
that it suggested at the very end that gives you permission to go forward, but when talking about how they came about, but that's fine.
Okay.
I'm starting to get the nitpicky at that level, so I'll let you have that. That's good.
Well, that's fair. No, and I do appreciate, again, we've tried to incorporate some of the changes that have been recommended, but appreciate that there's additional nitpickery otherwise, items that you're looking for. So thanks, I appreciated the overview of those. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions for this panel. Vice Chair, please.
I keep having questions, so I'll try to go quickly here. Just want to better understand your suggestions on the model and also data collection. So we're looking to hopefully move forward. I think it's been identified between, I think it's 2 to 5 years. And we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We could study everything for all time. But within the time frame that we're looking at, for the base flows, maybe more, this is going to evolve. But within this time frame, what suggestions do you have on both refinement of the model and also data collection and monitoring? Because I think you're making very good points. I don't think anybody wants to say we don't need to do more monitoring, but how could we do it in a strategic and effective way, collaborating with all the partners, the tribes, CDFW, as you say, RCD, in order to get this information quickly and, in a trustworthy way so that it could help inform decisions going forward?
Great question. I guess the hope would be that we're going to have to go out, and beat the brush to come up with the monitoring that's necessary to probably inform and perfect the model, plus, any trials and flow data that, that we provide. And so I think it's a matter of having a meeting with all of the entities that are collecting data right now, and, getting together with the North Coast Board, State Water Board, Sigma Process, tribes, RCDs, Safe Harbor Group, and try to do an overlay and do a simple analysis. It's really easy to go off course when you start feeling like, oh, we need all the, we need some data, and then it's hard to put the brakes on and to monitor an appropriate amount and not go overboard, and try to set that up. I think the parties I mentioned, there's more than enough intelligence there that we can come up with a matrix for both watersheds, to monitor the watershed and the reaction to curtailment and the effects of curtailment. And I think, that's what I think we should be proposing. And then that data would be great on short-term and long-term to inform us. And I think would probably trigger informative trials, things along those lines, so that we could really end up with the best product possible.
And just to add on that a slight amount, I think one thing where we can really help that's been a problem identified in the past, and I guess this is where we say, right, we're not our grandpa, is landowner access. You're going to need access for a lot of this. And I think, there's people that we're already looking at, there was a lot of discussion here with some tension a year ago with the open ET data. And right, so we've taken that bull by the horns, right? Because the closest ET stations, I think, are Eugene and Sacramento, right? We're in the middle. So there's going to be a station put in our valley. There's farmers that didn't want to install meters, didn't do an LCS, but are willing to now have this studying be done on their land because they realize that they're going to have to cooperate. So I think that's another piece in the less technical, more anecdotal part of what Gary's saying that we can help with access when needed as those situations are developed.
That's helpful. Thank you. So I guess just food for thought for those that haven't spoken yet, and then when staff comes back, just wondering, want to hear your opinion on this. Would it help to get an additional resolution, whereas, where we point that this is what we're looking for? We're looking for a collaborative process, or you already know and everyone knows that that's something that should be done, possibly even including encouragement on landowner access. But maybe it's not needed. Maybe you all are doing this anyway. But I just certainly want to make sure we're not doing anything to stand in the way of that good work.
It's a great point. I mean, I think it's, it's probably up to whatever you feel your guidance is. But I do feel like, some direction and encouragement of developing a monitoring strategy makes sense. I feel like the language identified in 2B, gives us the flexibility to work as collaborators. And, if that's implemented in the short term and the long term, then I think you have it covered.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Appreciate the comments, Vice Chair. Agree that it might be really advantageous if we could come together and have something more of a comprehensive monitoring framework where, various resources, knowing that not all of us have the resources all necessary, can kind of be seen in one place so folks know where the gaps may be or how we can be just more iterative when it comes to what we're monitoring and how we're looking at the effects of both current curtailments, but then also the long term, as you said, Mr. Black. So plus that up. Colleagues, anything further from the dais? Seeing none. Appreciate you. Thank you. Look forward to further discussion here. Next, we'll call up the Shasta petitioners, and then after the Shasta petitioners panel, we'll have a discussion panel with representatives from the prior panels to see if we can continue to further some of the collaborative discussions that I know are ongoing.
Chairman Esquivel and board members, we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and the fact that you put this on the agenda and seriously considering how to take the next steps. I'm Dave Webb from the Friends of the Shasta River. I'll be speaking briefly to some of the studies that we believe will fully inform flow setting processes, which I think will help speed things along, and also touch briefly on the efficacy of past efforts of securing in-stream flow supply chain methods.
You might want to start again.
Oh, apologies, your mic wasn't on. I should have better flagged for that for you. Mr. Webb. Yeah, if you don't mind starting.
No problem.
Over.
So,
thank you.
Yes, thank you all. My name is David Webb from Friends of the Shasta River, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all. I'm going to speak briefly to the multiple studies that have been done that we think will properly inform the flow setting process as we move forward, and then touch briefly on the multitude of projects that have done and their efficacy in securing permanent in-stream flows for the Shasta River. I'll be followed by Cody Phillips on my right, who will be speaking to some changes we think would improve the directions to staff on moving forwards with this. And then we'll be followed up with Sarah Schaefer, who's going to join us remotely, who's the environmental director of the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation. And she's going to speak to the impacts of our collective failure to maintain a viable fishery on members of the Shasta tribe and on the members of the Karuk tribe that she works with. So next slide, please. So I looked through my library, and what I see is that I could come up with 64 different studies, and the bibliographies in our hard copy comments, that inform a flow setting process. And I think that we are clearly in a position where we can continue studying this to death, or we can take actions, and you are now on the path of action, and I really applaud that from you. Any of these that are helpful, I am happy to provide, and we're really looking forward to it, and we'll hopefully be moving forwards in a scientific manner. Next slide, please. So I worked on fisheries restoration in the Shasta watershed from 1991 till 2016. I really quit keeping track of all the grants about 2010. In 1991, the Shasta Valley Resources Conservation District had come to the conclusion that the collective loss of the fishery from the Shasta River, the most important wild salmon spawning tributary in the Klamath Basin, was going to have major negative repercussions to agriculture in the Shasta Valley. And so they wanted to take on trying to find solutions. And I was hired to help them put on a full court press looking for ways to correct problems with fish and water quality in the Shasta River and still retain agricultural land uses there. And you can see that over the course of those first 20 years, 220 individual grants, $21.7 million, all collectively trying to address every negative factor we could. And we were completely unable to secure a single drop of water for in-stream flows through those voluntary measures. Since that time and until the present, to the best of my knowledge, we have only 1/2 of a cubic foot per second of water permanently dedicated to in-stream flows in the entire Shasta watershed. And that 1/2 of a cubic foot per second only flows for a few miles down the Little Shasta River until it meets the Shasta, where it loses all its protection. So I think we have to learn from history here. 33 years of doing our damnedest to try to make things work on a totally voluntary basis have gotten us a lot. But as the guidance was, give them anything they want except water. And we have not gotten water, and we simply can't keep waiting on it. And I think, as Craig mentioned, setting mandates is really the mother of collaboration. Once we have a target that we all have to agree upon meeting, then we can collectively look for creative ways to voluntarily get there. But without that mandatory target, we can wait forever. So, and I'd like to say, too, that in all of those years that I worked there, the one thing that we were never able to do was to really get people in the Shasta Valley, which was 4 or 5 hours from the coast, even though the distance wasn't that far, to really embrace the fact that what we were talking about was not so much just fish, but it was the hopes, the dreams, the cultures, the religions of people down the river, the livelihoods of people on the coast all the way from Monterey to the Columbia River. We can't proceed without being respectful of everybody's needs to the extent we're able. And that means we've got to be looking at recovery flows here. So please, to the extent you can, do that.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to start off just by thanking the board for acting today. It's clear just from the movement that the board has taken that you all understand the importance of government intervention here. It's pretty clear the status quo, as it has been, has really failed to prevent this bridging catastrophe. Some would already call it a catastrophe, let alone foster something more sustainable. As an arm of the California Environmental Protection Agency, you do have a duty to protect resources shared by the public from this textbook example of the tragedy of the commons. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we believe that this resolution is a great starting point for action, but one big flaw that we've seen is that it fails to identify why we are here and what the goal of that action is. And so just starting off, we do strongly recommend that the board define its goals so it ensures that its actions are both appropriate and on target. As it stands now, it seems like the current purpose of the resolution is to remove the need of going through the process of adopting emergency regulations every year to ensure some form of minimal survival level baseline flows. And we absolutely appreciate the need to move away from this resources intensive routine. However, as made clear by NIMS and CDFW, the emergency flow numbers are not meant to set the stage for long-term management or provide adequate protections over extended periods of time. We have significant fears that without a clear long-term goal, the board will adopt these baseline flows as its long-term strategy, taking many years to do so, and then not move forward from there. That'll be enough. But baseline flows cannot be the long-term goal. Next slide, please. The resolution does include water year specific flows, which seem to be, if you kind of assume some things here, the board's long-term management solution. but it lacks any sort of definition of what the goal of these water year specific flows are. It just describes what a water year flow would be. Without any sort of goal here, this is almost meaningless. Water year specific minimum flows could be less than baseline flows under this definition. So we find it absolutely necessary to define the long-term target of these flows. And we've provided definition here, and it's the flow and temperature adequate for long-term management necessary to achieve recovery, resiliency, and stability of salmonids over time in a changing climate. That's the definition of what baseline flows are not. So we think that this is an appropriate target to shoot for, recovery being a harvestable surplus of salmon, as well as trying to delist them off the Endangered Species Act. Next slide, please. Also, importantly absent from the discussion of the goals of this resolution is temperature. Temperature is absolutely essential. The cold spring-fed flows in the Shasta River are the heartblood of it. It's what has made it such a prominent salmon habitat in the first place. And any regulatory action that fails to acknowledge temperature runs the risk of curtailing all the water rights to put lethal temperature waters in the river, and then we have no fish and no agriculture and nobody is happy. And so there is no way to move forward with a successful process here without incorporating temperature into the considerations. I will note that the emergency regulations did have an increase in temperature, but this seems almost incidental. As noted by your North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, it was basically because the Big Springs complex is essential, not just to flows, but temperature in the watershed. And it so happened that junior appropriators were curtailed and allowed that water to flow downstream. We'll take the incidental wins, but being more purposeful here, we think is really important as the board adopts this more long-term strategy. Next slide, please. Without a clear indication of what the board's goals are, it's really difficult to know what the best route is to achieving this goal. This is something that we brought up both in our initial petition and our petition for reconsideration. And in the denial, the board, you made clear that you're not sure if a rulemaking was the best way of managing this watershed or if some other policy was more appropriate. And notably, this resolution also lacks an answer to this question. And so it's difficult to map out what needs to happen and how we're going to achieve whatever goal this is. Once again, that goal should be recovery without making clear what the steps are going to be. Next slide, please. The Shasta petitioners believe that a regulatory action is the best way of managing flows. And this is basically the framework that we used to come to that conclusion. We didn't just pull it out of nowhere. We spent time thinking about the possible options in front of the board. Anything the board does has to be actually capable of protecting and recovering salmonids, has to be achievable within a meaningful time frame. You have to be able to coordinate multiple factors like temperature and in-stream flows. And it has to be adaptable to new information because, as we've talked about, there's a lot of data that needs to be accrued. We can't let a lack of perfect data prevent action now. And so the ability to adapt as new information comes forward, we think is essential. Looking at the other potential actions proposed by the board, examples of policy for water quality control. This could recover salmonids, but the board would need both the initial regulatory process of establishing that water quality objective, having it approved by EPA, and have all the ESA considerations that come with just setting a target. And then there's the secondary part of implementation, which on its own could be a whole new regulatory process. And so while there may be some CEQA benefits of establishing the water quality objective in the first place, there are long-term considerations of having to do two regulatory processes that we're concerned will drag out the process even further. Next slide, please. So this draft resolution commits to two very important steps toward any regulatory action the board would have to take. A scientific peer review analysis and an economic impact analysis are two important building blocks required by law. And we saw these, and we're very excited to see the board doing them. We're applauding you for taking these important steps, but there's a lot of initial steps that the board would need to do regardless of whatever regulatory action it takes. This includes tribal consultation in compliance with the Water Board's own policy, not even the CEQA tribal consultation, CEQA scoping meetings, which is just the initial step of scheduling a meeting, having the timelines and milestones to make sure that everything is on target. There's also additional things. So if the board does choose to go for a policy for water quality control, for example, there's AB 2108 equity analysis that needs to happen. All of these need to happen soon. They need to happen often. And to see that this resolution is directing these important steps with a timeline of 2 to 5 years for essentially baseline survival flows without bringing these other necessary starting points into the conversation, we think is lacking. So overall, we do support the board taking these important steps and just urge you to consider everything that needs to be done to consider the overarching goal of recovery, and to make clear what the timelines and milestones are for achieving it, as the protections for salmons may end up drying up without the lack of an emergency regulation. With that, I'll pass it on to Sarah.
Thanks.
Hello. I appreciate the ability to be able to speak to you all today, and appreciate your listening to everybody to help move this situation further along. Next slide, please. Salmon are the center of the cultural, ceremonial, and ecological world, and is the species that unites all of the people of the Klamath River Basin. There's a little guy right there. Next slide, please. Traditional food has a great value for tribal people during pre-contact times, which really wasn't that long ago. I know my dad lived to be almost 100 years old. So we're not talking very long, 150 years, just a few generations. Salmon consisted of 50% of the energy and protein intake of tribal peoples. So diabetes is really a new disease amongst Native people and is a drastic change in lifestyle since World War II. You can see fish consumption among tribal members has dropped significantly, and I spoke about this at the last hearing as well. But there's definitely huge effects to tribal health, mental health, and physical health from the change in diet that has occurred. Next slide, please. This is Shackleford. One time Shackleford Creek was the most productive coho habitat in the Scott. This year Shackleford was loaded with juvenile coho, but many perished in two separate dewatering events that occurred with curtailments being lifted. And it turns out they weren't actually lifted, but the river was dewatered in any case over a misunderstanding about what the rules actually were. But 35 years ago, the now dried creeks like Snicktaw and Shackleford were loaded with fish, and tribal members were able to harvest traditional foods. Currently, Quartz Valley tribal members must forego salmon or barter with downriver tribes. The loss of the fishery cannot be overstated, nor could it be evaluated or quantified in an economic analysis. I'm not sure how that analysis will be done, but it's not about money. Next slide, please. This is the same spot where the last photo was taken. Tribal people are disenfranchised through decision-making processes that fail to acknowledge their fishing rights and rights to religious freedom. There's been 4 causes over the last 150 years. 1, direct genocide. 2, activities that disrupt subsistence relationships. 3, boarding schools. And 4, the phase that we're in currently, destruction of the resource base, which is the primary reason for altered diet today. Next slide, please. The Klamath River people have prophecies about losing salmon, which they believe will be followed by themselves in their own extinction, which is a very profound prophecy, and it's something that is believed and feared. Next slide, please. A disconnection is occurring in the old stories about the world that are told. Our physical relationship with the earth has changed so much, and the physical nature has changed so much that there's a disconnection about the stories that are passed on through generations. Environmental justice laws require that agencies identify and address adverse effects to human health or the environment of their actions on minorities and low-income populations. The ESA flow goals do not equate to tribal beneficial uses, so we are really pleading for recovery flows and not baseline flows. Next slide, please. The Scott and Shasta Valley Water Management has created a hostile environment for tribal members or those who advocate for the river, as evidenced by numerous Facebook conversations alienation of kids who have no safe space to discuss these issues, and bullying. Being an Indigenous kid growing up in Siskiyou County carries some social risks. And I'm really pleased to hear other presenters talking about willingness to work together and to collaborate. And I don't want to undercut that in any way. The tribe doesn't want to see anybody go out of business for sure, but we need to address these issues in some sort of a way. Next slide, please. So although flows are at a base level or slightly above today, critical tributaries remain disconnected. We're asking you to please adopt the recommendations of the Shasta petitioners with the goal of recovery flows and rather than baseline flows. It's just not enough. I'd like to thank the board for their time, thank everybody for listening, and a thank you to the board for your public service. And that's all I've got, if there's any questions.
Thank you as well, Ms. Schaefer. I really appreciate your sharing here, your presentation, and contributions here to the discussion, and for Mr. Webb and the petitioners here generally. Appreciate the feedback. I know we did adjust in the change sheet some of the whereases to address the concern around a lack of sort of signaling of starting of CEQA, and here not looking to start the CEQA process in this moment. But when it relates to tribal consultation, and yes, it's a requirement in AB 52 when it comes to the CEQA process, we can still enter consultation anyway. So we are open to consultation with tribes at this time, and appreciate the comment about wanting clear timelines on this work. I know that within the resolution, we have direction to come back in a year. So coming back next year to the board, update on, I know at that point I understand from staff that we'll be prepared to better share models, and I think hopefully have a better sense of, firmer timelines on where we are with the work, and appreciate that all also then hinges on what path we end up taking long term, whether it's a regulation, whether it's a water quality control plan. So just thanks, I appreciate those points. And here, look to fellow board colleagues if they have any further question or comment for petitioners. Okay, hearing none for now. Appreciate it. Thank you. Look forward to further discussion here. Next, I believe we are having a panel with various representatives from the previous panels for a discussion panel. And I'm not sure, Mr. Ghazi, if you know who exactly will be part of then the discussion panel. So a representative for each of the prior panels, and hopefully they should know who they, okay, good, okay. As long as somebody does. Thank you, Mr. Ghazi. I'll give a moment for folks from the previous panels, one representative from each to come up, and we'll have some back and forth further here on the points that have been made. Thank you all. Appreciate you all coming back up here. This component here is meant to provide for a little back and forth between the various panels and for further question from board members. Looking to see if some of the members have some questions off the bat. I'll go to Vice Chair.
Sure, I'll jump in. So kind of where my last set of questions regarding data collection and monitoring. I'd welcome hearing your thoughts about, first of all, how that is going currently. What gaps do you see? And do you think that it would be helpful to have more of a collective monitoring strategy, and whether or not a resolution clause would help guide in that going forward. So just very open-ended, like to get your thoughts.
I'll go ahead and start if that's okay. So I just want to provide a little bit of clarification of what we talked to just a little bit about earlier when we were talking about monitoring and not having the specific funds or staffing. I just want to make it clear that, in the Shasta and the Scott, we continually do our adult weir monitoring, to the camera stations on the Shasta and Scott. We do the juvenile monitoring in the spring. We do the carcass surveys below the camera weir on the Scott as well. We do fund the studies such as the SVID, groundwater monitoring. We're funding a conjunctive use study. And so we are actively engaged, and these are some of the most studied, where the department's put a lot of resources in both the Shasta and Scott. We're starting a new project with remote site incubators, which will increase the amount of juvenile monitoring in the Shasta. So what I say, and when we spoke earlier about, not having consistent funds, the department decided to study the canyon this summer. That was something we weren't directed to do, but we provided resources there, to go out and do weekly. We also, unfortunately, we weren't able to start the LCS monitoring until September, but that was also weekly monitoring all day out there. So, we are committed to monitoring, and we have put a lot of resources into monitoring. That being said, I do agree that, there's a lot of monitoring going on out there right now, and getting that monitoring data into one place so we all have access to it. I think from what I've heard, and I'll just share this and hopefully it'll be okay, but I've heard some people do some monitoring, but they don't really want to share it because, they're monitoring on private people's properties, and they're collecting data that helps them advance restoration and stuff like that, and helps build projects and everything. So figuring out a way for the community to be assured that, if we're gathering all this data in a public place, that we're going to use it wisely, I think is important so that people feel comfortable giving access for data sharing to their properties is, I think, very important. And I'll just say lastly that, I think moving forward, if there is an interim base, I didn't probably going to get the name wrong, but the interim base flows going forward, I think it would be beneficial to obviously have a monitoring plan in place, and the department would like to participate in that process and help develop that. And if there are shortfalls, figure out where either we can help. And I've talked to the county a couple times about, the Shasta has several resources that, where the community and the RCDs could potentially help with the monitoring as well. So building up that sort of monitoring coalition as we move forward, I think would be very beneficial.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And just a quick follow on, is there an existing sort of place where a lot of this monitoring system, monitoring data goes rather, that can be leveraged? Or is, kind of the tools or data systems that we have out there not really fit for this purpose and would really be kind of thinking of something, newer or starting from scratch basically to try to, aggregate it all into one place? Just kind of wondering if there's anything at this point that I guess can be expanded or that we can move as a starting point from, or otherwise, if we're really maybe talking about kind of starting from something from scratch almost.
I would have to look to the other panel members who have probably spent a lot more years looking at the data to see if there's something out there like, on the Central Valley, we have CalFish where we put everything. And so I don't know if there's a database like that or a framework being developed.
I wonder if maybe we can use the framework that we are developing for Sigma, so this web database that's going to be available, and see how we can include other type of data. So at least everything will be in one place. Because one of the comments sometimes from stakeholders is like, the data are kind of spreading in different places. It's difficult to really find exactly what you need to look at. And that's something we can consider. We will need some support more from Michael and Fish and Wildlife, but we can make it happen.
Helpful. Any other thoughts from folks on the panel on the issue?
Yeah, the fisheries data is somewhat scattered, and this is something we've been talking about. There's been a fish monitoring team put together for dam removal, but it points to a broader need to put the fisheries data together. We've been talking about having weekly updates with fisheries, like pulling together a group that talks about that on a weekly basis. There's a dam removal and main stem effort, there's Shasta and Scott efforts, and then there's lots of other efforts all over the basin. Klamath Basin Monitoring Program does house a lot of this data right now, but we see need for further coordination. But I also want to just say that some of the things I've heard, there's been a real emphasis on the fisheries data, which makes sense because this is a fisheries issue we're talking about. But really the larger context here is agriculture and fisheries, learning how to coexist and trying to figure things out. And it's really gratifying to see that there is stepped up effort on whether it's groundwater, ET stations, irrigation efficiency, and other aspects of this problem that I think are equally important. And I don't know if it's appropriate to merge these data sets. That's not what I'm saying. But the level of effort on the agricultural practices side is stepping up, and it's not just a sole emphasis on the fisheries, and that's gratifying to see.
I appreciate that. A real need to synthesize that data across there. Mr. Harris, did you want to add?
You know, we talked a lot about fisheries data too, but we've also seen on a lot of the slides today the numerous in-stream flow studies that are out there. I think Mr. Webb had 64 out there. This week I just found one from 2003 that actually talks about the difference in temperatures and flows when you add 10 CFS to the river versus 20 CFS from 2003. So moving forward, if we're all going to be talking about the same things and working together, it would be great to figure out a way to get all that information in one place. So we all have access to the studies because, as Dave said, there's been a ton of work that's gone out there. And I think a lot of it's good work that we could also, you know, look back on and maybe not repeat every study if we don't have to.
Yeah, I really would want to have further conversation here, but see how we can help move us toward having a more sort of integrative place in which the data is coming in and from where additional conversations can happen. I believe we have a commenter.
Yeah, so I'm Eli Scott. I'm with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the board, and I work in the Scott and Shasta watersheds. That's my main job. I just wanted to mention that, you know, the regional board's been collecting temperature and dissolved oxygen data in the Shasta for a long time by supporting the Shasta Valley RCD, and we recently started collecting similar data in the Scott. And one of the things that I have found difficulty is where to host that data, right? We have, you know, certain environmental databases at the state board that house discrete data, sort of grab sample data, but the really important data, especially when it comes to temperature and dissolved oxygen, is continuous data, usually 15-minute increment, and we don't have a good place to house that right now. Within the state and regional boards, the Department of Water Resources does have the water data library, but it's sort of like a post-processing housing thing. So, you know, I just want to mention, we have a huge data resource. I'm extremely interested in combining all the data across two watersheds, because the more sort of overlap of the data that you have, the more information you can gather from it. So definitely supportive of that. And you know, I'll be making some comments later too. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Really appreciate that. Anything further from the panelists on the issue of integrating data? Okay. Do you have further questions, Vice Chair?
I do, but I see.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Maybe just
Board
to
Member
follow
Firestone,
up on
please.
that, and then, but just, I guess, along the same lines, if we're talking about having a more coordinated monitoring plan, that kind of calls into question what are we trying to monitor for, and what's the goal? And I think it sounds like there's so many different goals here that we're trying to look at in different settings. And so I am concerned. So I agree that it seems like I agree with what is in the draft resolution that, I think we should be looking at moving forward on baseline as kind of a benchmark because of what information we have now. But I do think if we're going to be looking at understanding whether it's the groundwater model, understanding local cooperative solutions, and just following up on the in-stream flow studies, I'd like us to be not just limiting ourselves to a rigid baseline and static level, but be looking at what are the optimal flows. We should be looking at more than just belly scraping. And, as we are considering any action, we need to look at public trust and reasonable protection, and that's balancing, but that does include recovery. It's not the only goal, but it's certainly one of the goals that we need to be looking at in terms of balancing. And so I just want to, I guess I'd love to hear from the panelists, how do we, in the resolution, I think we're trying to acknowledge that we want to move forward where we feel like there's a urgent need to get some reasonable protection in place more permanently, but also that there's more science and monitoring needed to look at, as CDFW, you put it, more of a long-term flow. And I'm just wondering how you see that moving forward in terms of the actual work. And I think building on the kind of maybe coordinated monitoring plan or data collection plan. Who wants to answer that?
I think I totally agree that the goal is what we should first agree upon. So what are we really monitoring for? Because otherwise, it's a sort of, for the Sigma perspective, we are monitoring. We want to understand if whatever project we do is having an impact and a benefit. And we don't know upfront. It's a lot of trial and error right now. Then you may have some sense that maybe it's good, maybe not. So, but it would be good to just bring all the interest in the room and say, okay, we are really looking forward to monitor for this, and this, and then come together with a plan. Because right now, most of the monitoring is really Sigma and CDFW. Those are the entities that right now are collecting most of the data. So if we can include all the others and have a better sense of where we can store everything and how we can agree on what to look for, because it seems easy, but it's not, because really, also because data are expensive. So we need to think about that. They take time and they are expensive. So if we can be a little bit more coordinated on flow station, on fish count or whatever, then it would be just a benefit for everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Kane.
Thank you. I think just to speak really quickly on the question of goal, I mean, I think for us, the goal is recovery of these species. And I think as the Shasta petitioners put it, that's a harvestable surplus of these species. And I think that's the goal that we're shooting for with this advocacy and with the petitions that we filed. And flow is maybe the key input into recovery of these species. It's a key limiting factor. And so that's where this is going, and that's where I see that's what I see the aim of this for, and that's ultimately the measure of success, is the number of fish coming back to these rivers. So just to put it at a very high level.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Vice Chair.
Well, I have several questions, so I'll just kind of put generally what they are, and then to just get folks thinking so we can move along quickly. I would like to hear what folks think about Mr. Black's suggestion about splitting things off between Scott and Shasta. I kind of think it's important to keep them together, but at the same time, if there's movement in one over the other, maybe being open to fast tracking one. So want to get your thoughts on that. Also want to get your thoughts about the model discussion that we had earlier with Ms. Volya regarding integration of that model and whether or not that makes sense. She had quite a lot to say, so just want to get the rest of your input on that. And then, well, actually, the rest of it I think I can ask staff about, because I have some thoughts on the resolution regarding forest management practices, the Klamath, and whether or not the resolution encompasses that review. So just focusing now on the model, splitting off. Oh, and then one other area, sorry. The canyon issue on the Shasta Canyon versus Upper Reach, and any thoughts that you all might have on temperature in particular, curtailment and the impact. I know CDFW had some information, but regarding temperature in the canyon reach, but looking at maybe strategic ways to address the need where the temperatures might be cooler. Everyone looks shy.
Yeah, if anyone would like to take a first cut, and perhaps the first question, just whether or not the Scott and Shasta proceedings should necessarily be split, if there's any feeling from folks.
Well, I'll talk about it. I mean, it was our proposal. I think that if we're trying to achieve good policy, and I'm glad Nat brought up that the goal is fish. It's not achieving flow, even though, and that's a problem here sometimes because I think you guys have jurisdiction over flow, but not over all the other constituents. And so I think that's why we recognize, and I appreciate what Mike said. To solve the bigger fish problem is going to go beyond the jurisdiction of this body, but this body has a part to play, and I'm glad we're currently having facilitated meetings with the tribes and some of the stakeholders trying to figure out those broader issues, and I'm hoping they'll yield something, and I'm very optimistic. That all being said, and even though we end up being a lot of the same people in the room for the two valleys, they just are very, very different valleys. The fish that do well in them, the solutions that are available to them, even the crops to some degree that are grown in them, the soil types, all of these things are very different. And so I think, and it gets convoluted, and I think it gets confused. I think there's been times when something's been said about the Scott and it's been assumed for the Scott and Shasta, and then it's created this sort of misinformation we have to go resolve, or sometimes, a challenge in one area is viewed to be a challenge in both areas, when in fact it's not. And so it's getting in the way. I don't believe this should be an issue that's necessarily one side or the other. I think good government's going to require us to approach unique situations uniquely. But, it's not the biggest issue. It's more work for us to come down to more meetings, as much as I really enjoy meeting and seeing all you guys all the time, but it is more work for us, but I think it's necessary.
I'll jump in and mostly agree on that, the sense that we don't need these two watersheds to be in lockstep, especially if there is potential for one to move forward and have meaningful actions taking place. At the same time, a common theme that we've heard throughout is a lack of resources. And to be able to talk about it and have most of the same parties in the room at all times, instead of having multiple meetings, but being able to do the same things together where the same things can be done together is an important, I think, conservation of resources. So when it comes to splitting the two watersheds up, I don't think it should happen for the reason that they can be split up. But if there is a significant reason to move forward with one where one other needs more time, then I think that is a reasonable way to move ahead. Answering the third part of your question with flows throughout the Shasta, absolutely necessary to ensure that we don't just measure flows at the Wairika gauge. The entire Shasta River supports important habitat for salmon, and the Big Springs complex cannot be understated how important that is to make sure that there are adequate flows and temperatures in that region. That's the cold water that the fish love. There are, going back to Dave's presentation on studies, there's another McMahon and Tresh study that looked specifically at the flows needed in the Big Springs area. It wasn't necessarily recovery flows, the same way that the emergency regulations right now are not necessarily recovery flows, but it is a beginning, and something that you can look into. In our petition that we initially filed, we highlighted that study. We also highlighted stream gauges that are there but maybe offline that could be used to deem compliance with it. So a lot of the infrastructure may be in place, but just needs to be put back into place.
Really appreciate that, and the response on splitting. I agree that it may be at some future moment here as we're kind of moving toward adoption of something that it may make sense that one of the watersheds moves forward before the other. And to your point, there are definitely economies of scale that we get at this point from keeping folks together and not having to duplicate, having two here, if we had already split it, meetings as opposed to the one. So I think there's definitely a balance, and for me, an openness to just figuring out what works best as we continue to work through the issues and here come to products and decision points before the board. Mr. Harris, please.
The only way I know how to, without wait, I'll just touch on the canyon really quick. I know we're kind of jumping around, but that's okay. I don't think it's really a question of is it the canyon or is it the upper reaches of the Shasta River. To me, it's more, what can the canyon produce? What is it doing now with the flows it has? What could it do at 40 CFS? What could it do at 70 CFS? And I think that's an important question as we move forward. I think I've heard today a lot of discussion related to the canyon flows and temperatures, and we have data that shows that there are fish there. And there's certainly probably a need for more data to be collected, and we can certainly work on that in the next summer. But I think, moving forward, I think there is a desire to think about the canyon more in terms about its productivity at 50, the temperatures that we're seeing. So I think that's a discussion that I think we've actually almost turned around there, but we've been in discussions with the Farm Bureau. I think I came here one of our meetings and basically said it would be really great if we stopped throwing memorandums around and response letters back and forth. And my phone rang this summer and the Farm Bureau called me and said, hey, let's talk about the canyon flows. And, I think at one point we kind of agreed to disagree and also agreed that, a science-based approach to really looking at what can happen in the canyon and figure out where there are data gaps. I'm not an in-stream flow specialist, so I don't know all the parameters of modeling, but I assume the boundary temperature conditions for the model have changed as a result of things like Cardozo, the fact that we have 8 CFS roughly more cold water coming out of Big Springs as a result of the TNC 1707 on the Big Springs property that we now own. We have more temperature data now. I believe the 2014, and I'm kind of rambling on here, but I think the 2014 McBain and Trush flow study was based on like 6 or 7 years of fragmented data, and I could have gotten that wrong or mixed it up with another study. So I think, there is a desire to continue to look at the canyon, but I don't necessarily feel it has to be the canyon or the upper basin. I think it's more of the upper basin can perform, and we can try and monitor that and see where it's going. But it's really looking at the canyon and what the canyon's capable of producing at different flows and what we're seeing out there at the flows we have now. Yeah. Did that answer your question, or?
That's good. And Mr. Belcheck, please.
I just
And then
want
Mr.
to
Walker.
provide a perspective. The question about the canyon brings up a lot of issues, and it really ties into the goals and objectives of the tribe. So I wasn't on any panel before, so thanks for inviting me. I work for the Yurok tribe located at the mouth of the river. Yurok tribe's a fishing tribe like the Karuk tribe and the Shasta. When we think about these goals and objectives on here, we're talking about fishing opportunity, and a broad spectrum, a diverse spectrum of fish, and a recovery goal, resiliency, those things. And when I tie that into how we think about the canyon reach on the Shasta River, I think about the rationale that if we can't prove that these fish need this in this cold water here, then perhaps we could take it from that stretch of river. But we're thinking beyond just salmonids. We're thinking about lamprey. We're thinking about the system that supports the fish, and what are the implications to have a significant portion of the water missing from one part of the basin to the overall watershed health of the basin itself. And so for that reason, we don't agree with removing even more water from the Shasta River Canyon. The unimpaired flows are somewhere around 180 to 200 CFS. If you go down to 30, you're talking around 17% of the unimpaired flows. You are at far below what general in-stream flow standards tell you would be a detrimental impact to the river. And that's one of our rationales. When you go and look at it specifically for specific species like Cal Fish and Wildlife did, and I'm glad they did, you see that there is more salmonid use than had been previously assumed, that it isn't all just tied to temperature, and that stretch of the river is important to the ecological health of the whole, even though it has different uses at different times of year for salmonids. So I just wanted to highlight that in the way that the goals and the objectives influence the way that you think about different parts of the system and their importance at different times.
Thank you, Mr. Belcheck. Mr. Walker.
Thanks. I appreciate Mike's point of view on that. I just want to clarify something about sort of our view of the canyon. Obviously, those July, August flow requirements are some of the most painful on ag. That doesn't. I think I heard something earlier that we don't give enough data to support this. I'm happy to give data. Those are very painful, very painful CSFs to give, and so obviously we have our eye on that. There is, I believe, in fact, a scientific question that is not resolved on the canyon, and we would like the canyon to be as effective for salmonids in particular. I mean, not that we're not, speciesist, but we like the salmon are what we're all about, and we'd like it to be as effective as possible. And I think there's a question on and certain temperature characteristics of the river, if we're doing more harm to the salmon value of the canyon reach than good by putting more hot water into it. And yeah, there's fish there. We did a radio array back with the Shasta Valley RCD years ago and found that surprisingly there was fish that do use that at weird times, and they're finding this cold water refugia, and it sounds like from the swims that maybe some of that's even in sort of wetlandy type areas, not even in the deep holes. Who knows? But the question is, when you dump lethal water in there at higher volumes, are you washing out that refugia? We have a valid difference of opinion, I think, right now with Fish and Wildlife on that. One that can be resolved, I think, very easily with a study that they've committed and we've committed to try to find money for. And we've been working with the Karuk tribe to also find some money to figure that issue out, because it would be really bad for us if our pain was actually hurting the fish. That would be a bad scenario, and we don't want that. So we need to resolve this issue. This is an example of, despite the many studies that Dave pointed out, one that hasn't been resolved yet, and can be. And so we're committed to try to find a way to resolve that. I think we can. I will, the stage height difference between 40 CSF and 50 CSF is very, very small. And so, we're not talking about going to a dry riverbed. We're talking about a couple tenths of a foot on that. So, but that's, I think if we could just find money, we'd resolve this issue, unlike other issues.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Other board members?
Just looking for confirmation. Do others agree with that characterization, that there is a need to have this question studied further?
So there is a fundamental disagreement on this between the department and the Farm Bureau, as you've seen from I'm going to call them the pod-like memos, if that's okay. That's fine. One of the things that we talked about here earlier, in previous presentations, was the idea that on a long-term flow setting process, everybody would have an equal seat at the table. And so if this is something that, the Farm Bureau feels that, it's not just Mr. Walker, Mr. Eisenberg, and select others, it's a representation of a large group of agricultural operators in the Shasta Valley. It's something that the department's willing to, participate in and be part of the process, and we've voiced that to them.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to the question regarding goals. And so just, we're, for good reason, today we're talking about, flows, and then also incorporate, temperatures do get incorporated somewhat within in that discussion. But then just as we're looking forward to this year and, potentially future years, and we're looking for, to a year from now when staff come back and give us an updated report. And so just want to gain just a better understanding. And it's been great to hear, just the collaboration that is currently occurring and the desire to continue to collaborate. And so when you're thinking about just the bigger picture of goals, just want to hear more. And I think Mr. Walker somewhat touched on, I think I've heard others touch on this, just want to have an understanding, is that also including like water, conservation, restoration, fish habitat, riparian? Is it including, are those discussions including other components, or is it just on flow and temperature?
I'll give you my perspective. It's everything in the world. I mean, the universe is our world, I think, and our ultimate goal is fish, but I'd almost say the ultimate goal beyond that is deconfliction of the Klamath River, and I think it's possible, and we should be friends up and down the river. I think we already are, but I mean, I think we could be friends that don't have this major disagreement in between us, and I hear this term restoration flows a lot. I want to be very clear. When we say restoration flows, it sounds like you're saying flows that will restore the fishery. Maybe some people mean that. What it really means is flows that are necessary for a restored fishery. And just getting the restoration flows alone, I don't think any serious person is saying is going to restore the fish. Flows are a part. We're certainly not going to say flows aren't a part. But I know the creeks that have very low CSF that have enormous fish populations, and I know big wide rivers that, like the Shasta, that can have very low coho returns, and so there's a lot of issues that are going into that. And I think anyone that has an idea, and one of the nice things coming out of these facilitated meetings is we can spitball some stuff and say, hey, do we think putting some structures and lifting the river level in the Scott will help late summer flows? And we say, well, let's do it. Do we think in lieu of recharge is something? It's an ag practice. Let's do it. Let's study it. The Karuk are working with Scott River Watershed Council to work with Brandon on that exact process, and we're going to get the data back from that. So I mean, solving the floodplain interconnection, all of those are on our plate, and this is a part of it, this process. But it's not the only part of it by any stretch.
I think this is a good chance to have a historical perspective on this as well, which is part of what Dave Webb talked about during his presentation, that we've put a lot of effort and money toward not flows and temperature, and it hasn't gotten us really much. And so, yes, when it comes down to a goal of recovering salmon to something that is actually looking like historic numbers, we'll need more than just temperature. We'll need more than just flows. We'll need more than one piece of the puzzle on its own, which is why in our recommendation, we looked for something that was adaptable. We wanted the board to move forward with targeting the limiting factors right now, which are flow and temperature, and continuing to look, continuing to monitor, seeing how effective they are, and then adjusting as needed to ensure that we reach the ultimate goal of recovery. So it isn't just temperature and flows, but right now, that is the limiting factor.
Really appreciate that. Mr. Kane and then Mr. Belchick.
Sure. If I can just jump in quickly. I think what this board has jurisdiction over is flows and water quality and water rights. And so that's what we're here to try to activate the board's authority on those issues where it has authority. We can build all the habitat in the world, but if it's not wet, then fish can't live there. And, in the Scott, we've shown the slide before of Councilmember Hockaday standing on a bridge with just a tiny little puddle underneath him. And that's the reality that we're facing in the Scott if we don't have flow protection. And the board has the authority and the affirmative duty to act on water rights and flows. So that's why we're here. And that's why we're focused on flows, because that's what this board can do.
Mr. Belchick.
I agree that that's what the board can do. This is what you have authority to do. We've talked long and hard with the Farm Bureau, with some of our partners, with other tribes, environmental groups, about what it really takes to fix the Shasta and Scott, and flows are a vital component of that, and so are temperatures. But habitat is also a vital component of that. And what we're building right here, and I applaud the board for adopting in-stream flow standards now, even though they're minimums, is the ability to use the modeling that's under development by the groundwater and the integrated surface water to look at options that can get us to places where we can have a restored basin, where we can have harvest opportunities, but ag also continues to have a role. It may be different than the way things are now, but there's a continued role. So I think we're building the building blocks here. My worry is that we take so long studying it that our fish continue to decline while we're doing that. So there is a sense of urgency, but I am also hopeful that we are assembling the components and the ability to put together some more holistic solutions that are backed by solid flows and temperatures, but also incorporate changed agricultural practices and habitat restoration.
Here. I completely agree, Mr. Belcheck. I know that, oftentimes some of these discussions can devolve into an either or. And I think that it's an and. And here, I agree that there is an incredible sense of urgency because these are critical years we have right now. And we'd be in a different place now if the collaborative, true work and discussion had happened decades ago, but we are where we are, and there is a lot to learn from the prior years, but appreciate that our authorities here, the curtailments that have happened, the discussions that we've all been having over these last years, even late into the night, I know, I'm glad we're here in the mid-afternoon and not 10 o'clock at night, have provided the basis, I feel, for more of a space to have a common understanding of what we have to do and provide the board here clarity as well as the role that we can play in helping to drive it, knowing that, we can only encourage the circumstances here that I think can actually lead to success, can't necessarily dictate, and that's the human components. And so I just really appreciate all of you, everyone here that's still here part of the discussion, for continuing to contribute to just that, a common understanding with a sense of urgency, and try to play down what are otherwise sometimes that either or that starts to develop, or adversarial relationships that just drag out further the actions that need to be taken. So really appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Last question. So, and I appreciate the way you framed that. So if we're looking at a situation, which we are, and that's not either or, but flow and that's the point behind collaborative solutions, because then maybe we can get something more out of it. And Mr. Belcheck, I agree. We don't want to, if we're looking at solutions that have to get studied to death, then in the meantime, time's a wasting. So can any of you identify, I'm starting with Mr. Belcheck, since you brought this up, a flow plus non-flow action that seems to be, just based on your conversations with others, an action that should be focused on in the short term versus something that it's just going to take a lot more study and maybe would be, part of the longer term permanent in-stream flows.
You just want one project, or?
Yeah, go ahead and mention as many as you like, but I'm just, since I know you spend a lot of time, several of you spend a lot of time in the watershed, just make it more real for us.
Well, just to reiterate, flow and temperature is the backstop upon which restoration projects are built. It's incredibly important that both are present. I think we have examples of habitat projects without flow that don't work, and we have examples of flow without habitat that don't work. There are examples of that. So the things that we're looking at are adding geomorphic resiliency, contact with floodplains, that slows water down, beaver dam analogs. Those are some of the things. Scott River Watershed Council is involved in doing a lot of that projects. We're starting to get involved in those things, as well as off-channel ponds. The Karuk tribe is a leader in developing those kind of approaches. A lot of these have a common theme. They're slowing water down, increasing fisheries, habitat complexity and diversity. So they generally tend to have a dual purpose, and that is providing fisheries habitat, but just trying to slow the water down. I think some larger scale projects that haven't been attempted yet are some attempted, at least remeandering of stream reaches that have been straightened. And that again would be to increase complexity and to slow down the drainage of water. And there's plenty of other experts that can talk about these projects even more. But those are along the lines of what we're doing. We're really guided by some of the fisheries limiting factors analysis, including the EDT model by the Karuk tribe, and as well as analyses done by Scott River Watershed Council, and then our own analysis situation, and then also your own staff has really provided valuable guidance on these things.
Another good example of some of the projects that are going on out there right now. For example, on our Big Springs, it's our undesignated land that was the part of the TNC that the department now owns. Caltrout has now developed plans to integrate habitat features into the main portion of Big Springs to increase the habitat complexity, slow down velocities, and really improve that for spawning and rearing. On our Little Springs complex, working with tribal partners to actually get passage up to the Little Springs pond at the top of the watershed. We're also looking at a long-term fix there to remove that ponded area because it actually heats up water significantly. So these are ways we're trying to increase the cold water inputs into the system.
Vice Chair, and thank you, board members, and looking to see if there's any further comment or question for this discussion panel. And we still have public commenters to get through. I know it's been getting to be a long day here, so just really appreciate everyone's patience as we dive deep in a really critical issue here before the board, and appreciate everyone's great contributions here. So thank you. We can let this panel be able to get to their seats, and let's go ahead and start to hear from our general public comments. And so I'd like to first call up Conrad Fisher, be followed by Glenn Spain, Nick Jocelyn, and Felice Pace.
So Chair Esquivel, I don't see Mr. Fisher on. There he is.
Yeah, he's on.
As a
It
phone.
looks like he may be unmuted. Oh, and is maybe having some challenges with his audio. And
Mr.
I
Fisher,
think he
you
just
should
left.
be able to do
Oh,
a
he is.
*6. There you go.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I'm calling in by phone. Slow internet. Apologies. My name's Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust. We're one of the petitioners for the Shasta. I think, as a lot of you know, my home is on the Lower Klamath River in southwest Siskiyou County, and this issue is incredibly important to everyone downstream from the Scott and Shasta, as well as upstream, especially as we're recovering the entire river. And for a lot of us who've been involved, this today feels like a culmination in many decades of effort, which is why I'd love to direct the board's attention back to what the Shasta petitioners and many other people here today have been asking and or suggesting, which is that the goal of what you direct staff to do should be recovery and survival of endangered species. So in our suggested edits, it was not don't do baseline, it was do both. So if you're going to embark on a scientific basis report and an economic analysis, both of those processes, we are asking, can you link those to baseline minimum and recovery? Ideally, it would be just recovery, but I realize we're at the stage we've kind of been told, no, we're not leapfrogging, but those are both large undertakings, and as previous speakers have said, they're necessary to implement a permanent long-term in-stream flow requirement, regardless of which legal process we choose. So I'm asking again, let's get started in the right direction, so where the scientific basis report and economic analysis are explicitly directing staff to do those toward recovery, survival and recovery. So, and I guess before I'm quiet, I would love to hear, all of us would love to hear from any board members who have reservations about that, so we can really have a discussion about this, because today's a very critical day, and we can't wait 5 more years to only have baseline. So let's start checking the boxes now. And again, if anybody has reservations, it'd be great to hear from them today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate that point and question, and we'll let board members think further on it as we continue to hear from folks, but appreciate your points. Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain, be followed by Nick Jocelyn, then Felice Pace, then Richard Marshall. Oh, we'll invite you to unmute again, Mr. Spain. Apologize. I think it, there we go.
I think we're alternately muting and unmuting myself here. So you can hear me, okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. This is very important, what we are looking at, and it is the culmination of many, many years of work, hard work on many, many areas. I, as you know, am one of the petitioners on behalf of Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and Institute for Fisheries Resources. We're commercial fishing people. We depend on salmon from places like the Scott and Shasta, which was a very large portion of the original productivity of the Klamath. And the Klamath was once, as you know, the third largest salmon producing river in the continental U.S. We're down to fractions of that, small fractions of that. And particularly important were the two refuge areas in the Scott and Shasta. We are governed by weak stock management in our fisheries. When these fish intermingle, these very weak stocks have to be protected. The weak stocks in the Shasta and the Scott right now, even if we have lots of fish in the fishery, we would be closed down in what's called the Klamath Management Zone because of those weak stocks. So for every fish that we can recover in the Scott and Shasta, it can lead to 10 fish in the back deck of people in our industry or more, because then we have a season. So there are a lot of issues that we need to deal with. I want to hit on the issue of long-term recovery flows, and not just belly scraping minimums, as we have to get there first, but it's a good equivalent is an emergency room hospital. If you've got somebody in the emergency room, you stop the bleeding, but you get them well. The idea is to get them recovered so they can go out and lead a normal life. We have to do the same thing in what we're dealing with in a river. It's a damaged river. It's in the emergency room right now. We need to stop the bleeding first, but also ultimately get the river back to normal functioning conditions. That means we've got to deal with multi-water year specific recovery levels, not just drought. That's clearly the worst part, but we need to have recovery level flows. The other thing is I'm gratified to see that fishery impacts are really part of the analysis. All too often, when we see a project on land that may affect the fisheries, you talk about the costs to landowners, but you don't talk about the costs of doing things the way they're being done. The status quo is not free. There's a cost of doing nothing. There's a cost of degraded river system. There's a social cost. There's an economic cost to our industry. So the costs that we are facing and bearing now, the status quo, need to be part of the analysis, as well as the economic benefits from restored fisheries. Those can be enormous. And the multiplier effect, because of weak stock management, means that we do or do not have fisheries in much of the North Coast, including Southern Oregon, based on the abundance in the Scott and Shasta. The third thing I want to talk about is that the local cooperative solutions, it's not an and, it's not an or. Yes, I think you have to have a goal. You can't use LCSs instead of a goal. You're doing random acts of restoration with no particular purpose if you do that. So we have to have a science-based goal, and I find myself very much in agreement with Gary Black on this one. We have to be based on science. It has to be workable in the real world. And once you have the goal, the LCSs are how you get to the goal. And there is a lot of ways of reducing the frictional cost. That is the cost of going from where you are to where you want to be. There are funding resources, there are technical advisory resources that we would help provide, and our industry will certainly help with landowners to make those changes. There are a lot of things that we can do together, and I look forward to that. Just for the record, I come from cattle ranch country. My grandpa was a cattle rancher, and I've run a small family farm Northern California before moving up north where I am now. So I have some idea of what ranchers and farmers face. And I also know that they're clever folks, they're resilient, they are innovative, and then given a little bit of work and a little bit of resources, a lot of good solutions can come out of that. In terms of the change sheet, number 1, I just got a chance to look at that this morning. We think it's good. It really covers the issues, and I think you've integrated the various comments in very well. I wouldn't make any dramatic changes on that at this point. And I want to talk about a little bit on the issue of sediment, because that was raised a couple of times. I'm sure other people will raise it. The sediment disaster rumors that you hear about what's going on in the Klamath are greatly over-exaggerated. We have a river, and as you know, rivers' jobs ecologically is to move sediment from one place to another, mostly to the ocean. The Klamath River in a normal undammed condition would carry about 6 million tons per year of sediment, roughly 4 million cubic yards of sediment a year. That's the standard for a river like that. In a wet year, even more. So what we're seeing now is the natural resources and natural services, the natural cleaning functions of the river starting to kick in. We are seeing sediment loads, large sediment loads only immediately below Iron Gate Dam. As you get further down, the sediment is basically roughly around where it would ordinarily be in an ordinary year. And when the rains come through, it is expected, all of our modeling says, and all of our experience with other dams say, that in 3 or 4 months, most of that sediment will be gone and out to sea as the river resumes its normal functions. None of that sediment is going to be a barrier to Scott and Shasta returning spawners, even right now, certainly not in the future. So with that, I will say I'm happy to answer any questions. We're moving, the board is moving in the right direction, and it's about time.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn, be followed by Felice Pace, then Richard Marshall, and then Amber Jameson.
Hi, my name is Nick Joslin. I'm a 5th-generation resident of Siskiyou County. My background is in geology and watershed restoration. My family showed up in 1854, started ranching in 1856, and sold the ranch a short 160 years later. In the relatively short geologic period of that time, my family lived in the Shasta Valley. Some very difficult and persistent water issues have impacted the area, and that is why we continue to have these meetings. My family used to catch salmon in the Little Shasta. These pictures show relatives of mine holding fish caught in the Little Shasta River. Next slide. In 2016, in a 2016 Department of Fish and Wildlife report on the Little Shasta River, they quoted my grandfather. Bob Smith, retired land manager for the Shasta Valley Wildlife Area, interviewed longtime resident Klein Soule in the year 2000 regarding his observations of salmon in the Little Shasta River. Mr. Soule stated it was common to see Chinook in the fall when he was a child in the late 1920s to the early 1930s. Mr. Soule said that his father, who's pictured in this photograph, told stories of the Native Americans coming out of the hills to harvest fish in the Little Shasta River. Klein recalled that when he was a child, he rode horseback with his father down to the Little Shasta River to look at salmon. I used to swim in the Little Shasta when I was a kid, and now it's dry every summer. Shasta is actually in drought every year from out-of-stream uses, and climate change is making the water deficit worse. We're struggling to get out in front of current impacts, let alone plan for the future drier and hotter climate predicted in this region. Many of the standard options for river restoration are not available in the Shasta. A big obstacle to providing shade is you can't grow riparian plants with a good enough success rate because the hydrograph is so affected by Dwinelle Reservoir. So what are we left with? Up to $100 million has already been spent in the basin, but most of it has been spent on ranching infrastructure upgrades. We can't use a proxy of dollars spent as a metric of success. These types of voluntary upgrades have not led to more water being left in the river flowing to the mouth. In some cases, the infrastructure can lead to more water being removed from the river. Very few voluntary measures have led to a reduction in consumptive use, which is the legal standard for dedicating in-stream flow. And there may only be one case where the in-stream flow dedication has been made permanent in the Shasta. So really, for the money that taxpayers have spent, we continue to only get the possibility that water will be left in stream. We're now circling around a series of projects that simply continue down this path. Huge taxpayer costs, multi-million-dollar infrastructure upgrades, but water only left in stream sometimes, maybe, or when in excess of irrigation needs. We can't replumb the diversion infrastructure in an over-allocated river and expect that alone to result in more water. It simply isn't possible. Can we be wiser with water use? Yes. That is what these regulations will lead towards. But there has to be a regulatory backstop so cooperative efforts occur in a wet river. Even with broad buy-in on voluntary actions, we have seen repeatedly that a single entity can erase the good faith efforts of those of the agricultural community. These rivers need a chance to recover, and that can't happen if they're nearly dried up year after year. Thank you for considering the baseline minimum standard, and I hope we can move towards a water year type management that can lead to recovery of these rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Felice Pace, followed by Richard Marshall, Amber Jameson, and then Andrew Marks.
And Chair Esquivel, I do not see Felice Pace on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laufer. Next, then, I'd like to go to Richard Marshall, be followed by Amber Jameson.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Richard Marshall. I'm president of the Siskiyou County Water Users Association with members located in both Shasta and Scott Valley watersheds. We have reviewed the draft proposed resolution for setting flows in the Scott and Shasta watersheds and find the staff report to be lacking in looking at a bigger picture, which involves a multidisciplinary approach to the subject at hand, meaning that the draft only looks at splitting the existing pie into smaller portions. What should be happening is the study looks at all possibilities of increasing the water supply to the affected areas, creating a win-win strategy. In the late 60s, Bulletin 87 looked at many opportunities, that was prepared by the Water Resources Board, looked at many opportunities to create more available water. We today should be able to do even better. Issues that need to be addressed include, in any kind of study, reestablishing the upper elevation cisterns and cairns to allow water to be slowed down for more absorption, reinstitution of reduction of timber on mountain areas aimed at reducing the number of trees, allowing snow to reach the ground, reducing water being evaporated from overgrowth of trees, and reduction of fire hazard situations. Burned over areas are inefficient in retaining water in the soil. 3, reestablish and repair the tributary intersections and watercourse along the Klamath damaged by the '64 flood and never repaired. This should include Salmon River also. 4, establishment of a reservoir at the Scott River headwater area in Callahan was proposed a long time ago. This would allow capture of overflow during spring and flood times and allow supplemental water releases during the dry season and into summer flows. 5, repair the Dwinelle Dam so it can accommodate more storage, allowing smarter releases of water in the late season, increasing the flows.
You're next.
6, assist Siskiyou County development of water reserves rights granted to it by the Water Board in 1957 as part of the Klamath Compact Appendix B, a federal statute which guaranteed water to Siskiyou County from the Klamath River. This is WR 16957, WR 6958. These rights were granted to Siskiyou County as an original county of origin. California Chapter 52, Statutes 1956, First Extraordinary Session, and per Chapter 2101, Statute 1959. These rights totaling 120,000 acre-feet are held by the Director of Finance per the request of Siskiyou County Board of Supervisors letter dated February 3, 1956, and recognized by Claire Hill, Chairman of the State Water Resources Board. Development of these rights, together with the other projects, would serve to assure enough water to accomplish the objectives we've all been discussing this afternoon regarding flow in a fair and appropriate manner. We believe this is a more holistic approach to the objectives sought by CDFG and sister agencies, including the Water Board, which would be more effective in achieving the desired outcomes. We encourage the board and staff to go back to the drawing board and revisit an issue that has not been discussed yet, which is how do we go about creating more water in the basin. As mentioned earlier, the U.S. Forest Service is the biggest user of water, growing a large crop of overgrown trees in the mountains, and that could be reduced and create jobs as well as put more water in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate the comments and sticking with us here and contributions. Thank you. Next,
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Amber Jameson, followed by, I think at that point, Angelina Cook.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chairman Escobar. I just wanted to make a quick comment regarding that last commenter. Older forests are more resilient and do not require as much water as regularly cut forests with young trees. So I don't think it's a great idea to go out and chop down the entire forest in order to create more water for the basin. That's absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, as a side note, here are my comments. My name is Amber Jameson, and I am the Water Advocacy Director for Environmental Protection Information Center. I'd like to thank you guys for your efforts to achieve permanent in-stream flows in the Scott and Shasta, and I'm glad to see that the recovery is mentioned in item 9 of the resolution. But I am, however, concerned that the proposed resolution doesn't include recovery as a flows as a goal, and it seems to more focus on baseline flows, which are not intended to allow for salmon recovery. Recovery is consistent with the board's duty under the public trust doctrine, and even Governor Gavin Newsom's salmon strategy states that our goals are to recover salmon in the state across their range. And CDF's letter dated June 15, 2021, it explicitly states that their minimum baseline flow recommendations are, quote, not intended to set the stage for long-term management considerations, nor should they be construed to provide adequate protections for salmonids over extended periods of time. We're looking at adopting a permanent in-stream flow regulation, and so we need to have numbers that are going to be consistent and appropriate for an extended period of time, and that would be recovery flows. Furthermore, we did have at least 540 individuals, apologies for loading up your inboxes, but they did submit comments on this item, urging the Water Board to adopt minimum stream flows that are suitable for the recovery of salmonids. But it does seem like the amended resolution appears to double down on like the bare minimum baseline flows. And, you know, we would really like to see those changes that the petitioners had suggested for achieving recovery flows. The bare minimum baseline flows are not only inadequate for recovery of salmon, but baseline flows are not being met for weeks at a time during the dry season, including from August 10th to August 24th of this year in the Scott River. Meanwhile, local tribes and watershed groups were scrambling to truck endangered salmon around because the flows were so low that the rivers were disconnected and the salmon were left stranded. And then those people had to drive home past full irrigation canals. The loss of salmon has had devastating effects on tribal communities, which have lost the ability to provide for their families with salmon that they have evolved to eat. Studies have shown that the loss of salmon is not only culturally devastating, but it has resulted in higher rates of heart disease, diabetes, and even resulted in a suicide epidemic on the Yurok Reservation. In fact, I'm very close with several people who lost multiple family members and loved ones to suicide when the fisheries first closed, including 3 individuals who took their lives in the same courtyard over the period of a few months. This is devastating to these tiny communities. And so I want to remind you guys that This is a matter of life and death for these people. It's not a matter of profit margins and, a parcel of land that has to lay fallow and reduce, income. It's a matter of life and death and survival. So, I just urge you to adopt, some kind of a resolution that includes recovery flows as a goal. And I would urge you to, take the Shasta petitioner's proposed resolution changes and incorporate them into your adopted resolution. Thank you so much for taking the time on this, and also thank you guys so much for keeping this process going and addressing these issues. It is important, and I do appreciate that everybody's been working together and cooperative. But I really think that we need to do something, and adopt some permanent regulations that are suitable for recovery of salmonids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Really appreciate your comments and advocacy, and just thank you for sticking with us here and providing your comment in this discussion. Next, I believe we had Andrew, I think Marks it was, but I don't believe he's on the platform, so we'll go next to Angelina Cook.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelina Cook, and I have been working on source water stewardship in Siskiyou County for about 20 years. Today, I'm commenting on behalf of Save California Salmon and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and we thank you for recognizing that adequate flows in the Shasta and Scott tributaries are critical to replenishing Klamath salmon. We hope that our comments and the proceedings today will aid your process of enforcing permanent flows in key tributaries sufficient to ensure that public investments in dam removal yield intended results. Although emergency-driven curtailments and the LCSs appear clunky, expensive, and annoying to all parties, at least your efforts over the past 3 years have proven that rehydrating rivers through surface diversion curtailments is possible. Over the long term, I highly recommend that you instill more connectivity, clarity, and trust into the process. For example, the resolution states that you are sharing modeling and well data with the Scott and Shasta GSAs. I've been trying to participate in Siskiyou County's SGMA implementation process since its inception, and I can tell you that at least the Shasta GSA is not necessarily inclusive or forthright in their sharing or acceptance of data from the public. And I appreciated Board Member Firestone's question to the GSA panel earlier about their management actions. Functional democracy is rooted in public access to water data. We request that you and the Department of Water Resources streamline interconnected ground and surface water data management systems and formalize your processes for involving diverse interests to ensure that public and private stakeholders can identify data gaps as well as make better use of the data that does exist. And that includes ecological data as well as water right allocation and use accountability. During the immediate term, we support your readoption of the emergency regulation, though we urge you to increase baseline flows to recovery flows. We also urge you to enact cost-effective methods of augmenting flows during critical life stages, such as prohibiting inefficient livestock watering during the dry months of summer and fall. In closing, this is a huge opportunity, not only for the state, but for the region. After 20 grueling years of misinformation and misspent public funding on issues related to Klamath River restoration, the dams are officially down. The third most productive salmon fishery in the contiguous United States has 360 more miles of habitat. So we have a real opportunity to replenish historic salmon flows. if humans respond appropriately by rebalancing the natural and cultural values of anadromous fish with the monetary values. By improving public stakeholder involvement, strengthening prohibitions that don't ask much of existing water users, regulators and rural communities can prove how healthy rivers and thriving agriculture are actually compatible, and that fish and farms can coexist. Thank you very much for your time dedicated to this issue, and we look forward to participating in the days to come.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Really appreciate that and for the participation and contributions here. Next, I believe now Andrew Marks is on the platform, so we'll go back to Andrew Marks, and who will then be followed by Alex Beering. Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Good afternoon. Sorry, it's been a long day for me and I've had to jump in and out a few times. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrew Marks. I'm the Shasta River Steward for the Native Fish Society, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to the board. My main focus is the Shasta River. I got involved with the Shasta River essentially as a fisherman. And it's near where I work, and I fished it for the past 20 years, but my history as a fisherman goes back to ocean fishing. I commercially fished. I had a sport charter boat captain's license, so I'm very sensitive to that impact as well. It really came home for me, and I think it was about 2016 when I go to a spot that I fish commonly on the Klamath that involves going through the Shasta, and I've seen it for 2 decades, and it was lower than I had ever seen it. And it was a point for me that was one where I had to get involved, and I started making phone calls and talking to people, and I came to appreciate that a drought in the Shasta is something that doesn't depend on the water year. It depends on the fact that it's over allocated, and that's evolved into the curtailments, which have been quite a roller coaster, a very much appreciated one, but it was very disappointing when the curtailments expired and the flows dropped. And I know that there's been efforts at collaborative and cooperative solutions, but there's a limit to that because of the over allocation. And so I welcome the action of the board. I read the kind of the draft and the baseline minimum flows, and that's really the main focus for me at this point, is that we don't have to go through the roller coaster that is the emergency curtailment process, and that we have a base minimum flow. I know that the more kind of comprehensive process of flows dependent on water year is a very important one, and that we need adequate water studies to do that. But my main focus today is just to encourage and support a baseline minimum flow that is so critical for such an important watershed. The Shasta River, as we've heard time and again, supports an amazing population of salmonids. The Chinook population is one component, but coho and steelhead as well. And so everything I've heard today has been very encouraging. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking and contributing to the discussion here, Mr. Marks. Appreciate your time, and just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Beering, be followed by Ashley Overhouse, and then Akashdeep Singh.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I'm representing California Farm Bureau, California's oldest and largest ag advocacy group. And I'm here not just making comments for myself, but also in support of our board members in Siskiyou and our members in Siskiyou County, who are fantastic, and I think you all know that already. I would just start by saying that I feel like I repeat this a lot, and I feel like a broken record when I say it, but so many of us, I think, would be willing to give up a measure of abundance for a measure of certainty. And I look at this as something that can help with an outcome in that regard that is both helpful for fish populations long term and ensures some measure, hopefully a good measure of success for them, but also provides protections for the folks who are using that water in the watershed. I know that there's increasing angst, of course, with the use of the emergency regulations, but I also want to acknowledge that we understand that that is something that is a tool at your disposal to use. And absent some other enforceable thing, whatever that is and whatever that looks like, this is what you have. This is what you have to do in the basin. So, so we get that. As far as the resolution goes, I kind of view it as a documentation of the current state of affairs for what is happening in these watersheds, and also kind of a catalog of the challenges and opportunities that exist and have been revealed in some way over the past year as these groups have been working together. And that's not just for members of the community, the ag community, or NGOs or tribes, but also the board itself. And then also how to move forward for the coming year and maybe beyond to find out whatever that enforceable thing is. That is something that you guys can bless and implement and can guide this effort long term. I also want to reiterate some of the comments that Ryan Walker said about enforceability looking like a couple of different options. It doesn't just have to be one thing. As long as it's something that people can be held accountable for how they engage and how they implement it and the success that it brings, that is what I think the goal is in terms of an outcome. I was pleased to see the resolution acknowledge several things that I think we've kind of all found over the past year in particular. One is that there are definitely technical and financial limitations here that are making this, in some ways, a bigger challenge than it is in other areas where there have been extensive models developed and a lot of study, and there's a lot of funding available. This is kind of a different case, but what I've seen definitely from the people who've been engaged in some of the collaborative efforts here is that they are very willing to shake loose the couch cushions to see what sort of funding is available where, what they can piggyback on, and I think to the extent that you guys have acknowledged that this is a challenge that probably deserves some extra attention, that's very helpful. I also appreciated that there's an acknowledgement that using the e-regs has some inherent limitations when it comes to things like having to reveal some of the economic impacts of a regulation, and that this is an imperfect tool. We all know it's an imperfect tool, and hopefully there's something better that will result from all of this. Again, there's been a lot of talk today about the work between the tribes, the diverters, and other interested members of the community over the past 3 years, and especially over the past 12 months, to come up with a framework for a holistic, enforceable, long-term agreement for managing the watersheds. And a lot of the people who are involved in those conversations are here today and spoke today, and all the same people are talking. It's just now a lot of them can talk publicly and share what they've been doing. And then finally, I think the part about the locals still being given the opportunity to bring something forward, I think is really helpful and important as well. So I also appreciate that the resolution directs staff to help develop or evaluate those baseline minimum flows, potential economic impacts in the region, all those things that are kind of necessary for understanding the conditions that need to be addressed in coming up with that long-term plan or framework, but are still burdens in both dollars and time in terms of producing. So the fact that you've given staff an authorization to actually produce some of that or work on some of that is going to be helpful, I think. The only thing that I would also request is that when locals bring forward some of those potential solutions under, I guess it's whereas on the amended whereas number 45 and resolution, that 2B section, that you and staff are transparent in your evaluation process for whether those are acceptable and what parts are acceptable and what aren't. I think it's important not just for building trust, but also actually developing a viable long-term plan. So at any rate, thank you for the time and the work you and staff have invested in this. I know it's a lot, and that investment is very evident to everybody who's involved. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate yours as well. I appreciate the good comment, Ms. Beering, and look forward to, I know, further comment here amongst it all. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Overhouse, be followed by Akashdeep Singh, and then Josh Nutila.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members, and staff. Ashley Overhouse, Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you for the opportunity to give public comment. Defenders of Wildlife has advocated for sustainable management of our state freshwater resources for people and wildlife for over the last 2 decades. As Water Policy Advisor, I believe this resolution regarding flow efforts in the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds is an important step towards this effort, and I urge the board to take the staff's recommendation and approve the resolution as changed today. In summary, today's resolution moves the board and our state away from reactive emergency regulations towards something more proactive and sustainable. And Defenders acknowledges that the board's previous emergency regulations were a necessary stopgap to protect fish in the Scott and Shasta watersheds and will most likely be necessary again in 2025. However, Defenders has consistently urged the board to proactively plan for longer, more severe droughts, and continuation of emergency regulations is an unreliable and unpredictable long-term management strategy, one that often sacrifices wildlife in the process. For example, as Cody Phillips noted earlier today, the emergency regulations did not incorporate a modeled water temperature component, a critical threshold for salmonid survival and recovery, and articulated in regulations such as Order 90-5. Defenders is very concerned about the dismal state of our fisheries, specifically while fall run Chinook salmon, the backbone of our commercial fishing industry, are not technically listed under our state or federal Endangered Species Acts yet. Their alarming and rapid recent population decline should be a red flag to the board that urgent proactive action is needed to help this species and others that rely on these healthy tributaries. In fact, while fall run Chinook remains unlisted, the board is one of the only agencies that can take this proactive measure for this species. And it's not just charged with protecting these populations, the board is required to restore salmonid protections and populations under state and federal law. This includes fall run Chinook salmon. Flow is truly the master variable here, as you've heard me say many times. And as CDFW previously noted in their presentation earlier today, there is a dire need for consistent year-to-year in-stream flow requirements. That being said, I want to thank the board and the staff for committing to evaluating and incorporating so many different data sets from varying processes in this resolution, such as the importance of interconnected surface waters with groundwater management inside and outside the Sigma scope that may impact such flow requirements and the overall hydrology in the Scott and Shasta watersheds and the larger Klamath River Basin moving forward. I also want to thank the department for the presentation and some exciting updates, including the observed return of lamprey. I'm also excited about that. In conclusion, I urge the board to take the necessary actions and adopt a resolution that makes clear that the goal is salmon recovery, as many of my colleagues have said today, as an important cultural and commercial resource and as a canary in the coal mine for the health of our state's waterways. Defenders looks forward to supporting the board's efforts to protect our public trust resources in many different ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, the support and the comments, Ms. Overhouse. Appreciate the contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Akashdeep Singh, be followed by Josh Nutila, and then Ned Nichols.
Good afternoon. My name is Akashdeep Singh, and I am speaking on behalf of the Union of Concerned Scientists. My apologies for my camera being off. My internet connection is a bit unstable. As an organization bringing together science and policy, we are deeply concerned about both water quality and quantity amidst an escalating climate crisis. In the interest of time and knowing that the concerns we share have already been expressed by partner organizations in a written letter and their testimonies today, I will keep my remarks brief. We support the board's movement towards a longer-term strategy to protect fish in the Scott and Shasta watersheds, a strategy that takes into account the peoples and cultures that rely on salmon and crucial factors such as temperature. I particularly want to emphasize the importance of the board of listening to tribal communities. I am not the right person to speak on how the Scott and Shasta watersheds impact tribal communities who rely on the river, but I'm grateful for the members who took the time to speak at this hearing today. And I want to encourage the board to prioritize proactive and meaningful engagement with tribal communities who have been here since time immemorial. I urge the board to adopt the resolution as amended today, and thank you so much for all of your hard work and the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you as well, Ms. Singh. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Nutilla, be followed by Ned Nichols, and then Jamie Nearney.
Oh, and thank you. My name is Josh Nutilla, and there's two sides to every story.
Apologies, I don't know if the microphone is on. It may need to be
Maybe I
popped
need
on.
to be closer.
Oh, you just need to be closer. Sorry about that, Mr.
No
Nutilla.
worries.
Thank you.
Anyway, there's two sides to every story, and the one in the closet. And respecting all sides, I guess I'm the one in the middle, as I've seen lots of people negatively affected, by water being turned off. One friend recently, I really liked what Ms. Doreen said about there being flow and no flow designations, because a little nervous, but I'll get there. They, in the drought years, it's kind of obvious, got to turn off the water, the needs of the many. But that one day notice this year, and boo, off goes the water, and all the hard work's just drying up. So, speaking for the middle, I'll just read what I got here. Public school science class, not Google, taught me all life needs water to exist. In this great nation of ours, America, historically, all citizens are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When you love your personal and community's traditions that allow all to thrive, that is health and happiness. Please allow our ability to get the water on the land, so all that is life to us lives on. Already, too much enforced oversight happening seemingly very fast is adversely affecting communities and families. The currently in place, the practice of turning off our water, aka sustainable management, is killing an American way of life. No one can deny everybody wanting everything is and will remain a problem for our planet, our nation, humanity's future generations. Water temperatures up, melting glaciers, it's all very real, and adjustments must be made. Regarding water, especially during seasons of drought, please consider, we need to consider it. And so in your resolutions, please remember that it includes 24 generations of hardworking citizens that have had a great way of life, and that's what they know. And I'm just asking that always remember is these adding into this needed situation that no one group need of the water is so superior to ours that you shut ours off so readily. May the gift from the Creator, for me, that's God, that lights up our free will, guiding all of us to wisdom and in a fair and compassionate way, balance. We're all in this together, so be excellent to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nutilla. Appreciate your contributions to the discussion today. Next, I'd like to call up Ned Nichols, be followed by Jamie Nearney, and then Theodora Johnson.
So, thanks for hearing my frustrations today. And I do have a lot of frustrations. I am also a fifth generation rancher from Little Shasta Valley, like my cousin Nick Joslin up there, but we have far different views. It's devastating for me to see my meadows die, my trees die, my lawn dead. I'm just a small-time hobby rancher. I only have one horse, and I pasture my neighbor's sheep and cows. I have about 3 acres of meadow, but I'm still a stakeholder of where I live. as are all the other agricultural stakeholders here today who have had their water curtailed. So I ask the board, it is obviously that you support the tribal and the environmental issues, and I ask that you give the same sympathy and feelings towards the agricultural world. There has to be some kind of compromise with the water, something that will satisfy both sides of the issue. We are all stakeholders of the water. So how do you justify taking one stakeholder's rights away to appease another? The water at my diversion at this time of the year, and actually 2 months ago, does not connect with the Scott River. My diversion is out of Shackelford Creek. It doesn't make it to the river to help the fish. Can't we all find a way that the land can stay green and help the fish too? There has to be a way. Maybe 1 week with water and 1 week without water. Siskiyou County won the vote not to remove the dams, and yet they removed them anyway. Are our water rights next? That's what I would like to know. Do you have any comments, maybe?
I appreciate your contribution to the comments here, Mr. Nichols. Do know that the work of the board is to balance these competing needs. And, you know, as you heard today, there is a sense of urgency when it comes to the fisheries needs, and it's not meant to be punitive or to take away your rights or to harm your interests. And we are doing our best to create the space, to your point, where we can have these issues balanced out and it not be seen as a taking, if you will, on just one side of the ledger here. So
Devastating.
yeah, we are trying our best to make that balance. So appreciate your comments, sir.
I appreciate yours too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Janie Nearney, be followed by Theodora Johnson.
Chair Escobar, I did not see Jimmy Neary on the Zoom platform.
Thank you. Yeah, let's then go to Theodora Johnson, be followed by Gareth Plank. Ms. Johnson, good to see you.
Hi, good to see you too. Thank you, Chairman Escobar and the members of the board for having me remotely this time. Had a little bit too much going on at home to be able to make it down, but I'm still spokesperson for Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance, but I'm also serving now on the Scott Valley Advisory Committee to the RGSA. And I wanted to put a plug in for our advisory committee because I really think that it's a good forum that already is existing to have some of these important discussions. For example, on whatever comes out as far as a study on a baseline flows. You've already heard today from, I think, 4 of us that are on that advisory committee, and it's a pretty diverse group. And it's the only forum that I'm aware of that's a local group of diverse interests that actually sits down face to face and talks these things over. So think of the import of that. I have a statement. Tom Jobson is our chairman of our advisory committee, and he wasn't able to make it, but he asked me to read this for him. The Scott Valley Groundwater Advisory Committee to the GSA and its predecessor, the Scott Valley Groundwater Advisory Committee to the County of Siskiyou, have for nearly 15 years been working closely with all stakeholders on the issue of groundwater impacts on surface water flows in the Scott River. The primary actions described in the approved SGMA plan for the Scott River Basin are all related to improving flows in the Scott for groundwater dependent ecosystems. This work means that the committee is very familiar with the relationships between anadromous fish populations and flows in the Scott River at critical times in the life cycle of these fish. Establishing permanent minimum flows is in an undammed, unregulated river system will potentially have substantial impacts on the ability of the Siskiyou County GSA to successfully carry out its plan, the GSP. The Scott Valley Groundwater Advisory Committee needs to participate in the deliberations related to the study and establishment of these minimum flows. The Advisory Committee is a pre-existing forum of diverse local stakeholders, the only one of its kind. The Water Board should take advantage of this existing forum to vet the report and build grassroots confidence in any final regulatory outcome. So that is Tom Jobson, our chairman's statement. I agree with everything he said, and I would add that we've been working on this advisory committee to gain a better understanding of the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model, which I think is something that we should all be taking advantage of. That model, it really can help us understand what's possible in our watershed and what's also, reasonable, because they can run a scenario where well, let me say this. It can tell us what's possible. Agriculture members who serve on that committee can tell us what's reasonable as far as what we can give as far as water goes. And what can further determine what's reasonable is looking at data that we already have from the USGS flow gauge, overlaid with data from CDFW, decades of data on fish populations and their trends over the same water years. So we can kind of see what has been necessary for those fish over the years by overlaying the data, the flow data and the fish data. So I think there's a lot that we can accomplish by using the hydrologic model and the existing USGS and CDFW fish data. Back to the Scott Valley Integrated Hydrologic Model and us we're all trying to, it's a complicated thing. I think you have people on this advisory committee who are willing to really dig in and understand it. And if there are places where we have a lack of understanding or a lack of faith in how the model works, we're actually working together to try to fill those gaps, like to put in ET into the model so that we have a better idea of the water budget. And, just to keep refining that model, to keep building confidence at the local level from all sides for that model. And then I think it is the tool to move forward with, to move forward with something that's achievable. So I'll end by saying that if you give us, I'm also a rancher in Scott Valley, and somebody said this earlier, they're resourceful, inventive, and highly motivated population, we ranchers. And we're highly motivated to find a solution where we get to stay in the picture. And so if you give us a reasonable goal for flow, or maybe it's a reasonable goal for fish populations, whichever one you choose, and then give us the freedom to achieve those goals in our own way, and within some, guardrails, not totally, do whatever we want, but you could almost look at it as like a miniature Sigma, with a shorter timeline. But I appreciate how Sigma gave the county the ability to say, hey, let's work on a plan of our own. We'll get it approved by the state, but we think we can come up with solutions here. And indeed, we did get a plan approved. And I think we could do that in a similar way in our watershed for this permanent in-stream flow regulation. Give us the goal, and then let us come up with a plan that we can survive. And so I guess with that, I'll say I do agree with some of the Farm Bureau comments about dividing the Scott and Shasta up, and Gary's comment. That would be helpful, I think. It's just they're so different, and it's hard to think of two things at once. And then secondly, I appreciated the Farm Bureau changes to the resolution. I thought they were worthy changes and worth you're looking at. So and with that, thanks again for having me remotely, and I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you as well, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate you continuing to contribute here to the discussion. It's good to see you and look forward to the further work ahead. So thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I'd like to call up Gareth Plank, be followed by Cree, and then I believe after that will be Cecile Willie.
And Chair Escobar, we've given Gareth Plank multiple opportunities to unmute at this point. Wait, but we do see a video coming on.
Yeah, and Mr. Plank, you should be invited to unmute as well. You're still on mute. Unfortunately, we can't hear you, Mr. Plank, but there should be a pop-up that comes up that invites you to unmute on your device. Yeah, apologies, Mr. Plank. We're still not hearing you. You're on mute.
Mr. Plank, in addition to the pop-up, you should be able at this point to see a microphone in the lower left corner on your phone device. And it might have a red X through it or a red slash. If you click on it, it should go away.
Yep. Yeah, apologies, Mr. Plank. It should be appearing, again, the opportunity to unmute.
There we go. Can you
There
hear me
we
now?
are. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off my video because I'm parked on the side of the highway with limited video
Okay.
access.
Yes, please be safe.
There we go. Anyway, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the board, thank you so very much for your incredible patience. I'm always astounded by your ability to be so patient and thoughtful for your participants here and members. First and foremost, I want to make sure that from this particular individual, it's imperative that we work with our neighbors and friends, the tribal members, for habitat and the fisheries. So my comments in no way disparage or undermine the necessity and the critical importance to work with them and make sure we have a better fishery out there in habitat. One thing I do want to sort of delineate between the other speakers is I believe the remedy is very different. And I kind of go back to the 70s, the head of oncology at Johns Hopkins believed to combat breast cancer that you needed just bigger mastectomies, which then included a collarbone and then multiple ribs. And regrettably, he was not alone in that. And not that everybody in this room is off, but this humble rancher's opinion is I think there's other alternatives that would be far more important in restoration. First and foremost, in looking at Article 8, or the kind of as Mr. Walker suggested, when we add a little bit of prejudice to comments, we kind of color it. And the commentary is often that there would be fish if we did something more in the Scott and the Shasta, and that probably does a disservice to sort of lump all of California's and the Pacific fisheries into a small tributary of the Klamath. And that's just a minor point, but I think that's just something, when we use language, we need to be careful. And I think within language, that goes back to looking at the designation of emergency. An emergency is when you're flying a plane, the landing gear doesn't operate, and you need to land. That's an emergency. Trying to fly a Piper Cub to Honolulu from San Francisco does not create an emergency. That is a colossal collapse in planning. And that's what I would say a lot of what we're dealing with today, and this goes back to what the remedy is. In 1879 was the first scientific report on anthropogenic climate change. That was followed up in 1953 with peer-reviewed science that said climate change is here and it's coming. That was actually introduced into the congressional record through testimony and vivid debate in the 1955. So this is something that's been long in coming. And so we need to, where do we look for solutions and who do we extract those solutions from? I think we need to be a little more generous in that. Ms. Robinson from Cal Fish and Wildlife, I think, really did the best to highlight on why we need to bifurcate the Shasta and the Scott. Just listening to her comments and other participants, there's a lot of confusion. Were you referring to the Shasta? Were you referring to the Scott? So I think when we look at economies and trying to combine them, whatever we gain in economies by having these two processes co-joined is lost in confusion. So I think when we talk about something, let's don't have the board and the participants being confused on what fishery are, but it also adds prejudice because we can kind of lump all the negative in both rivers and ascribe it to one river. So I think it's highly, the judicious thing for the board to do would be to bifurcate these two so that we know and can clearly focus on which ecosystem, which river we're discussing. In addition to that, when you look at going down and you look at the whole notion, you know, she suggested that California did not have enough resources to do the studies. Well, California is the 5th largest economy in the world. So, you know, if it's true that California doesn't have the resources, I'd like you to look at farmers and ranchers that you're asking to sacrifice and say that if the 5th largest economy doesn't have the resources, what would the resources of the farmers and ranchers in one of California's poorest counties have to be able to contribute? And I think this kind of goes back to, you know, the issue of what Mr. Tucker was referring to on prices. And I think Brandon Fawaz did a great job. You know, I'm a new rancher. I spent 7 years looking for a ranch. And one of the things I found was Scott Valley. It was probably the most sustainable place to farm on the globe when we use less than 10% of the water that flows through this. And so let's be cognizant of that too. And you know, when it gets to what I'd call sort of prejudicial presentations, when we look at staff's photos of my ranch on Young's Dam between you know, 21, 22, he shows a radical difference in water after the curtailment, where I can show you 30 years of photos without curtailment where that has fluctuated as well. And just to be clear, to the south of my ranch, there's virtually no pumps. So, you know, when you look at Young's Point and you're looking at that reach, there's not a lot of pumping taking place, depleting the groundwater above the ranch. So I think that's highly important. I think when you look and you go back and you look at the other thing, you know, that we're mentioning is that there was no cooperation. And that I find extremely painful. Since the time I've owned that ranch, we have been very open, and my neighbors have, and I chaired, as I mentioned before to this committee, that I chaired the Watershed Council for 5 years, and I was astounded, and people that came to visit us were astounded by the overwhelming cooperation amongst participants and ranchers and farmers within that community to do what they are asked to do. So, you know, I just, you know, not to nitpick or to add any kind of disunion, rest assured that there's been broad community support to do what we are asked to do. It doesn't mean we came up with other things to do, but what we were asked to do, such as fencing, do significant alterations to our production. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars close to 20 years ago to improve water efficiency, and to be told that we've done nothing and don't cooperate is pretty painful, and I think is a piece of information that the board really should take into consideration. You know, hence I get back to, you know, what is the solution? And one of the solutions has always been there. I have, as well as my neighbors, have put water back into the river on a voluntary basis. I have a very good water right within the river. We have had a water trust in that river, and if there was more water was of interest to the state of California and to the NGOs, there's a vehicle to put water in that river, and you can talk to the current executive director of the Water Trust and the former director of the Water Trust. There was never dollars or interest. So I think to come in at this point and say, gosh, you know, what have you guys done? You haven't done enough. And, you know, we hear Mr. Webb talk about, and this is why the division between the Shasta and the Scott is so important. There has been a vehicle, and if any NGO was interested, or any of our petitioners were interested, there's a vehicle to acquire my water, my neighbor's water, and put it back in and wet the river if that was the solution. And I kind of go back to what I suggested to this board. Over 10 years ago, my father-in-law and I offered thousands of acres and 5 miles approximately of the river to do for a study on curtailment. And I think one of the things I'm running out of time,
Yeah,
it sounds like,
you have, Mr.
is
Plank,
just to wrap up, if I can just another 30 seconds. I have been heralded as one of the most ecologically sustainable ranches in the country. It has been written up in Grist and other publications. I was salmon safe, organic, 4,000 acres. And when I'm asked about when I started ranching, what has been one of the biggest things, it has been the regulatory burden and the lack of cooperation of certain organizations. It encouraged me 3 years ago to execute an agricultural license and stop my dream of farming and ranching because the regulatory burden was so onerous. And so when people say, don't worry about it, it wasn't the price of wheat, 50 cents on the dollar, what it was at the height of the Depression in cash dollars. It was never being able to do enough to satisfy certain community members, no matter what we gave. I thank you very much for your patience and allowing me to go over. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Plank. Next, I'd like to call up Cree, be followed by, here looking to see Cecile Willie, and then Annalise Rivero.
Greetings. Can you all hear me?
We can. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'm just imagining what it would be like if the board actually accepted the petition. It seems that there's plenty of scientific data available. There's been ample monitoring. Lots of data has been collected over the course of decades, it sounds like, but especially as the petition response says the efforts began in earnest in 2014 since Governor Brown's California Water Action Plan, which even after a decade of these earnest efforts have been insufficient to protect the threatened keystone species that are a cornerstone of the culture of the local tribes there. So what you've been doing isn't working. That's been made abundantly clear. And the emotional appeals of the small agricultural farmers don't trump that necessity to protect these species and the culture and the people of the tribes there, who have been there since time immemorial and have had historically no problem with keeping ample salmon and these other fish, steelhead, etc., in the waterways. The science that they provided in the original petition is, let me pull this up here. A lot of this information I'm just getting right from the petition itself and the response. The existing scientific studies, data, and information are more than sufficient to identify the flows necessary to support all phases of the salmonid life cycle needs in the Shasta River. As well, that petition contained the best available scientific information needed to identify and enforce in-stream flow regulations in the Shasta watershed. So any more time allowance for prioritizing data and monitoring is unacceptable. We demand action now. It's already way past overdue. The reasons listed in the petition response: number one, ongoing work, not working. Number two, flexibility. This need for flexibility is not a compelling reason relative to the urgent necessity for the protection of the endangered/threatened keystone species. Number three, timeline issue is, again, not relevant to actually committing to initiating the process of establishing a long-term in-stream flows/temperature requirements. We all realize that it's going to take time. Nobody is saying that it needs to be done in a certain time frame, from what I understand. I know there's a code here that it was talking about, but it seems to me that these three reasons that were listed in the petition response are not in any way, shape, or form compelling compared to the urgent and dire situation that we're facing here. With regards to the other options listed in the petition response, number one, a policy for water quality control. This doesn't address baseline flows as far as I'm aware, and I don't know if it addresses temperatures. I'm concerned the solution is more focused on appeasing people complaining about sediment from the dam removal in spite of the improved water quality from less toxic algae and the ample data that reveals no adverse effects to the ag community. Although I do want to add in that I did see the presentation earlier about some adverse effects to the ag community. I'm not sure how much of that is related to the water curtailments. I don't think that presentation specified that, as I recall. And a water rights proceeding would be the second option that was listed. The water rights proceeding, as well as the collaborative efforts between diverters and regulatory agencies, both seem to me to be more concerned with money than life. And as we're seeing with the tribes that with the high suicide rates regarding what is going on with this issue of the cornerstone of their culture being, I don't know the fancy word, I don't remember it, but for the sake of time, I will not worry about finding all the fancy words. So the fact that it's, oh, here it is right here, extirpation, the slow extirpation of salmon. We really need to prioritize life here. And the most logical statement that I've heard in this whole day's meeting is someone mentioned from the tribe, actually, that this board has authority to regulate these water flows. And so that's what we're here to discuss. And I heard someone else mention that a higher authority is going to have to make the goal of recovering salmon. However, there is no higher authority regarding.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but you've gone over your time a bit, and if you don't mind wrapping your points, I know we have further folks to hear from, but thank you.
Okay, so this board is the only authority that can authorize the emergency flows and the long-term flows. So I really want to see the tribes be prioritized and their ample research, science, and solutions be given the proper respect, which I'm not seeing here.
Thank you, Cree, and apologize if you're not seeing that respect. Do know that it's critically important, I know to myself and the other board members, that we do just that. Here, bring about a respectful place where we are definitely looking to ensure that we're protecting the tribe's interests along with others here. And so, just thank you. I appreciate your comments, and here, note, I know the frustration of where we are in our process. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cecile Willie, and it'll be followed by Annalise Rivero, and then Matt Clifford.
Is it on? Hello. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Cecile Willie. I am Pomo, Wintu, and Wailaki, and an enrolled Walker River Paiute tribal member, and I'm the staff attorney for Save California Salmon. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the creation of this resolution and taking this important step in moving away from frequent emergency regulations towards a more sustainable and long-term approach to managing the Scott and Shasta rivers. The board's previous emergency regulations have been necessary to protect fish in the Scott and Shasta watersheds, but this emergency-driven approach to regulating rivers is not an effective long-term management strategy. Long-term solutions are needed for the protection of aquatic species migration and critical life stages of keystone species such as Chinook, coho, and steelhead. The amount of in-stream flows in the emergency regulations were not designed for long-term use and failed to take into consideration important factors like temperature for salmon survival and recovery. These important fisheries will continue to be threatened if the board does not take action to set permanent recovery flows. As you consider a long-term approach to managing flows, it is important that actions are taken that prioritize the long-term goal of salmon recovery. Now that multiple millions have been invested in restoring the Klamath River, diverse stakeholders in the public and private sectors must cooperate to ensure that dam removal actually results in salmon recovery, and I appreciated the comments earlier encouraging that collaboration. Ensuring that in-stream flows are adequate to maintain conditions for fish migration is a critical factor in restoration efforts. As is noted in the resolution, in-river tribal fisheries have been closed multiple times over the last 10 years and as recently as last year. The resolution also acknowledges the importance of fisheries and rivers to multiple tribes that was emphasized in earlier comments from Councilmember Hockaday of the Creek Tribe and Ms. Schaefer from Quartz Valley. This current effort to establish stronger protections for these cultural resources is extremely important not only to the salmon and river ecosystems, but also to the physical, mental, and cultural health of tribes within the Klamath Basin, as was mentioned by a prior commenter. Maintaining greater in-stream flows is necessary to fulfill the board's duty to protect the environment, public trust, and the people and tribal cultures that rely on salmon. Passing this resolution is an opportunity for the board to uphold the public and tribal trust and show the board's broad range of constituents that the state is taking salmon recovery seriously. Hopefully, following the passage of this resolution, we urge the board to take swift action to establish interim baseline minimum flows well above the belly scraping flows which threaten salmon survival. We must seriously consider the value of our freshwater ecosystems and stop underestimating the gravity of salmon extinction. I urge the board to adopt the resolution that makes clear that the goal is salmon recovery for the benefit of tribal communities that rely on salmon and the greater Klamath Basin as it bounces back from dam removal. Lastly, I'd like to quickly address the separation of the Scott and Shasta discussions. Given the resource and time restrictions on tribal governments and tribal communities, I really want to caution that separation because unless it is absolutely necessary for progress on one or both of the rivers, being able to address both rivers does make it easier on local tribes and ensures more frequent tribal participation on these issues. Thank you for holding space for this discussion today, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
And thank you for those great comments, Ms. Willie. It's good seeing you, and just really appreciative of the good comment and feedback as well on the splitting of the two projects. So look forward to further discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Annalise Rivero, be followed by Matt Clifford, and then Vivian Hellaway.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Cam Bestek, and I'm a Policy Associate at California Trout. I realize it says Annalise, but I work with her. I promise she sent me today. But I'm actually here to give comments on behalf of my organization. We're one of California's largest freshwater restoration organizations, and more specifically here to give comments on behalf of my Scott Shasta Klamath team who work on the ground in this region. To recover salmonids in the Scott and Shasta valleys, large-scale habitat restoration is needed Habitat restoration is needed in addition to increased stream flows during critical life cycle stages for anadromous species. As evidenced by our work throughout the state, CalTrout firmly believes that most durable solutions are forged between diverse interests. To effectively achieve the necessary restoration and in-stream flows in these valleys, the state, conservation organizations, tribal nations, and landowners need to work together to build these solutions with consideration for both habitat restoration and in-stream flow enhancement. I do want to take a moment and thank the tribal members, the council members, and the advocates who came in here today and spent time and shared their perspectives with us. We would also like to recognize the progress made towards ecosystem improvement and sustainable agriculture in collaboration with the landowners in the Scott and Shasta Rivers. These include projects completed in partnership with the Hart Ranch, Cardoza Ranch, Scott River Ranch, Bouvier Ranch, Shard Family, and others. These partnerships have resulted in more water in stream, reopened habitats, and restored river channels in all working landscapes. We do believe that water users who have made impactful changes to their irrigation practices and infrastructure should be rewarded for these efforts. And we ask for the mechanism to evaluate the overall water use efficiency of a user when determining curtailments, excuse me. We also encourage the State Water Board to recognize these efforts in designing future regulations and to develop regulatory approaches that incentivize additional cooperative projects. It is imperative that we work together to put good projects on the ground faster and at a larger scale. Finally, the Scott and Shasta Rivers are neighboring tributaries within the Calumet Basin. However, this does not mean that they should be managed in the same way. Several key differences include those of base hydrology, of land ownership, and of distinct fisheries issues. We suggest that each drainage should be treated separately when developing custom regulations to address streamflow impacts. We thank you and we thank your staff very much for your time and for your work and for the opportunity for public comment.
Thank you. Next we have Matt Clifford with Trout Unlimited. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, members, I'm Matt Clifford. I'm the California Director for Trout Unlimited. It's late in the day. It's been a long day, and so I promise I'll be brief. But I did want to get over here today and get on record in support of the proposed resolution by the board. And what I'll say is I've been working in coastal California watersheds on stream flow issues and development of stream flow standards, including that, for the last 10 years, a bit more than that, actually. And one of my major observations in the course of that work is there really is a tendency, as a couple of folks have observed today, to let the perfect be the enemy of the good when it comes to stream flow standards. And in a way that's really understandable because hydrology, biology, geology, these are really complicated. The science is very tricky. The patterns of demand are very complicated. And whenever a standard, whatever standard one proposes gets out there, it's always subject to criticism. It could be better. And there's always another study you could do, et cetera. And the result of this, I think in a lot of cases, has really been to contribute to a lot of paralysis throughout the state, where no one ever gets a standard on the table. And folks on the ground out there know that across a lot of these coastal watersheds. We do a lot of voluntary work in these watersheds, and we've done some really good work in some areas. But when you're out there, people will do a lot of good work out of the goodness of their heart and because they want to, particularly when you make it easy for them and you've got money and you can line it up. But it's really a different calculus for them if they think that they're getting ahead of a curve and stream flow standards are coming and they're going to get a better deal now than they will years from now when things, and right now they don't believe it. And we've been through two droughts, serious drought cycles over the last 10 years. And despite some bright spots in a lot of places, not much has changed. Now, one place that hasn't happened, two places that has not happened are the Scott and Shasta, right? And that hasn't happened there because this board has done the hard work of going out there and formulating and actually implementing these flow standards. And that is a lot of hard work, and we recognize that. And I want to seriously applaud the board for that. We know how difficult that can be, but as we've heard from staff today, it's helped. We've got a good, a better situation through these really severe drought times than we would have had otherwise. Things aren't good, but they could be a lot worse. And so looking forward to the process from here, I guess the thing I'd say first and foremost is don't go backward, okay? Protect that investment that the board and everyone has made, and don't risk all that progress. And the current standards in place, while they may not be perfect, because again, no standards are, they're far better than not having a standard in place. And what we wouldn't want to do in the worst case is remove them, let them lapse, and go back to a situation where the way we're going to respond is wait for the next quote unquote emergency to come along and then react. We've seen that movie before. It doesn't work well. The response will come late, despite the best efforts of everyone, including folks in this room, and it'll lead backwards. We know that. Let's not unring that bell. So be sure that if these current flow standards, if you're going to replace those with something, think long and hard about that and make sure it's with something better. Looking ahead, I mean, we all want to get to the same place here, right? We want fully protective flow standards. We understand it's going to take a while. The board, it looks like the approach you want to take is to have baseline flows first. Okay, so be it. But in developing those baseline offline flows, our advice would be make sure that even if they're minimally protective, they are in fact protective of fisheries. They do protect the fisheries, the cultural interests, et cetera, and they're adequate to do that. And for example, just if we have a situation where those flows are in place, and even though we're meeting those flows, we still have fish rescues going on elsewhere in the basin for lack of sufficient flows, we should take that as a warning sign that maybe we're not meeting that standard, need to do a better job. So I'll just leave it at that. Looking forward, other than say thanks again to the board for all this effort, and we wish you well moving forward and look forward to being involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifford. Appreciate that and appreciate the participation and involvement up to now that has helped get us to this moment. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Vivian Hellawell, be followed by Danielle Zakaria, and then Eli Scott.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for all your work getting to this point. The petitioners, I support the positions of Pacific Coast Irish and Fishermen's Associations, IFR, and ELF. I'm speaking today, my name is Vivian Hellawell. I'm speaking today as a commercial fishing family who lives on the coast. And the Scott and Shasta River fish have been extremely important to our ability to harvest fish in the ocean. As Gwen Spain said, we're limited by protecting the weakest stocks. The Scott and Shasta have been a resource, a reserve on the Klamath until we could get it opened up. And so, we don't have any voluntary fishing regulations. We've been shut down in the Klamath zone for 30 years, and we fished salmon down south when we could. We've been shut down for 2 years. No disaster relief has reached us for the last 2 years. And a lot of people went out of business. We still have our fixed costs of doing business. And even though we live a little further downstream, we're part of this community that relies on fish in the Scott and Shasta River and how well they're doing. So, just thank you for your work today, and please put in some emergency flows that are good, and then restoration flows so we can have a harvestable surplus. These fish are a long way yet from recovery, and it's going to take a lot of hard work. We're a long way from being able to balance or compromise because these fish are in such poor condition already from the last few decades of everything. I'm going to keep it really short, but it's late in the day. I wanted to suggest that the water quality of the tailwater recharge be protected from contaminants going into the groundwater, because once you get them in the groundwater, it's really hard to get them out, impossible to get them out. And the temperature also of them going in is an issue. So I'm just going to leave it at that for now. Think of us as part of the restoration community. We're happy to see a lot of cooperation and the necessary regulation to restore these fish. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Hallowell. I know it's been a long day, so really appreciate you hanging on, being part of the discussion here, and your comments. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Next, I'd like to call up Danielle Zakaria, and be followed by Eli Scott, and then Regina Chigazola.
And so Danielle Zakaria is not on the platform at this point and was listed as if necessary.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Next, then, I'd like to call up Eli Scott, be followed by Regina Chigazola, then Scott Harding, and I believe our last commenter here will be Charna Gilmore.
I'm Eli Scott. I'm with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Senior Environmental Scientist, and I work in the Scott and Shasta on water quality issues. I'm really happy to hear how many times people mention the TMDL. That means I'm doing my job, so that's pretty cool. And now I'm going to give a very riveting comment about the TMDL. So, as everyone's mentioned already, the Scott and Shasta rivers are impaired. They're both impaired for temperature. the Shasta is impaired for DO, and additionally, the Scott's impaired for biostimulatory conditions. And there's one common thread across all of those impairments, and that is flow. In the Scots, since the 1970s, groundwater has routinely been brought below the riverbed in the summer through additional groundwater pumping, which reduces surface flow, decreases the amount of cold water that emerges in stream as summertime base flow. And these groundwater accretions provide important refugial areas for oversummering habitat for juvenile coho salmon and steelhead. Additionally, as depth to groundwater increases, it also makes it more challenging for riparian vegetation to survive summers, which impacts shade, resulting in more direct solar radiation heating, just resulting in higher in-stream temperatures. When the fall and winter rains come, it makes it harder for the river to reconnect when groundwater levels are so depleted, which means, you know, on some years, like we saw in past years, Chinooks just don't make it into the system. At least not into the valley floor, I should say. In the Shasta, emergent cold water springs provide the primary base flow for the system. It's stable, it's cold, and historically, it's resulted in ideal conditions for coho salmon. However, with surface water diversions of those cold water springs and additional groundwater development over the past 50 years, we've seen reductions in that flow. That water has instead been spread across fields to heat up under solar radiation, high summertime temperatures, and resulted in discharges of elevated, well, I should say very hot irrigation tailwater into surface water, which again exacerbates the temperature impairment and also leads nutrients to flow into the tributaries and the main stem of the Shasta River. The North Coast Regional Water Board has identified irrigation efficiency as a primary driver to slow down or stop the discharges of irrigation tailwater across our region, and that's definitely true in the Shasta and the Scott as well. The temperature TMDL in the Shasta River identified the development, I just talked about that, mostly development of groundwater pumping in the fractured basalt on the east side of the valley, depriving the Big Springs complex from the cold water that produces some of the highest volume of spring flow in the Shasta River. And because of that, called for an additional 45 CFS of cold water to be dedicated in stream to support clearing the temperature impairment. So that ends up being a total accumulated flow of 112 CFS of cold spring water emerging from Big Springs, Alcove Spring, Little Springs, Hole in the Ground Spring, Clear Springs, and other emergent springs upstream of Highway A12. With climate models continuing to predict changes in precipitation regime that likely diminish snowpack, make droughts more extreme, and drive rainfall to be less frequent and more intense, groundwater management for the protection of minimum in-stream flows will continue to be a critical tool to continue to support beneficial uses in the Scott and Shasta rivers as we move into a future shaped by climate change. The North Coast Board believes that through careful, intentional, and collaborative management, water quality objectives can be achieved and impairments can be fixed. We've worked in these watersheds for decades with dischargers, tribes, watershed groups, irrigators, nonprofits, but we don't have the direct authority over flow or water rights. That's a major piece of this puzzle, and that's what you all can do. So we definitely support the development of permanent in-stream flows, the readoption of the 2023 order as an interim step, and believe that the development of these in-stream flows will support beneficial uses that are listed in our basin plan as impaired for these watersheds. There's a whole bunch I wanted to say about the back and forth that was up here. Specifically, I want to touch on what Mr. Walker mentioned about 50 CFS and the source of that water being additional warm water flowing into the river. The reason that we saw improvements in temperatures because of the source of that water was actually cold water. It was from the Big Springs complex. It was through curtailments of junior groundwater users. And that showed a significant improvement. And likely the curtailments also reduced the amount of tailwater that was going into the river, which helped alleviate that heating. So I just wanted to put that out there and clear that up. I think he and I have agreed to disagree on that, but I think that's what the evidence that I've seen shows. And I've just really enjoyed the collaboration between your staff, myself, and CDFW on this. I think we've really come a long way in a few years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Really appreciate your comments and contributions and those of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We wouldn't be at the point we are in our discussion if it wasn't for good work on the TMDL and working with folks on the ground. So just appreciate your comments, continued contributions. Just many thanks. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chigazola, be followed by Scott Harding, and then again, our last commenter here will be Charna Gilmore.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good to see you. Good evening.
Good to see you too. First of all, I want to thank the board for moving forward with this resolution and taking action over the last few years to make sure that there are at least belly scraping flows in the Scott and Shasta rivers. As you know, I live in this area, a little downriver from those rivers, but seeing them actually flow this time of year and knowing that fish are getting up there feels really good. And especially after all these years of working on the TMDL. So I thank you for that. The few things I did want to, well, first of all, I just wanted to say when I look to a situation where I'm trying to use an example of how our water policy or water rights policy in California is broken and the system is not working, a lot of times I do bring up the Shasta River because it's an old adjudication for all the water in the river pretty much. And it's not supporting beneficial uses due to this. So the fact that now you're using your authority to make sure to protect beneficial uses, it seems like it's coming a little late, but it's really appreciated. So with that, I wanted to echo, I'll try to go quickly, it is the end of the day, and congratulations on getting through this all so fast. But I did want to echo the need for real recovery flows. We want to get the coho off the endangered species list. We've worked so hard to get these dams out. We've worked so hard on the TMDL and try to deal with the pollution issue. And really, that missing piece has been the flows and the necessary flows for recovery, and also that these flows be cold and not full of tailwater. So I really appreciate Eli speaking to the TMDL. The only other couple things I want to say is that I heard earlier in the day that we need to look at the resolution as far as how it addresses enforcement. And I know that Craig was talking about how regulation is the mother of cooperation, and I do think that's true. You know, when people see regulation coming down, they start getting together and thinking of ways to find solutions that harm the community the least. But I would also say that having enforcement is the mother of making sure that people actually follow the rules. And, you know, sometimes there are people who don't. And the Shasta River farmers that did take water illegally during a curtailment is an example of why enforcement is necessary. And there are a lot of good actors in the watershed, and they won't have to deal with enforcement because they're going to try to come up with solutions. And whether that be cooperative solutions or whether that just be because they're regulated, as long as there's water in the rivers, I don't really care. I just want to see this move forward, and I want to see it actually lead to real water in the rivers. I think it's also really important we move forward with metering and trying to figure out where the water is actually going and making sure that there's not unaccounted for illegal diversions going on, because, you know, everyone should be wanting to be good actors. So I don't see how that could really harm anyone. And the last thing I would say is I wanted to echo Mike Belcheck's comments earlier that time is of the essence here. We don't have a long time. While I've been working on this TMDL process, it's been, I think, something like 18 years. And the amount of years fishing's been shut down within those 18 years is most of them at this point. We've only had a few good years in there. So, you know, we don't have a long time to wait on this. And so I really hope that while we figure out what these long-term recovery flows hopefully look like, that we also keep these belly scraping flows in place, because we need them. We can't afford to lose whole year classes anymore within these watersheds. With that, hopefully I'm under my time because I am trying to hurry up. But thank you again, and I look forward to working with everyone on this process as we move forward.
Thank you. No hurry in the least. Appreciate your comments here, Ms. Chigazola. It's good to see you. Appreciate the continued engagement and just the good discussion and contribution to it here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Scott Harding and then Charna Gilmore.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and the board for the opportunity to comment. My name is Scott Harding. I live in Siskiyou County, and I'm with American Whitewater. We're a national nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting and restoring our nation's whitewater rivers and enhancing opportunities for everybody to be able to enjoy them safely. The Scott and Shasta rivers are exceptional whitewater tributaries to the Klamath, and their importance has been well highlighted here today. We agree with the petitioners, CDFW, and others regarding the urgent need for permanent in-stream flow regulations, and we implore the board to act promptly to prevent further impacts to imperiled fisheries. That's our highest concern. However, it's not only fisheries that will benefit from flow regulation. The North Coast Region's Basin Plan identifies water contact recreation and navigation as beneficial uses for the Scott and the Shasta River systems. Permanent stream flow regulation will help restore these uses, which have been severely degraded by ongoing flow reductions. Minimum flows will help, but restoration or recovery level flows are truly necessary. Swimming on the Scott River coincides with incredibly low summertime flows, which contribute to high water temperatures and poor water quality, which degrades this beneficial use. The ability to swim in the Shasta River during summer has already nearly been eliminated. Annual aquifer drawdowns from diversions and pumping significantly reduce river flows year-round, not only in the summer and fall. Rain and snowmelt are absorbed by depleted aquifers instead of flowing downstream, limiting water contact recreation and navigation opportunities, especially impacting whitewater recreation in winter and spring. The Scott River once offered a reliable whitewater boating season that attracted out-of-area visitors and supported commercial activity, but this is no longer the case, and flows often provide 0 to just a handful of boatable days in many years. Lack of flows on the Shasta River has largely foreclosed boating use to the point that it's an unknown river, even to local area boaters. I'm happy to hear Chairman Hockaday's account of a drift boat navigating the Scott River through the valley for the first time in 20 years. That should be possible every year under a properly regulated flow regime, but it will require more than baseline minimum flow regulation. Additionally, the Water Board must also consider its obligations under the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. This pertains to the Scott River, which has been a designated state wild and scenic river since 1972, when Governor Ronald Reagan signed the act into law. The act declares that certain rivers which possess extraordinary scenic, recreational, fishery, or wildlife values shall be preserved in their free-flowing state, along with their immediate environments for the benefit and enjoyment of the people of the state. Importantly, in the act, the legislature declared that such use of these rivers is the highest and most beneficial use. The act requires departments and agencies of the state to protect the free-flowing nature of these rivers and the extraordinary values for which each was included in the state wild and scenic rivers system. Put more simply, the act requires that the Water Board protect the Scott River's extraordinary recreational, fisheries, scenic, and wildlife values as its highest and most beneficial use under the law. Although the current resolution focuses almost exclusively on regulating in-stream flows to benefit fisheries, the board is similarly obligated to ensure that its flow regulation protects all of its extraordinary values. Necessarily, this includes examining how groundwater and surface water withdrawals affect flow in winter and spring, when river flows have historically supported whitewater recreation activities. We request that the board honor its obligations under the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. Greatly appreciate the staff and board's ongoing engagement in this critical issue. It's wonderful to see things finally moving along after a long back and forth over years. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you as well for those comments, Mr. Harding. I appreciate contributions here to the discussion and look forward to, I know, what is further work. Next, and I believe our last commenter, I'd like to call up Charna Gilmore.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to, oh, sorry. I'm too on the road. I'm going to keep this short, and I just wanted to add a couple things that, as you're considering next steps. There's a lot of work happening in the Scott Valley, and I'm only speaking to the Scott Valley because I'm the director for the Scott River Watershed Council, and have been working in this watershed for over a decade. Something was said earlier about hopefully that some of this process could move to the SGMA process, and I just would like to make a formal statement that I'm opposed to that. I also sit on the SGMA committee, and it's really reliant and really tasked to do a fully other set of regulations, and I don't think tying this to that would be a good idea. I also would like to just point out that we have a very mature, over 2 year, well, about 2 years, process that we're working on with multiple local tribes, the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation, the Siskiyou Land Farm Bureau, other ag users, Cow Trout, TNC, Siskiyou Land Trust, Northern California Resource Center, to really look at some of these complex issues around fish and farms and the water conflict that you guys are all talking about here today. And so one of those things that we're working on is called the Scott River Recovery Action Plan. And we've done 7 facilitated meetings over 15 hours of very intense conversation around what does this look like for our communities. And so as your staff is really trying to think about, how to tackle these really complex and they're not only physically, they're socially, economically, is really try to leverage the good work that our organization and others are doing in the basin, and getting out on site, coming and seeing, not only just hearing me tell you we're doing good things, but making sure that you're backing it up with doing the homework to validate that the work that's being done is actually benefiting the situation. So my doors are always open. Would love to invite everybody on this call and anybody's wanted to come out and look at some of our work that we think is addressing some of these conflicts around water. We're working in the uplands, and all this stuff kind of ties together, but many times over the last decade, people come into the valley without really trying to understand some of the basic work that's happening. And we're doing a lot of work with Laura Foglia, trying to couple models to really understand what things are happening on the surface, how that interacts and impacts our groundwater. So again, thank you. I will keep it short. And with that, I will say good night.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gilmore. Appreciate those contributions there, and completely agree that we don't want to reinvent the wheel when it comes to a lot of the local conversations and cooperative work that's going on, but definitely leverage it so that we have momentum to move faster sooner. And so just thanks for your leadership, I know, and the great work that the council has been doing, and for the tour when I was out. So thank you. Good to see you. All right, I believe, unless there's anyone in the room or otherwise, and if so, please just jump up that was intending to comment, but otherwise have reached the end of our commenters. And I know the end of a long discussion here before us. And I appreciate the time, especially those that came out and traveled out to be participating in today's discussion. Just really just incredibly appreciative of everyone's time, the tone of the discussion, and the feeling that this is definitely continued momentum, that this board adoption potentially here as we come to final consideration of the resolution is a step that continues to move us forward in what has been a lot of work, long time coming. Looking to fellow board colleagues, though, if there's additional discussion from what we've heard or on the resolution, and look over to Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree with what you've just said, and it's been a long day, but it's really heartening to see how things have changed from the first time we took action. Just really appreciate all of the collaboration and just people being respectful of different views. It's just, it's terrific. I'm particularly excited about our next step, not necessarily on the emergency reg. I mean, that's something that needs to be done to continue the momentum, but on moving forward on having a more robust review on base flows. This is something that I've been challenged by through the emergency reg process. Because with it being an emergency, we don't have the ability to look at all these different factors. And so I think, just really looking forward to receiving good information, the best information that we have at this time, given the fact that we want to move quickly on economic impacts, economic benefits, getting a better sense of how this impacts the community as a whole, and also on the science. And so on the science piece and the various factors, I do have just one request and would like to bring up staff to chat about this. I did pull them aside earlier so they know to expect this discussion. But I thought we had a good discussion about Klamath Dam removal. And I do think it's important for us to evaluate that as part of the base flow, the permanent base flow review that will be done. Also the benefits, and don't want to tip one way or the other, but just think it's important to have that as part of what we evaluate. And so just would like to get your thoughts on that. We do have a pretty broad whereas number 15 that I'm looking at. And then a couple of other areas that I'd like to see us include, and that would be looking at forest management practices. That came up a couple of times. And what didn't come up was the historic mining and dredging and the tailings that are in the Scott River in particular, and some of the limiting factors that result in that. And just want to hear from staff. I know I brought this up earlier and want to get your thoughts on how we could, make sure that we include in the review the various limiting factors.
We're all being too polite this late in the afternoon. You pointed to whereas 15, which discusses the fact that fishery declines have multi-pronged causation. And so I think it is important to note it's not one factor, as we've discussed here. It's a multitude of different factors that are contributing to fisheries decline in these watersheds. One that was discussed pretty prevalently today was Klamath Dam removal that took place this year and is going to have, has had, water quality impacts in the near term. But looking towards the longer term, we anticipate that being an overall benefit to the fisheries of the Klamath River and the Scott and the Shasta as well. So I think that cause is well suited under the water quality aspect of this provision of the whereas clause and incorporated right in there. I think when we're talking about what the supervisor was talking about earlier with respect, and others spoke about today with respect to impacts associated with the forestry, that is very prevalent, especially in the Scott. That is another cause, the evapotranspiration associated with that and the lack of management, as the supervisor noted. And then you mentioned directly the tailings, which are, for anyone who's been to the Scott River watershed, are massive in nature and somewhat unimaginable unless you've been there in person to see them. I think those are not as represented here in terms of causations or factors that impact the fisheries decline and are unique to the Scott in this instance. I think those are both aspects that are attributable to the land uses there, the lack of forestry management, the fact that there was that historic mining in the region. And so one potential addition there would be to include land uses explicitly as another cause or factor that has been contributing to all of the factors that are associated with the fishery decline.
All right. I'd propose that then, that we include that, land uses.
Land uses.
Looking to see how folks on the dais feel.
Okay.
Seeing nods.
All
Yeah.
right, and then a couple of questions. I thought that Supervisor Hout brought up some, really good points about public health and safety. And I do think that it was included, exclusions were included in the emergency reg, and I just want to hear that on the record so that, we can make sure that we were responsive to his very legitimate concerns about public safety.
Yes, so the regulation, the emergency regulation, has provisions related to water that can be used during curtailment for specific purposes. One of those is minimum human health and safety. Obviously, firefighting and being prepared for fires is something that relates to minimum human health and safety. The regulation has a provision for 55 gallons per person per day outright, and then the ability to petition for more. So someone can come in and say, I need more water. This is how much water I need. This is what I need it for. And these are the conservation measures I'm implementing that make it, that show that I'm doing what I can, but I still need this additional amount of water.
Great.
I'll maybe add in there that there's a real world example of that this last year when there was the very large fire in the Scott River watershed. And it was right at the time when we were flows were dropping rapidly in the stream system. And we were in a position to legally have called curtailments at that time. We chose not to. And we specifically made the decision not to implement curtailments for a number, I think over a week, watching kind of what happened with the fire, recognizing that it wasn't the appropriate time to kind of do mass curtailments throughout a watershed when it was actively on fire.
Great. Okay, and then the last point was just wanting to open up the discussion about monitoring. I want to get your thoughts on that. Is it something that merits an additional clause in the resolution or direction to you all? Just want to hear your thoughts, and my colleagues as well.
So I think monitoring goes directly in line with the data collection efforts that are explicitly stated in the resolution at this time. I do think that we've made efforts to improve monitoring, improve data collection, and try and do it in a transparent way. I think we have a long way to go in these watersheds in terms of making all of the data that's collected accessible and getting all of the data we would like to have, right? Like there's data that's being collected that we don't have access to. I think it was Mike Harris with CDFW that mentioned the desire to improve the trust and engage with folks to help them understand we want this data to help improve our shared understanding and to make decisions in a way that everyone can understand. And so I think we will continue to have those conversations. There's a forum that the regional board has been hosting for, I don't know, many, many years. It occurs every other Tuesday. It's the Scott Shasta subgroup meeting. And it has been an area where all parties, anyone who's interested, can come together to talk about Scott and Shasta and what's going on in that watershed. We've had conversations in the past about where should we be putting gauges? How do we make data accessible? I think we need to double down and try and improve that effort, but also understand that we have limited resources in which to gather additional data and trying to find efficiencies in how we can make all that data available. As you saw in the presentation earlier, there's a lot of additional data that's being collected, that's being sent out on spreadsheets and things like that. Like the connectivity reports. Every week, CDFW is going out to multiple locations throughout the Scott River watershed to look at what tributaries are connected and what tributaries are not connected. It's really valuable information for us to understand how the watershed is responding to climactic events as well as other actions that are taking place in the watershed. But having that somewhere that everybody can access easily when they want to pull that up instead of searching through their email, we do need, I think, over time to make that more accessible and help folks have the ability to evaluate these things collectively and have discussions about them. So to that respect, there was one potential proposal for modified language to a provision that I will have to pull up. But if there's other discussion folks want to have on that topic, I will pull it up unless Eric has it available.
I was just going to quickly note that there are models for that type of data warehouse, for lack of a better term, and through a completely random other set of circumstances earlier today, I was looking at the Mono Basin Clearinghouse, which is exactly this kind of website where all of the data goes in, all of the regulatory documents go in, anyone can access it, but that also has a cost that goes with it. Somebody needs to maintain it, somebody needs to shepherd it. I think we don't have that in the Scott Shasta watersheds at this point. Some of the Farm Bureau comments in their proposed revisions, the way I read their proposal would have put the GSA in the driver's seat. And in as much that we very much want to collaborate and continue working with the GSA, and where we can be hand in glove, recognize that the GSA does have a different regulatory objective than we do, and we do have different kind of data needs. And so we didn't feel it was quite appropriate to have the GSA drive the data collection efforts for this whole effort, but still very much want to work with them. And I think that's where Aaron has some potential wording that could help.
Yeah, it's a tweak to the new 1D provision of the therefore be it resolved section. And so it would update that first two lines of D to say, continue modeling and data collection efforts in a coordinated fashion. That's the addition part. That includes locally provided information where possible that would help inform.
I appreciate that, and I think that might be the most efficient way of kind of getting at, without getting into specifics, because to your point, Mr. Ekdahl, I think we don't know what entity would necessarily be able to do it, but I think we should make clear that we do want a more synthesized and coordinated approach. And actually, as I was reading this and thinking through this further as well, I know the original change was in order to give nod to locally provided information. I feel a continuum of that and would like to actually be more explicit here, and want to see how you all feel about it, and folks at the dais, is around traditional ecological knowledge. TEK is an important component of the information that's out there, and to the extent that we can maybe add that in there, just so that we're explicit that that's the sort of local information we'd also be looking for, along with landowners and local agencies that are going to be working with us, could be helpful to just put a finer point on the continued coordination with tribes that we're looking for as we pursue this.
I could propose an edit there.
Yes,
although
please.
Mariana may prefer to do it.
And before you do, just if there's anything else from folks when it comes to at least that provision, if they wanted to add or have discussion, and then we can read it once through at that point. Seen Board Member Firestone.
I guess I have a discussion topic related to D2, but not to the main D. So I think let's start with just D.
And yeah, we can do D, and then we'll go to D2. That sounds good.
Okay. So one potential revision that would include the TEK, the Tribal Ecological Knowledge, would be revising those first two lines of D to say, continue modeling and data collection efforts in a coordinated fashion that includes locally provided information, including tribal ecological knowledge, where possible, that would help inform,
I think that sounds to make sense to me, but looking to Mr. Lawfer.
Yeah, I think that works. The one when the final record is reflected, well, I think it's technically traditional ecological knowledge as opposed to tribal ecological knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're in agreement on that adjustment. And Board Member Firestone on D2.
Well, I don't know if it's on D2 or I think it's a combination of D2 and then going back to the whereas clause, what was 3 and now 4. But it's basically in regards to the term that we're using for water year specific minimum in-stream flows, and then we define it in what in the change sheet is paragraph 4, and then we refer to it in D2, in the resolve clause D2, and I think there's two distinct issues here. One is a relatively small one, but I do feel like I need to speak to, which is I I think we've seen that the dichotomy, or the way that we've been talking about this issue is that there's minimum baseline flows, and then we really have been talking about it as the alternative to that is more of a recovery and reasonable protection target in the long term that is more of a recognition of variable flows considering the hydrology. And I find, we've seen in different contexts proposals around percent of in-stream flow as an example, which isn't the same as, having water year specifics with the, wet, dry, average flows, which is, especially in the age of climate change and just given various challenges, I don't know that we want to label the entire paradigm as just limited to this this water year specific wet, dry, average flow lexicon, I guess. And so while that's not super substantive and necessary in this exact resolution, I do want to bring it up because I think that we want to be looking at how are we creating something in the long term that will be flexible and consider variations and is not necessarily tied to that. And I think it's not a great description. So one suggestion I have is just around, and I talked a little bit with staff on if in the past if it may make sense to do, it could keep water year specific, but add the word or variable, or what, I don't know exactly, staff may have ideas on what the right lexicon is for that, but I think in both those circumstances, it would be helpful to have a little bit different lexicon for that paradigm.
Yeah, I'll say I similarly shared concern around just kind of limiting ourselves, I think, to your point, board member, as to what that might look like in the long term. And a percentage of impaired flow is just another way at getting at a water budget, which, not to get into some of the policy discussions we're all in the middle of, but does allow it to simply adjust to the hydrology as opposed to being fixed to water year types that can very well, as we know, are shifting beneath us. So I'd be supportive of just broadening that so that we're not as sort of boxed in, if you will, on what that approach may be. And two, I know some of the concerns from the petitioners and the tribes and others that, we're just focusing on baseline at minimum flows and that there is this larger restoration discussion that's needed. The reality obviously is that the information and the work that we're doing on baseline minimum is a continuum of that. And so again, I think I'm supportive of being a little broader in what it is that we're trying to maybe end up doing on that longer term basis. So thank you. I'm supportive. Board members, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm fine with where we're headed, but just do want to ask a question. So I do expect that we would hear from some of the stakeholders, Farm Bureau in particular, saying that the baseline flow shouldn't be what we've already adopted. It should be a different baseline flow, or maybe it should be a baseline flow based on water year type. And so I'm just wanting to clarify that we're not tying our hands in the context of baseline flow, that, you all will be engaged in the scientific basis and then putting something on the table, but more than likely you'd be analyzing a variety of different approaches, and to the extent that you don't, stakeholders can come in and make recommendations. I'm seeing nodding of heads.
Yes.
Yeah. And just to be clear of the distinction between baseline and water year type flows, baseline is really getting at more of an emergency regulation type of flow. So it's not necessarily those flows, because we're going to do the scientific basis and evaluate maybe 30 to 70 on the Shasta and see what is an appropriate flow based upon that analysis that would be performed. The water year specific was really meant as a way to describe different flows based on hydrology. So the fact that you could, if you have more water, and the species are used to more water when there's more water on some frequency, right? There's wetter years and drier years, that there would be different flows that would be available for and left in stream for fishery resources. And so it's really making that distinction. I think in this in these watersheds, water year type is something that is defined in the Shasta, and we've had conversations in the Scott about water year types, and folks are pretty comfortable with that nomenclature. That's why it's an EG, not an IE, because we're not trying to define it as anything specific, but really recognizing that variability from dry to wet. So it's not meant to say these are the water year types, but we would be thinking about the fact that you would have more water in stream if you were developing flows for different water years than in a wetter year than you would have in a drier year.
Yeah, I think that goes to, probably this much bigger issue that folks brought up a lot today, which is, what's the goal? And I really see the reality is that we're looking at the baseline minimum in terms of the direction we have as moving forward as being a minimum that isn't a full recovery flow. It's more of an emergency level flow, and that the distinction is that in the paragraph above and what we're calling water year specific, it is more of what's a long-term reasonable, recovery plus reasonable protection, public trust flow that is more, has a goal that's not just, belly scraping, for example. And that what we're seeing here and the practical thing that we're recognizing is that, we have a lot more science to do to be able to, and not just science, but science and collaboration and actions to do to be able to really fully assess what that kind of long-term recovery and reasonable protection flow would be. But we shouldn't let that stop us from being able to move forward with at least some minimum baseline flow, which we do have information on, and we need time now to do a more robust public process and consideration around, and that's what we're directing. So, I'll just say I think it would be helpful to make that a little bit more explicit, and I think the petitioners had suggested language around that they had suggested for that water year specific minimum in stream flow for recognizing that or linking it to the flow and temperature adequate for long-term management necessary to achieve, this is their language, recovery, resilient, stability of salmonoids over time in a changing climate. I think we would also, need to add reasonable protection of beneficial uses. And I don't know that it's that exact language, but I guess I do feel like we need to be, I think we could be clearer on what we're really trying to achieve here. And I do think this issue of the difference between those two is important because actually, as Vice Chair said, it may be that the best way to achieve even baseline is, it recognizes the difference when there's different precip levels. And so I think it would be, I'm not sure, this is a very long day. I don't think this is, this resolution is going to determine I think that the main direction we have here is to move forward with, the resolve clauses that we have. But I do think it would be helpful to clarify that, in addition to just what terminology we use, that longer term effort is looking at a broader goal than, frankly, what we're really trying to achieve with the minimum baseline. It doesn't mean that we are not hopeful that the minimum baseline can achieve reasonable protection and will achieve that, but I think the full studies that are needed isn't what we're talking about doing with minimum baseline, and those would be something that we'd want to support in terms of 2D, in terms of continued model and data collection for longer term is around recovery in addition to other reasonable protection goals. So I'm not sure exactly how staff think it would be helpful to proceed.
If I can, Member Firestone, first of all, one thing I'd be remiss if I didn't point out to the board is, of course, this is an important resolution in terms of setting a landmark, but it's not a regulation. The staff won't be bound into it in terms of the board. You're going to hear yearly updates, direction as we move forward. The board will be able to provide that guidance. I'd be a little bit worried about trying to completely wordsmith it as you heard from Ms. Ragazzi, this is a concept that's embedded within the watershed already, and there actually are multiple provisions of this within the resolution. It's in a couple of the whereas clauses. So that's just a sort of a first observation. One potential to do sort of what I would characterize as a very general addition that would apply both here and in the whereas clauses that use the same phraseology for water year specific, for example, wet, dry, and average, is to add after flows, right now it ends with the word flows, that provide further protections accounting for changing climate and hydrology. Very broad concepts. By putting in further, and I want the staff to consider that as well, it does imply that it's something potentially supplemental to the baseline flows, and addresses the fact that we recognize we're in a changing world, and that watershed is going to change both in terms of its climate as well as its hydrology.
Like I said, that's fine. I don't need to wordsmith this particular resolution. I think I mostly wanted to make sure there was an opportunity to discuss the concept a little bit and more substantively with the board members, but I don't need to have specific language on the water year type. I do think we should think about being how we deal with this issue of what the target is that we're trying to do. So I think that would be helpful to figure out how we might clarify. But that's different than the issue of variable hydrology. The two different issues. Sorry.
With that, Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to, thank you. I appreciate this discussion, and thank you, Mr. Walker. I appreciate the suggestion. I think it somewhat goes with a conversation I've been having with staff of just as time goes, there's terminology that we use, and there becomes this concept of this is exactly what it means, when in reality it really is this, the water Pacific, the water year types, it's yet to be determined. But at the same time, because of how it has been historically done or determined, we come away with this thought of we already know we can already determine, or this is exactly what this terminology means. And so I think there ends up becoming this need, especially with the changing climate and changing hydrology, because when I look at this now, I'm like, wait, we could have a year where it's determined to be wet, that all the rain happens within 1 month and the rest of the year is dry. And so you have to adapt through there. And it becomes, when we're looking at what a season means, whether it's for agriculture or whether it's for fish or, other uses. And so it really changes now with climate change and how we have historically would have looked at this. Not to say that how we would now take it and utilize these terms, we wouldn't take that into account, but there would be perhaps miscommunication if we're not adding additional words or communicating that we are taking into account our changing climate today. So, those are just kind of my thoughts as I was sitting here, thinking this through, and we've had it in with different terms, but we've had the same type of conversation. And so I actually like Mr. Lawfer's suggestion. I think it gets at least for me, that that concern of the forecasting what some may think the outcome may be, but also using terminology that we are all familiar with and we all understand what that means, but really making sure that we're communicating well and that there is no predetermined outcome with using those terms. It can be variable within that terminology.
Vice Chair.
That was really helpful, Board Member Morgan, and it's causing me to comment now on Mr. Lawfer's suggestion, because I agree it could be wet, but then the situation could change, and I'm just thinking of the Bay Delta watershed and some of the really complex formulas that exist on back-to-back dry years, and making adjustments when there is a back-to-back dry year. And so looking, not just focusing on providing protection, because it may be wet. It looks like a wet year, but then you want to protect the species, but there might be another situation where there's a need for other beneficial uses. And so just wanting to have a discussion about, instead of saying that provide protection, instead to say that addresses changing climate and hydrology. Giving staff latitude to look at different circumstances.
Is that in paragraph 4? Or, sorry.
It would be, I think Mr. Lawfer was looking at D2.
So it appears in two places. It's in the whereas clause 4, and then the same concept is repeated in the resolved 1D Romanet 2. And whatever language folks land at, the idea would be to put that clause in both places just for parity.
I guess I do, I'm interested in how we address this issue of what our goal is and the purpose between these two. And, I don't think I just think the more that we can be clear on things, the better it helps us achieve a goal. But I'm interested in other board members' thoughts on that in terms of looking at, incorporating some clarity around recovery and reasonable protection.
Can I, when you were speaking earlier, Board Member Firestone, it made me think about something that I wanted to sort of put out there in terms of the baseline. It's really, it's really focused on making it a priority to get these flows in place in the near term, so we have protections of flows in all years, regardless of whether they're wet, dry, or otherwise. And so that is really when we talk about getting these baseline flows in place and not focusing on every year type or every hydrologic condition, whatever terminology we want to use. It's really the distinction between recognizing that we want to get those in place in short order. And so we are prioritizing that work. A year from now, we will be coming back to you to report on that effort. and we will have looked at a lot of different reports and a lot of different information. And we will still be trying to prioritize that baseline flow to get it in place. But we'll have more information about what we might be thinking about of variable flows that are not just that baseline flow setting process. And so I think we will be better equipped to think about and be able to talk about what that might look like at that time.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I don't think this is something we're going to or need to resolve right now in this, but I do think it would be helpful to make sure that we can tee this up a little better, and maybe it's in the report.
Yeah, I think, and at that point, it may very well be some adjustment to the resolution and, you know, some further clarification, and importantly, you know, trying to better spell out what that long term might look like on the, you know, the recovery side. So if, yeah, I'm comfortable saying, you know, in the year when you come back, we'll be able to have a better informed discussion here at the dais around what that looks like and where we are on that project. Vice Chair. Are we? Is there anything further that we should discuss, or, well, and importantly, when it comes to the change that Mr. Loffer proposed for both D2 on the therefore be it resolved, but then also the matching whereas language, I think I think that's helpful. Yeah.
I think we actually have two options because Vice Chair Diadamo put forward one, and I haven't heard if any of the board members. Let me read what the clause would be. What I originally read, and then a second time, as I understand, Vice Chair Diadamo would have it read. It would essentially, and if folks are focusing on the change sheet, we're looking at resolved 1 little d Romanet 2, and at the end of it, after flows, either we would include that provide further protections accounting for changing climate and hydrology. That was the option I had originally read. And a conforming change would go into whereas 4. Or Vice Chair Diadamo provided a slight modification so that it would read flows that address changing climate and hydrology.
I'm supportive of the latter, but looking to board members.
I'm okay with Vice Chair Diadamo's suggestion.
Okay. And then just to simplify it, because it seems like the board's probably ready for a motion, we don't need to read it all back in, but just what the motion would include, if someone is inclined to make one, would be the original staff proposal with change sheet number 1, and then additional changes read into the record by Ms. Ragazzi based on input from Vice Chair Diadamo that would add land uses to the list. We'd probably just put it as the second to the last to simplify. And then the edits she read, Ms. Ragazzi read in for resolved 1D, and then the edits that I just read in as modified by Vice Chair Diadamo to resolved 1D Romanet 2, as well as whereas 4.
Okay. Yep, board member.
Sorry. And then I think we don't need to put this in the resolution, but I do want to just make clear in terms of direction to staff that we would expect that when they come back at a public meeting by the end of November 2025, I mean, we could add something there, but I don't, in the interest of trying to move forward, it's late in the night. I think just clarity that the direction is to come back with some more clear recommendations around next steps and sort of scope. But I don't know. It's so late and my head is not clear right now, so I don't know if somebody can say it more clearly about just what the expectation is in terms of there's a lot, if we're doing peer review, economic analysis, continuing modeling and data collection and potentially readopting emergency regs and implementing that. That's a lot of work. And so I just want to be clear what the expectation is on this item around sort of teeing up and being able to flesh out the recovery or long-term flow issue. Can somebody help do that?
Perhaps maybe just stating a further discussion on long-term objectives and goals for both watersheds.
And that's fine. And that can just be part of the motion. That doesn't need to be in the resolution.
Okay, perfect. And agree to ensure that we have that as part of that discussion here come before November of next year. Okay, thank you.
I was going to make the motion, but it sounds like
No, you make the motion.
you've indicated the further direction.
Yeah. So okay, I'll try to make the motion to adopt with the, sorry, my brain at the end of these long days is like always super fried. Adopt with the change sheet plus the changes read into the record and with the direction that Deputy Director stated.
Second.
Thank you both incredibly. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The motion carries, the resolution is adopted, and just incredible thanks to everyone and their contributions to today's discussion into the discussion at the dais are very, just really appreciate. I know these are not easy issues, and the fact that we have the type of discussion that we're having, the tone, the movement on our understanding of the watershed is all because of a lot of incredible contributions. So just thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. And that concludes then item number 3, and certainly doesn't conclude the work around it. As always, the minute we pass anything here, it means more work to be had. So look forward to a lot of discussion further with our colleagues here and folks in the watershed. All right, it brings us now to our last item, our informational item here, board member reports. I will go first so that we can be quick because I think we're still desiring to have a closed session, and so want to try to move us along. First item on my board member report, on October 3rd, I was fortunate, was at Soquel Creek Water District and their ribbon cutting for their pure water project, their water replenishment project there. Deputy Director Mogus was there too, and a number of folks from the Division of Financial Assistance and Division of Drinking Water, and really thank all of you for being there. It's a lot of work that I know went into, at the local level, having that project move forward. As I think we all know here, it's accomplishing multiple goals. It's recycling wastewater, but importantly, also injecting into the groundwater, creating a seawater barrier for seawater intrusion, and better managing the groundwater resources in the region. And so it was a great project. I'm glad that the board was able to help support it financially through its programs, and certainly its permitting work as well. Also, Regional Water Quality Control Board was there, was glad to see them. October 9th, here I was at the Tribal Summit on Sierra Nevada Indigenous Guardianship. I want to thank Shingle Springs for their invitation, and it was a 3-day conference. The first 2 were just for tribes and tribal practitioners, and then on the 3rd day they invited state agency and other federal cross agency partners, and so it was a great opportunity. Really appreciate it. Shared a panel with Secretary Crowfoot, and always an important opportunity just to listen as well. Listen to certainly the feedback of tribes, but also try to communicate the work that the board is doing. So again, real great appreciation to Shingle Springs for their invitation to participate. And then just this past Monday on the 14th, I was near Arcadia in Glendale, there with the chair of the President's Council on Environmental Quality, Brenda Mallory, announcing $3.5 million for San Gabriel Mountains. There's a national monument that's there. It's been recently expanded, And we receive money through Clean Water Act grants for non-point source, and it was a 3.5 million for ultimately investment that's being made to help with trash. It's going to help with trails, trash receptacles, bathrooms. So I'm amazed to hear that the San Gabriel mountains there, the creek, the river, and the watershed see over 4 million visitors a year. And so it's neat to be able to link access to outdoors, water quality improvements, and to celebrate the fact that it takes federal, state, and local alignment to do some really great work. So glad to have been able to participate, and really good to see Chair Mallory. That's all I have. Other board members would like to go next? Okay, Vice Chair doesn't have anything, so Board Member Morgan.
I just have one item. So this is back on September 27th. I missed the last meeting, so it's a little delayed. I was able to attend the annual California Native American Day that was held on the west steps of the Capitol. It was just a really great event, and it was really good to see so many familiar faces there.
Great, thank you, Board Member.
Great. I was able to present an award to Nick Savino from Region 5 as the hidden hero of cutting the green tape as part of the 30 for 30 celebration that the Natural Resources Agency held. And it's just nice to see our staff that are doing the hard work of helping folks, especially this was around large scale habitat restoration. Just recognizing the hard work of helping people get through the regulatory process efficiently, and then also talked with the Water Justice Clinic at UC Davis Law School, which I do every semester. They're a TA provider, and I think just a chance to talk with the folks that are doing, both learning to be lawyers and supporting communities getting safe water, a lot of consolidation agreements. And then this weekend, I'll be going to the Salton Sea Summit in Palm Desert and moderating a panel on community needs. But there's, I think, a big emphasis this year around science research that's focusing on concerns from harmful algal blooms in terms of air quality impacts for folks around the sea. So I think there's new research that is going to be part of the presentations on Friday, and then more panels on Saturday. And I'm sure we'll continue to get updates around, ways that we can continue to support addressing impacts from water quality.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, board members. Okay, that brings us to the end of our meeting, but we will attempt here to have a brief closed session on the Delta Conveyance Project. I don't believe we'll have one. We won't have closed session on sites nor the Title VI discussion, so we'll try to just narrow it down so that since it is late, try to get out of here. So we are not adjourned until that closed session is over. We'll appropriately close out, but our next board meeting will be on November 6th. Wednesday, November 6th, the day after the election. Make sure that everyone is free to vote. Please go out and vote on Tuesday. And then otherwise, thanks everyone. Really appreciate what was been, I know, a long but very productive day. Mr. Law, for anything further? Okay.
Just for the board members, just that the closed session will be in conference room 2510 because we need to get some staff in electronically.
Okay, great. Well, then we will meet up there in, say, 10 minutes. That worked for everybody. And so at about 6:15, we'll meet up in 2510. Thank you again. We'll see everyone in 2 weeks. Be safe, be well, and we'll see you soon.